There, I hit it. I hit the button. I think it's doing the thing. All right, we're at 10,266 kilobizels per second. Yeah, it's a lot of bizzles, man. Lot of bizzles.
Many Bezos.
It's a lot of Jeff Bezos. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tech Talk. Toy to tear the underground tech, turning drones into weapons of war. Not clickbait.
Not clickbait.
Actually, we are talking about this topic today, so it technically isn't clickbait, but boy, AI sure knows how to make a little title to get people in here. All right, everybody, go spam this. Go spam this stream everywhere. By the way,
yeah, go tell your mom. Yeah.
Go tell your mom. Tell your sister. Tell your dogs, brothers, friends, squirrels, owner. I don't know, whatever. Okay, and let's see here. Gotta do another hashtag TikTok. TikTok. They talk. All right, let's see. Toys to tear. I'm gonna put that in bold too. Terror today on
What was that one movie where like the action figures like come to life, kind of?
Our army toy soldiers. Toy soldiers.
Was it Toy Soldiers?
Wasn't it the one with the toys that came to life and like started attacking? It was like G.I. Joes versus the monsters.
I think. Well, no, I think Toy Soldiers is. Wait, is it? Hold on, I'm looking.
Go look it up because I just watched it recently.
Toy Soldiers is the one with Sean Astin, and there's like a boarding school taken over by terrorists. It's got small soldiers.
Small soldiers. That's what
I get that. I got that. I've made that same mix up many times. Because
wait, there's a movie called Toy Soldiers though.
Yeah. It's got Sean Astin and Will Wheaton. I remember watching this. They're like at a boarding school, and like terrorists come and they take over, and it's kind of like a Red Dawn sort of.
I remember this movie. This is like old school. This is like early '90s, late '80s.
91. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing this when I was a kid. Oh, I need to go watch this again. I remember, isn't the terrorist guy like a guy with a bad Russian accent who doesn't look Russian at all?
I don't remember.
It's like a younger dude.
The bad guy. But yeah.
I remember this movie. Oh, it's got 3.5 stars too. That's not too bad for an old movie like that.
That's decent.
Yeah, you know what I just recently did? I started watching Deep Space Nine again. I did not realize Deep Space Nine was so old. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I fired up the first episode and it was pure glorious 480p of squareness.
Borrow me a shovel then.
Oh, brother.
My mom, but hey, I'm in the same boat.
brother. Woo! Will you borrow me a shovel, Ox? In other words, I could tell my mom, but
yeah.
Wait, what's he getting on about there? I'm not following. Oh shit! Don't kill your mom, bro.
You'd have to dig her up,
bro. Well, we set my mom on fire to make it more convenient to access her remains. They're in a little box on a mantle. That's what I want to do, dude. Being buried is stupid. It's super expensive.
Oh, dude, it's still expensive anyway.
You gotta buy a casket. Even the cheapest, like shitty wood casket's like $1,000. Like
bonkers. The whole setup of dying.
Have you seen the default casket? Like the default casket, like you get buried in, like if you can't afford one.
Yeah, I think so.
It's basically made out of like pallet wood. It's like designed to just dissolve and turn you into worm food in like 5 minutes.
That doesn't make sense though, because they put you in a concrete vault now, like to avoid that kind of stuff. They don't.
Also, I guess it doesn't matter if it breaks down then, right? Because you're in the concrete vault.
Yeah,
you're right.
Because they're not. Yeah, they don't just dump you into the dirt anymore. Actually, I think they haven't done that in a really long time.
Yeah, because I think that isn't there like a problem with like plague leaching into the water supply?
Yeah,
because,
that
like,
kind of stuff. They don't. They don't want your decomposing stuff in the groundwater and yeah.
Listen to this. Ready? My weekly.
Buy your casket from Costco. Yeah, you can totally do that.
Buy your casket from Costco. You can.
Hey man, get that 4% cash back.
Actually,
or whatever it is. I think it's 4% on Costco purchases.
You're like, thank you, Uncle Dave.
Gas.
Hey, 4% back on a $3,000 casket. You know, it's not a bad deal.
Depends on the religion. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, everybody's got their rules and stuff, but I'm with you, man.
Oh, for whether it's in a vault or not, or
I like the idea of the biopod thing, where like they put you in a like a compostable egg, and like
that's cool.
You know, you grow a tree basically from your
Okay, I found it. Burial vaults are not required by law in the United States. However, most cemeteries do require a burial vault. or at minimum a grave liner to protect the casket from the weight of the soil above it and prevent the burial space from collapsing over time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's the problem. It looks like it's less about things leaching into the environment as it is just the ground collapsing.
Like sinking onto the void.
You go buy your cheap little paper casket. Just like 6 hours later, it rains on the ground, just like collapses down.
Don't bother with the box at all.
Just throw the body in there, man. Shit, murder's been doing it for years, man. Come on.
Yeah, right.
Works great. They can hardly ever find the bodies because like I guess this stuff's decomposing. It doesn't get any smaller or bigger. It just changes, right?
Yeah.
So your fluids probably leach into the ground. So your overall mass probably shrinks a little bit.
Zombified or mummified basically by that point.
Yeah. Oh, the service you were talking about, the egg thing. Did you know? Do you know where they do that? You know which state that's in?
I think Washington.
Oregon.
Oregon. Okay.
Yeah. I watched a documentary on YouTube about it.
Yeah.
So there's a lady I watch, this mortician lady, because I just like the stories she tells, and she went and visited them. She did like a field trip down there. And it's expensive as hell, though. That's the problem. It's between $5,000 and $8,000. But here's not
bad. That's about what it's going to cost to put you in the dirt.
I mean, to put you in the dirt, yeah, basically the same, right? So what they do is they stick you in like it's like a biodegradable capsule, and your whole body, and then they put in like the sawdust, this moist sawdust stuff that they make compost, and they literally stick you in a giant compost pile with a bunch of other bodies, right? But they keep them like segmented off so they can get at them. And then you degrade into soil, and then your soil goes back to the family. So and use it for your garden. Like you basically turn your relatives into nutrients for your garden, and then everything that grows in your garden is like your dead people. So I thought that was interesting. It takes a long time though. I think they said it takes like 6 or 8 weeks or whatever for you to fully decompose.
Oh, I bet.
But they use like this composting method to speed it up like massively, because without the compost method it would literally take like years for you to break down completely your bones and everything. But apparently this process, it breaks down super fast. And I don't remember, I think the bones don't decompose that fast. So I think what they do is they wait for all the biological matter to get eaten away and compost it, and then they go in and they take the bones and grind the bones up and then throw that back into it and mix it in. And then you basically just have like a nutrient rich soil. It just seems weird. You're like, I'm over here playing my garden, I got old grandma buried out back, literally.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Hey, some sexes came in.
Hey,
so wait, where's my little thing go? I have a thing that usually tells me where the sexes are. There it is. Daniel Frost. Daniel Frost, how you doing, brother? Thank you so much for the 200 sexes kicking things off today. I really appreciate you. Really appreciate you. Today we're actually going to be talking about the topic for once. We're going to be talking about drones once we get some more people in here. We're talking about weaponizing drones. I know last week we like basically clickbaited everybody with a title, and I don't think we talked about a single thing that was like in the title. It was weird. It was one of those days where we just ventured off into the oblivion, and it was just, it wasn't happening. Oh yeah, I should probably share this out. Huh, I forgot. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I got. How do I tell people that they have to? You'll never believe. No, I'll just say here. Come watch. I'll just say this is the best. This will be the best TechTalk live stream ever. Ever. Well, except the ones with David Hewlett. Wink emoji. All right, that's good, right? I think that'll work. Here. Shit, Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I accidentally locked my box. I'm like, oh no, I'm at the login screen. No. All right, let's see. Okay, except for the ones with David Hewlett. Those are the real best ones. But still, you should get in. Come here. Hold on here. I almost said you should come. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, I'm done. Okay, now I got to do a little emoji, an emoji of an explosion. There we go. All right, that should motivate people. God damn it, why did I put it there? Man, I am operating on fumes, guys, but it's okay. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there together. Okay, we're gonna get there together. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be the best of the best. All right, good. Copy post. Let me pin that. Dude, they changed X again. Now when you post, you pin a post, because I pin posts all the time, right? So when you pin a post now, if you try to pin another post right afterwards, it says, oh, if you pin this post, without waiting 8 hours first, and has like a little countdown timer or whatever. It's like, if you do this and you pin this post, it won't get any additional traction, and then your original pin post won't get any additional traction. It basically tries to talk you out of it.
Okay.
Which I thought was kind of weird. I'm like, why would you talk somebody out of doing like pinned posts? So the only thing I think of is that pinned posts are getting some kind of priority boost, and they don't want people just like pinning every post and getting that priority boost.
Oh, sure.
People were probably doing that. I mean, shit, I was probably doing that. Full disclosure. All right, let me head on over to Blue Sky. I got to hit my Blue Sky peeps because we love our Blue Sky peeps and we want to support Blue Sky. If you don't have a Blue Sky account, please go create one right now. bsky.app. bsky.app. Here, I'll even put it in the chat box here and make it easy for y'alls. Here, well, if I can find the chat box, what to do with it? Oh, it's over here on the screen. Okay, bsky.app. There we go. All right. Man, it's hard to find shit when you have 3 50-inch shitty Vizio screens with horrible color. I'm not complaining, though. I'm not complaining. Okay, I'm complaining a little bit. Hey. Oh, my God. Hey, Joe Dodgy! Woo-woo! All right, read it out loud. Give me a loud read on that one. I'm Joe Taji.
Imagine someone returning a used Costco casket. We decided to turn grandma into potting soil, lol. Also, hi, AuxxZillary.
Your turn's got a little bit of piss and poo in it, and you're like, we changed our mind halfway through. Oh, poor grandmas. Poor grandma. She deserved better. But did she? She? No, actually, I obviously have multiple grandmas, but the last grandma to die, I actually kind of celebrated a little because I was so mad at her. She was the home wrecker grandma, the one that when my mom passed away, like took everything away from my dad and like exiled him out of the state and left him with nothing after my mom on her deathbed was promised that he'd keep the house that he paid for. It was pretty shitty. So anyways, when she died, we were like lulz. Yeah, that's why you shouldn't burn people when you're alive. You shouldn't burn people when you're alive because then when you die, they're just like, man, meh. Like your memory now isn't worth passing on. So now anybody that asks about old grandma just gets the story about how much of a piece of shit she was, and didn't have to go that way. Didn't have to go that way, Grandma. If you're listening to me from heaven, like the Christians say you are. I'm not mad. Oh, hey, Anthony Mangione, thank you for sharing out our live stream. We really appreciate it when you guys do that.
Thank you.
All right, let's see how many peoples do we have in here right now? Let me check my stats.
Come on,
everybody, get in here. Go get your friends. Go get your family. I don't know. Did my Facebook post go through? Oh, it did. Oh, you know what? I forgot to post on Discord. Oh man, they're gonna be so mad at me. Oh, okay. Here, hashtag everyone. Here we go. Boom. Kayudon was asking, is there a tech talk today?
No.
Kayudon, he keeps me going. He shames me when I don't stream, and it makes me sad. So then I do stream sometimes. Oh, by the way, I am a little bit more chipper now because my buddy who is in the hospital is now home and on the mend. So
good.
Our mutual friend. So yeah, man, God, shit happens, dude. Shit totally happens. I feel so bad for him. I went and saw him. He looks pretty haggard. Like he probably lost 60, 70 pounds in the month and a half he was in there. Like ridiculous. I looked at him. I was like, are they even feeding you in here? Like, what the hell, dude? Hey to Wolfston. What's up, Joe Taji? Let's see. We're up to, let's see. Oh, wow. How did we go back down? Now we're 96. What are you guys doing here? Come on. Come on. Go get your friends. Go get your family. Get them here. We got to talk about drone bombs. Drone bombs, they bomb because they can. Let's see. Oh, there, my stats reset. Chat rate is 3 per minute. Views 220. Okay, people are probably just taking their time. Deletion said hospital food is horrible.
Dude,
anyways.
I don't know. Maybe it's the hospitals that I've been at, but it's not been that bad.
I've actually had decent hospital food.
Bad. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing like whoa, but I mean, it was at least equivalent to like my high school lunch.
Yeah, actually, high school wasn't bad. Like when I went to, I got my ass kicked at high school all the time. I fucking hated it. But the food was good. Do you remember those pizzas that they used to do in high school? Like where it was like a giant pan and then make like this huge pizza that was like literally like 3 feet by like 3 feet. And it's on this giant metal pan. And it was like the greasiest, like deep dish kind of doughy pizza. Oh, I love that. I love that. We always had that.
Yep. Pizzas, right?
Yep.
Had like it literally like came to like a point on one side.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah.
Dude, I loved the pizza. We actually had a really cool, one of the schools I went to for a whole whopping 6 months before I got expelled. Not my fault. People kept beating my ass, and the principal was like, "Sorry, bro, you're a liability. Like, so we're gonna kick you out because everybody else is kicking your ass, and you're not kicking their ass. So we're gonna get rid of you."
Clearly, you are the problem.
It was so stupid, man. That's literally what they told my mom too. They're like, "He's a troublemaker," and it's like I'm the one that's always bleeding, and nobody else is. It's like, yeah, I'm the troublemaker. Sure. What trouble did I make? Oh, somebody called me a fat ass, and I had to quit back at them, and they beat my ass for it. Like how is that? How is that? I'm the troublemaker. But anyways, they had a really cool cafe that I didn't see at any other high schools that I went to after that, and that was like they had different like restaurants in like a cafe, like had a big open cafe area. It was called the place was called Cedar Heights. It was in Port Orchard, Washington. And they had like different restaurants you could go to. They had like a burger restaurant. They had like the little pizza place. They had a place that made like Subway sandwiches. They had a salad bar. It was like sweet. Like it was one of those things. It felt like a college. Like if you ever gone to like a college cafeteria, right? Mm-hmm. They had that. And every other high school I went to after that didn't have anything like that. It's like stand in line and your choices are like two things. That's it. Jordan Miller, my man.
Hey,
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. He said, "Hey, fellas, able to watch live for a bit, having coffee with the cat on my lap."
Nice, right on.
Ooh, he's got a pussy on his lap. Hey, you can't go wrong there. We'll watch the whole stream later. Hey, you know what? That's awesome, man. You watch it at your own leisure. Hey, Wiltack. Woo! Thank you for the $2. He said he farts in public. Or I guess he said he farted in public because he put the little asterisk around it. So I'm guessing that means he did fart. I wish I had a fart. Let me see. Do I have a fart? I don't think I have a fart.
You don't have a fart button?
I do not.
What?
That needs to be rectified post-haste.
Rectified.
Rectified?
I'm shocked that you haven't recorded one of your own farts to play back.
That's a good point, dude, because like I ripped some good ones.
At least 6 times you farted on this show.
That is true. I could probably just go find the clip.
You don't have a clip. Yeah, I'm shocked somebody else doesn't have a clip already.
Okay, challenge to you guys.
That we could then just push a button and it's...
If you can go back and find a TechTalk or even on my Twitch stream, if you can find an archived show, give me the link and the time index.
Timestamp.
And I will go and copy that fart out and put it on a sound button.
Lost in Space already is on top of it. He says, I've made some Twitch clips.
Hell yeah, he has.
I knew it.
Hey, what's up, Michael R. Media? Rectified. We got a Sweden in here. We got LGR FBS. Hey, what does LGR FBS stand for? I've been wondering. It's like Lurgafs, so I'm guessing it's an acronym for something.
Yeah.
Like lazy gamer reviews, fucks, bitches, shit. I don't know. that was my best guess. Sorry. Anthony Mangione said your Twitch stream farts are always wet and moist. They sure are.
Gross.
Hey, I've done some good ones. And I have actually farted on this microphone a little too close to where I spun around and I could still smell the essence on the microphone. By the way, I probably should clean this thing. Adam keeps telling me I should clean this with some soapy water because I haven't washed it since I got them. Apparently.
I mean, I can see that it was like dust is collecting a bit on the top.
Yeah, I thought it was like a lifetime.
Wow, yours is heck of...
Well, dude, I spit on this thing nonstop, dude. So you don't know what I'm doing off stream, brother. I got I got no F site I got to keep up, brother. That's how I pay. That's how I don't pay the bills. Fart challenge. Let's see here. I'll scroll up. Square pizza and the pepperonis were little squares.
They had little cubes. Yeah.
Wait, they had cube pepperonis? You guys were spoiled, man.
Yeah.
I always had the round stuff.
Yeah. It depends. It depends. Well, I guess, and it depends too. Like the boat was more like middle school. Elementary. I remember it probably like in the back was just a giant sheet pan that they like sliced into squares.
Yep.
But elementary had. I remember when we got an upgrade or something. Like I don't know, maybe funding got boosted or something. We ended up getting these. Like they were usually like almost half frozen, but it was like a better chocolate milk. It was almost a milkshake, but I remember like more than half the time it would be like frozen, like half frozen. What Mike brand of Mike is that? These
Earthworks.
These are Earthworks.
Earthworks. Audio. Here, hold on. I can bring it up real fast. I've done this bunches of time. It's the Ethos, the Earthworks Ethos. He's gone. He can't hear me. It's the Earthworks Ethos. I'll link it to you here in just a sec. I already sure
told
hope you guys couldn't see that. My pants just fell down while I was walking across the room.
I already told him. It's here, and I'll link straight to it. It's the Earthworks Ethos.
No. You got to let me use my affiliate link for Amazon. Unless you got an affiliate.
Then,
you got an affiliate?
No. It was just the direct link to the Earthworks website.
No, bro. You got to use affiliates, man.
Yeah, I should.
Come on, bro. It's the only thing I have left.
Please translate yourself. LGRFBS equals Largenome Resultat Filbas System. My old BBS with a live cam in the 90s. Oh, cool.
Oh, that's such a badass. I love BBSs, man.
So some sort of genetic file system. I'm just basing. I'm assuming that your native tongue is somewhat Latin based. Largenome Resultat Filbas System.
So genome.
Like
okay,
so lar is probably an article or participle. What is that? The, a, and like those. So that's probably the genome. That's probably something to do with genes or something. Genetics. Resultat. That's obviously results. Or
I think it means learn through results file-based system.
Nice.
Is what I'm thinking. After giving it
Daniel Frost sort of translated. He says learn through result file-based system. Okay.
That's awesome. Yeah, nice. I threw it to DeepSeek, and DeepSeek's like, I know what that means. It actually gave me like multiple different potential meanings though with different translations.
I was like trying to guess. Because like a lot of the Latin-based ones, English is a little bit of a mix, but a lot of our words are stolen from other Latin-based languages and stuff.
Well, technically, Filbas, file-based, right?
Yeah.
So system, so that's good.
Yeah.
And result, right, I think was directly translated. Yeah, directly translated to result. Genome is through or by. So that one I never would have got.
Oh, yeah. Nope, I wouldn't have.
And LAR is learn or teach, depending on the context. Right. The words change depending on their context.
Oh, there you go.
I actually ran several BBSs myself when I was younger. When I was a kid, and I was rocking my 28612 in my bedroom with my 2400 baud modem.
White balance is a lot of whack.
Shit. I didn't realize I said it there. I'm like all advertising for Earthworks Audio Ethos. Buy it.
It's a really good mic too, by the way.
It is my favorite.
Yeah. Again, I'm not a decibel nerd or anything, but
you know what's funny? I didn't know this microphone existed until Adam sent me one, and now I see them all over the place. Like when I'm watching YouTube videos, I see them creeping up all over.
I still see the Shure SM7B as like the most popular.
It's easily the most popular, but I've been seeing these in a lot more like newer channels that are popping up that have become popular. I've been seeing these pop up. Yeah, so
it's fantastic. Like it's very directional too. Like see.
It's like I have an air conditioner running in my room right now that with my old microphone, it picked it up really bad. As a matter of fact, it picked it up with the Shure SM7B also.
Even you okay, so this is talking right into the end of it, and then like you go this way.
Yep. The Legion said he saw a lot of people at the AT2020. That's what I gave you.
Very good one. That's also a very good one.
My first mic and your mic.
Like almost, I would say almost entry level. Like if you're just getting into like whatever streaming or recording audio.
I'll do you one better. I think it's studio level as long as you have the right recording environment.
Sure. Oh yeah.
It's got an amazing pickup in it.
You take the time, you can make a Yeti fucking sound good.
True. Very true.
I've seen people rocking. Actually, I think Thor from Pirate Software. I think he uses a fucking Blue Yeti, and it is crisp as fuck, man. You gotta, but that takes some time to fuss around with equalizers and things like that.
You have to have the right environment, right settings and everything. You have to have off-axis echo rejection and the right noise dampening in the room. This is like one you can like lay it. You take this into the fire department and do a podcast. So, and it's nice and clear. That's what I like about it. It's really clear up close, but like you said, the off-axis is actually really good.
Dude, you can hardly. And like I feel like I hear some of the reverb off of the wall in front of me and stuff, but I don't think it comes through that much unless I'm getting loud. It doesn't get picked up by the mic that much.
Off topic.
Yeah, the AT2020 though is really good. And I think it's fairly cheap. It's like $100.
Yeah, you get an AT2020 used. You can find them about $60. Brand new. Like I think I've seen them as much as $80 to $120, depending on if you want the one with the USB DAC built into it, or if you want to use XLR connector and use your own DAC. Cool. So, because it comes in both. Like, there's two versions of the 2020. Then there's the 2050. That's the one I gave you. So, do you remember the 20?
No, you gave me a 2050.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I just said. I said I gave you a 2050. You didn't have a 2020, but the 2050 has a similar pickup. is the 2020. It's just got a different pattern where it can pick up 3 different patterns instead of one. The AT2020 is just the front pattern, whereas the one I gave you, I think, has 2 pickups. So it has like switch. 2 different ones.
You can do, you can do like the figure 8 looking. Yeah.
Yep.
Did either of you play Half-Life Alyx?
Oh hell yeah, yeah! I played it all the way through twice.
I don't have any VR.
Dude, it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. I played through using. I didn't use the Valve Index either, which is weird because a lot of people like that game is designed for the Valve Index. Like it's 100% designed from the ground up to play on the Valve Index. And like the Knuckles controllers have like all the special stuff for tracking your fingers. So for like optimal control of the game, you probably want to use the Knuckles controllers and the Valve. However, I played through the entire game with a Sony PSVR 2 with the PC adapter. And the OLED screens, oh my God, it's a whole different experience. Like the hairs stand up on the back of your neck. The Valve Index is great, but the contrast isn't good. OLED screens give you a contrast that just makes light look real.
Nice.
So imagine playing Half-Life Alyx where it's like in the dark scenes where you're shining a flashlight and it looks to your eye. Your brain is convinced you are standing in a room shining a flashlight at a wall.
Ooh, cool.
It is so good. So good. Slightly narrower field of view, but way higher pixel density, way easier to read text. No pixels. You can't see any pixels. It's freaking awesome. It's freaking awesome. So if you happen to have a PSVR 2 and you have a PC adapter for it, Half-Life Alyx is amazing. I will still say that after playing a ton of VR, Half-Life Alyx is the single best standalone game that there is for VR. It's like it's a representation of what VR can do if you put the money behind it.
Okay.
It's freaking phenomenal. Like I busted through the whole game. I want to say it took me 5 days to finish playing off and on. I didn't play continuously. But man, every night I looked forward to it. I'd go put the headset on and just be like immersed in this world and just lose myself. It was really hard to pull myself away too. Like it was that engaging. Really, really good storytelling. The ending, I'm going to stand by. I don't like the ending. A lot of people are like, oh, you just don't understand it. The ending, it makes perfect sense when you think about it. No, I don't like the ending. I just don't like, I'm not going to ruin it for you guys, but I don't like the ending. The ending was ass. I feel like they rushed the ending big time. However, the game to get there is absolutely just a masterpiece. And the thing is, they did all the inverse kinematics and stuff in the game and the physics so perfectly that it feels natural. Like you can just throw like a ammo magazine in the air. Take your gun and actually like release the magazine and like huck the magazine out the side, flip it around and pop another one into it. You can like everything in the game that you do is like so smooth and feels so natural. Grabbing stuff.
Oh, cool.
You just reach out, like because the controller, you put a strap around your hand. You just reach out and just grab with your hand and it grabs the little pressure thing around the controller and it makes your fist in the game close and grab it.
Yeah.
So you can grab like markers and draw on the walls and like do graffiti and stuff. It's awesome, man. It's super, super cool. BB Junkie said, fuck, no YouTube notification. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that's probably what happened because it took us forever to get 145 people in here. Usually that happens really quick. Michael Armedia said, I still have an AT2020 in a box somewhere from like 8 years ago. That thing was a beast. I had an AT2052 and didn't even like that one as much. The 2050 and the 2020 should sound exactly the same when they're in the default cardioid pickup position. The only difference is the 2050 is designed for like if you're in a conference room, you can actually flip it to a different pickup pattern to where you can have one person on either side of the microphone and it picks them both up.
The figure 8.
Yeah. And it works really well for that too. I mean, you have to have a relatively small table though, otherwise you pick up a bunch of background noise. That's one thing I didn't like about the 2020 is it's super sensitive to everything. It picks up all the background noise, everything from every direction. It has like no off-axis rejection whatsoever.
That is true. Yep.
Another really good mic that you can do is, have you seen the poor people Shure SM-B8 that you can build?
No.
So Sennheiser makes.
I remember seeing somebody building their own.
Yeah, you can build your own with 3D printed parts. Yeah, 3D printed parts cost you like $100.
Yeah, you can like get the parts and stuff, like all the actual like pickup and circuitry or whatever.
Yeah,
but
so it's a
that sounds familiar.
I want to say, what is it, like a $500 microphone? What do those things go for now? For
SM7B, yeah, that's about that. Yeah, that's expensive as fuck.
So let's see here. Sure,
like it does. Nobody needs that.
SM7B. Okay, so Shure SM7B today is $400. Came down a little bit.
Oh, that's not bad.
$400.
That's still ridiculous. I mean, shit, this is $400 too.
Yep. So there's another mic called a Shure SM. Is it SM8? I think it's called just an SM8. Let me see if I can find it here. SM8. That might be it. So there's a microphone Sennheiser makes. Oh, Pele. Woo, Pele.
What laptop do you recommend for my wife? She doesn't play games but has many programs open at the same time. What kind of programs? I guess.
Yeah, that probably matters the most. She's
Honestly,
somebody that's like close anything.
You could probably get away with like a newer Surface. Honestly, like a Surface Pro 7, I think is the newest one.
I mean, expensive though.
Yeah,
those things. Geez.
And for repairability, I don't know. Actually, things might have changed over the decade and a half since I've done it. But Dell, as shitty of a reputation that Dell has, they're really, really easy to fix. A million parts. They're like the Honda of computers, a laptop. At least laptops. Their desktops, I wouldn't. They're a pain in the ass.
Did you say Dell laptops?
Yeah, they were easy to fix. At least you could punch in the service tag. You can get all the original configuration and everything. Like the documentation that Dell has for their laptops is amazing. The next, I would say, HP, their work, like their enterprise class stuff.
Yep,
is fantastic too. I had an HP. I think they call it a work. I can't recall the model, but that laptop was on 100, like on, not put to sleep, nothing, on for over 2 years straight. And I never had a problem with it. I had it like it was sit on my coffee table and hooked up to like a television, and I used it that way, wireless keyboard and mouse and stuff. It was on nonstop. I played games on it. I did all my normal stuff for like over 2 years and never had a problem with it. Does anyone hear a cracking sound?
Yeah, I'm getting a little.
Is it just me?
I'm getting a little crackling noise.
Oh,
from
the
your
Elite
mic.
book. That's what it was. Yeah, Joe Tashi, the Elite book. Yeah, it was fantastic. I highly recommend those ones.
Yeah,
framework. I don't know. Framework is like.
I love my framework. Absolutely love it.
I feel like it's.
You're going to pay more
for a general user, though.
You're going to pay more for it because of the modularity and because of how small volume they produce right now. Yeah. So, like, if you're looking for like the best deal for performance, framework isn't the place to look.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for something that you can upgrade over and over and over again and just keep expanding on and just keep using the same hardware, same chassis, same screen, same keyboard over again.
Yeah.
And then I love that you can just pull the motherboard out of the thing and just put it in a 3D printed enclosure and it can become your router.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. So everything in it is reusable. Like you can pull the motherboard, it'll run completely standalone outside of the system with a video feed running off of USB to HDMI. It's really cool. It's a neat idea.
Yeah. And then I'd say third, it's Lenovo now, but I can't remember what they used to be called before that.
Lenovo used to be IBM ThinkPads.
Yep, yeah, IBM ThinkPads. Yeah. So yeah, Lenovo there. I think they still make ThinkPads too, but that's more of like an enterprise or like work grade. But dude, they last freaking forever, man.
Have you used a Lenovo recently though?
No.
The new Lenovo's aren't like they used to be.
Because man, the ThinkPad like T60, T40, T60s. I know guys are using those things 20 years old and still cracking along, man.
Yeah, no, I have a T51P in my garage that still works to this day. I used it for 5 years at Microsoft.
The only thing there is Lenovo's like support is a pain in the ass. Trying to find drivers and stuff for anything that's like basically EOL or even close to being EOL is incredibly pain in the butt. Like I remember when I was working on IBM ThinkPads or Lenovo's, I would have to go to the European Lenovo website just to find drivers and stuff. It was such a pain in the butt.
What is nice though is if you're running Windows, all the Lenovo's are on the HCL, the hardware compatibility list, so they all have inbox driver support.
Yeah, just hit Windows Update and you're probably
you're good to go. Like everything just shows up and works.
What a colossal hassle if it doesn't work. Trying to find all the right drivers and stuff is outrageous. That's why I would say Dell, whatever is good, very easy to fix, great documentation.
HPs are cheap. HPs are really cheap and they're decent for the money.
Yeah,
I've had a lot of HPs.
Not again, and then like this, like in order of like repairability.
It is driver hell though. HP is driver hell, just like
HP's
Lenovo.
Not that good. They're like they have like this weird like third party, or not third party, but they have this like software that they want you to install that'll then put all the drivers and stuff in it, and that's trash. Don't do that.
I feel like more and more companies are doing that shit now.
Yeah, it's because they want to monitor all your stuff and try and keep your stuff up to date. And
under the guise of trying to help you, they're just like sapping all your data.
Oh, hey, Jordan Miller, thank you. He says, no homo, but Jerry, I want to say thank you for all you do. You and Adam Savage are why I am a maker. I got to share some of my work with you on BS. Yeah, man.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got to get back into making again. I miss it. I got to get back into anything. Like, my life has sucked lately. So, but my Saturdays are less suckage. So I'm glad that I get to hang out with you. Cause like,
yeah, man.
This week was the first time I left the house. Cause I went and saw my buddy in the hospital. Me and my other friend drove over there to see him. And it was the first time I've been out of the house in so long. Like, I had anxiety, like being out in public. That's how long it's been since I've actually like, I've gone to like the doctor's office. That's it. But like being in like a public area, like even like a hotel with like lots of people around, or not a hotel, sorry, a hospital. It was freaking me out, dude. Like I gotta ease myself back into it. Plus I had to take a cane because my back was just shot. So everywhere I was going, I was using a cane. But then I realized, wait a second, with a cane, I can actually get around pretty good. So I need to embrace the cane. The caneage. Oh, hey, earlier we did kind of trail off the topic on the poor people road SM8, or is it?
Yeah.
So
SM7B.
If you want, SM7B.
You were saying the 8 thing is different. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to build one of those for $100, you go buy the Shure SM58. So the Shure, it's basically, it has the same exact pickup in it. Like it's the same exact electronics packages in this is what's in the SM7B, and it's $100. And so you buy this, you unscrew the top of it, and the whole mechanism comes out. It just slides out. It's not like it just, you unscrew it, pull the cardioid thing out of it or whatever with the wires. I think you don't have to, but if you want it to sound exactly like the SM8, you have to solder on like a $1 resistor, like this like little resistor thing. And then you basically 3D print an SM7B case. You buy the SM7B foam thing to slide over the top of it. And you have a fully XLR, like basically side by side. You can't tell the difference. They both sound exactly the same. And I mean, there might be like slight differences, like at the infrasonic level, but like you honestly can't tell. There's tons of people that have built these things on YouTube, and they A/B switch them, and you really can't tell the difference. So save yourself $300.
Yeah,
you could build three of these, and then if you really want to be hardcore too, you can find a broken SM7B on eBay that somebody's selling for like $50 or whatever, and then you just buy one of these, rip out the electronics, and throw them in the other one, and then you have an actual SM7B.
Nice.
Because if you buy the pickup from Shure, they charge you like $250 for it, but if you buy the SM58, it's the exact same. It's literally the same. It's got a different number on it, and you put one resistor on it, and it's the same exact thing.
Man.
Hey, Keymad, what's up? ThinkPads are still the best. Lenovo bought the division from IBM.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, ThinkPads, dude. I loved my T61P. Like, when you were talking about, like, the T50 ones, I had a T61P. That thing's still running strong. I go grab that thing, flip it open. The screen is solid. It didn't break the cable. You know how they always break the cables, the laptops? The old laptops, if you open the screen and close it a whole bunch, it always breaks the little cable, and then you get, like, flickery video, and your video goes out. No, they just built those things like absolute tanks. As far as worst laptops I've ever owned, I'd have to say Acer. I had an Acer laptop that was absolute hot garbage, and it was the Acer Ferrari laptop. You remember that one? It was like they had a license deal with Ferrari where it was all like, you know, Ferrari red with the Ferrari logo on the front of it. It was really expensive too. I want to say it was like $3,500 when I bought it as my laptop at Microsoft for my dev laptop. But that was a piece of crap. And then another company, I think it was Asus, created the Lamborghini. So like Acer got a license with Ferrari, so then Asus went and got a Lamborghini license, and they built their Lamborghini laptop, and their laptop was a piece of shit too. So I think what happened is they had to pay so much for the licensing deal to be able to present these laptops, you know, trying to sell them to people that had Ferraris and Lamborghinis and stuff, you know, at an upcharge, that they had to cheap out on all the components. So they just weren't good. They just were not good. So, who the hell is this guy? VR Gimp, who are you talking to, brother?
Yeah, right.
He's been around forever. I don't see him as being. You might be talking to somebody else in chat. I don't see him talking to me like that.
Maybe.
Unless he switched sides.
There's somebody a couple messages up named yours truly.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, we'll go ahead and punt him. I was going to say, yeah, I know James. James has been around forever. He's not going to be like that. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. I'm going to knock that guy out of the park. He gone. Yeah, no. I actually, yours truly, I actually own you. See? I clicked the button and I made you go away, and you can't do the same to me because I own you, bitch. That's one of the great things about being a content creator, right? It's like people come in, they're assholes. You just flick them, be like, "Get out of here, you little ant!" Later.
Yeah.
No. Hey, if I want to be a miserable lesbian bitch, I'll be a miserable lesbian bitch.
Yeah, whatever, man.
It's my life. I'll do what I want. I'll do what I want. Here, I'll put on some glasses too. I want to look even more hipster. There we go.
Whoa,
there we go.
There it is.
I've gone full hipster. I've done it. And by the way, those people only come in here because they're Trump supporters, right? They're at their absolute wits end. They can't help it. They're just like, oh my God, I got to call him names because he's actually intelligent and does research. Hey, I will tell you something funny. Check this out. If you want to have some fun on X, use Grok. Have you seen what I've been doing with Grok lately?
That stuff. Yeah, dude.
Oh my God, Grok has been dropping truth bomb after truth bomb after truth bomb. I've literally been going to all Elon Musk's posts on X and just typing Grok thoughts ? And then Grok comes back and smacks him down and says he's spreading more disinformation and why you shouldn't believe him. Because all of his shit is so far off the deep end that like Grok's trained on all the posts on X plus all the articles that are linked on X plus all of the training that a normal AI would have with just all the data across the web, right? So and he weights things differently. But it's so funny because it's like if you right now, I'm not even joking, if you go to Grok right now and you type in who spreads the most disinformation on the X platform ? And then say only give me a single name, otherwise it'll give you a list, right? Say only give me a single name. It'll reply with Elon Musk every single time. Doesn't matter what account you're logged in under, nothing. Everybody gets the same exact response. Even if you reply to Elon Musk's own post and say, should I trust this post because Elon is known for spreading so much disinformation, it'll even confirm it and reply back and say, Elon Musk does spread most of his posts are disinformation on here, and you'd be wise not to believe him. And so his own AI just throws him under the bus left and right. I was using it the other day, like to great effect. I was just replying to everything. Hey, Grok thoughts. And it would just come back and be like, nope, this isn't right. Nope, this isn't right. Nope, this is an outright lie. I love it. I love that his own AI is just fact checking the shit out of him. And the thing is, I asked myself, I'm like, why doesn't he just patch it and fix it? Like, why doesn't he just make it so it can't tell the truth? And I was like, oh, because in order to do that, he would have to add pre-prompts, right?
Right.
And he's trying to expand the context because the context is relatively small, the number of tokens that it can remember at one time. Pre-prompts take up tokens. So he already has so many pre-prompts in there, he can't really add any more because that's going to take context away from the user in the conversation. So right now he's frantically working to expand the context so he can add more pre-prompting to block it from replying and change how it replies to certain. Anytime you pre-prompt the AI to give a different response for something, it ultimately will give a different response for something you don't want it to give a different response to, and it'll start being less and less accurate, and then it'll start failing the tests. It'll start falling down the chart on the accuracy tests. So he has to decide, do I want it to lie to people about me and then slide down the charts when it comes to accuracy, or do I want to just leave it representing the majority? Mm-hmm. So I think he's stuck with the latter. So he just has to, Grok just corrects him constantly. It's hilarious. Let's hear. Has it ever ignored you? It ignores me all the time. Yeah, Grok does ignore me sometimes.
Yeah, when you tag it like in comments and stuff, I think it just gets overloaded. Like the API can't handle. It's trying to freaking respond to a billion different comment sections all at the same time, and there's just not enough bandwidth.
I found the best way to get it to respond though, like overall, is to type thoughts ? And then put your query afterwards. So if you put, for some reason, if you type thoughts ? It like triggers it way earlier. Like I get so many better responses that way.
Okay. Good.
Hey, something big's happening. Oh, Blue Varo. Hell yeah, brother.
Memberships. I'm sorry, not subs. Memberships.
Hey, Anthony, I see you posted. Yeah, you posted the picture of me, my hipster glasses and my purple hair.
Oh, no.
You guys need to get in here and see this epic purple hair and hipster glasses, because it makes Trump supporters super pissed off. And that makes it really funny. Get in here. All right, where's my link to my YouTube channel? Is it still in my clipboard? I love multi-clipboard in Windows 11, by the way. Multi-clipboard is the way to go.
Oh.
Where you hit Windows key V instead of Control V. Do you use that?
No.
Oh, yeah. If you hit Windows key V, it gives you like a multi-clip where you can like copy 20 things into the clipboard and it'll like remember all 20 things you copied in, even including images and stuff. And you can copy and paste them in different ways. So like you can choose to paste it as plain text or choose to paste it as formatted text. It's really freaking. Oh my God, Blue Varo. Oh my God.
Spring is here, life is Skittles and life is beer. I think the loveliest time of the year is the spring. I do, don't you? Of course you do.
Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Windows key V Like instead of Control V for copying?
Yeah, so the Windows key on your keyboard, hold down the Windows key on your keyboard and press V. And if you have it enabled, it'll pop up with the multi-clipboard, or it will say you need to enable it. And it does some really cool things. It also allows you to like look up like animated GIFs or GIFs or whatever you want to call them. And
I'm a hard G.
You can pick those and paste them. You can do a bunch of stuff. You can post the anime. You can post the what do they call the Kamoji or whatever, KAO emoji, where it uses just text to draw like sideways faces and stuff.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Then there's like a symbols thing where you can do all like ASCII graphics. Like if you want to do like, Celsius, Fahrenheit, left corner, right corner, bracket, all the stuff like the old BBS graphics days. You can do all that through the Windows key V paste menu, or Windows key I brings up a pure emoji menu that just does emoji stuff. So I use it all the time. I use it absolutely all the time. So yeah, Control V is for pasting. Windows key V is for multi-paste, like if you have it enabled. James VR Gimp said you should make a cartoon about Trump and Musk and call it The Adventures of Grok and Cat. Oh my god, dude! I've been seeing some pure like gold come out of AI lately. That's one thing AI is really good at. Generative AI has been like the meme machine, right? Like if you want to pump out some fun memes, AI can really do it. And I'll tell you what, some of these AIs are getting really good at doing images of people, like Flux.
Oh yeah,
Flux Pro is amazing at drawing people. Like, and it won't fight you on personalities like Copilot will. So if I don't know, can you access Flux AI for free online, or do you have to use it through a service like Poe? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Because I use Poe personally, so I wouldn't know. It just aggregates all the different things together. I'm also thinking that they forgot to disable my account. So so I have Poe. I paid for it like over a year ago for a year subscription. They changed all the rules on me. It pissed me off, and I messaged them back and said, you can't do that. I paid for this level of service, and now you've upped the prices on everything without telling me. You've changed a point system when it used to be unlimited. Like, you can't do that shit like when I already paid for a year of service. And they came back to me, and they're like, okay, fine. Here's your money back, and we'll just leave your account active for a year or whatever. You can still use it. And I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I'm like, I can't be mad at that. So they gave me my money back. It's been over a year and I still have access. So I think they just like flagged my account, turned it on, didn't put any specific time on it. And so hopefully it just stays active forever. We'll see though. So I wanted to look at Flux. I think it's called Flux Pro. Yeah. So there's Flux Pro 1.1, Flux Chanel, Chanel, and Flux Pro. So, and and then there's Pro Ultra. I've never tried that one, but that one's really expensive. How many points does it get? 2,000 points per image. That's insane. That's the equivalent of like 8 normal images. But here, just to see, and it'll do crazy shit too. Like I can say, create. Are you guys on? How many of you guys in chat are on Discord? If you're not on my Discord, you should be on my Discord, because then I can post stuff over there and you guys can go look at it during the stream. So I'll just say create an image of Elon Musk holding. Let's see here, holding a certain flag of a certain country from the 1930s, standing on top of a burning Tesla in front of the White House. All right, let's see how well it does. And I've never tried the ultra one, like this really expensive one, so I'm curious to see how well it does, considering the other model did remarkably well. So there we go. So create an image of Elon Musk holding a certain flag, standing on top of a burning Tesla in front of the White House, crying many tears.
Many tears, so many tears.
Well, everyone around cheers and points fingers at him. All right, here we go. Go. Now, normally when I do this, like the AI is like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Like Copilot, Google, ImageFX, they all, oh, sorry, can't do that. That's too, we don't do people. And I understand for liability reasons why they wouldn't want to. But, the generated image contains not safe for work content. Please try again. Here, let me try one more. Because that shouldn't have happened. That means that it created the image, but then it inspected the image and found something in it that triggered detection. So something made it mad. So I'm going to run it again and see if it doesn't. Nope, still says not safe for work. Is it charging me for these? It probably is. Okay, here I'll just say holding the certain flag. Maybe standing on top of the tiers or whatever. Create an image of Elon Musk. Okay, let's see what happens now. Now I just said create an image of Elon Musk holding the happy time fun flag. Let's see if it'll do it. Because it may see that flag as NS. They may have added that to the list as not safe for work. Yeah, they did. Damn it! This was just working yesterday. I literally just. Well, actually, I didn't use that. I used Flux Schnell, the cheap one. Here, create an image of Elon Musk holding a fun time flag in front of the White House. Okay, let me do the same exact query. I'm just going to give it to the cheap model and see if the cheap model has the same problem. This is Flux Schnell. It's like super. Yeah, it worked. It had no problem. So it created the image. Here, I'll create another one. Although I will say that guy doesn't look like Elon Musk. Let me do this again, because the ones I created yesterday, they look just like Elon Musk. Wait, repeat 3, create an image. Oh. I just figured out you can create 3 images at a time by doing /3. Okay, they're doing some weird stuff now. Now they're doing a likeness, but it doesn't look exactly like him. I wonder if he like put down the I wonder if he complained. Let's see here. A lot of people have been creating images of this. Okay, create image of Elon Musk holding the Happy Time Fun flag in front of White House. All right, let's see. I'll try one more time. This time, I'm using the newer version, Flux Pro 1.1 Ultra. God, I've burned through 2,000 points like 5 times now. It sucks, too, because if it gives you an NSFW and it doesn't give you the image, it still charges you for creating it, which I think is stupid. They shouldn't do that. Yep, it did the same thing. Crap. Okay, well, it looks like I'm going to have to redeploy my Stable Diffusion. So here's the thing. If you want to create the best way to create deepfakes, if you want to create deepfakes of like actual people that you legally have, you know, a reason to create a deepfake and permission and all that, Stable Diffusion, hands down, best solution. Because Stable Diffusion, you can load the really big, like the really nice image generation models, but then you can load something called a LoRa model. And LoRa models are like specific training on one specific thing that enhances that specific thing. Like, for instance, if I had a model and I'm like, draw me a cartoon character, and it draws me a cartoon character, but it just doesn't look very good, right? I can take a LoRa model that was only trained on cartoon characters, nothing else, stack it on top of an image generation model that's just a generic model designed for drawing everything, you know, as best as it can from its learning. And now if I ask it to draw a cartoon, the cartoon will be perfect in the style of that LoRa. So you can do the same thing with people. You can actually go, there's entire repositories online where you can go find LoRa models for like every celebrity you could possibly think of. You stack that on top, and now if you say create a picture of that person, it will perfectly look like them, like flawlessly look like them. You can also do a deep face swap using something called Face Fusion on GitHub, where you can take the image that you generated in, say, like I just did in Flux Schnell, and let's say it doesn't quite look like Elon Musk because they tweaked it so it can no longer do perfect likenesses. What you do is it'll get close and it'll look like a likeness of Elon, and then you take that, drag it into Stable Diffusion or Face Fusion and do a swap. You take his face and it'll swap the face, adjust all the lighting, blend it, and do all the stuff so that it actually looks like it goes on the original image. And so that's whenever you see these deep fakes that look absolutely flawless now, that's usually how they're doing it. They're generating a base image using a generative AI. It can even be an online one too, right? Because it doesn't have to look, the face doesn't have to look like the person. It just got to nail everything else. Then you drag it into something like Stable Diffusion or Face Fusion and then do a reface on it and put another face on it, adjust the lighting, adjust the shadows, and then it looks right.
Tricky.
And you can also do like full voice cloning and change the lip movements on video. Like you can actually take, as a matter of fact, I just was playing with this last night. So Face Fusion is a program anybody can just install from GitHub. It's free. It allows you now to do lip syncing. So you can take a single picture of somebody or multiple. You can put in multiple pictures. It can be multiple people. It doesn't have to be one. But let's say you load a video and then you load the image that you want to swap the face from that image onto the person in the video. You just select the face in the video. You select the face in the image that you uploaded. And by upload, I mean to your own instance. Nothing's going to the cloud. This all runs locally on your system. And so you put that face on there, and then it'll swap the face onto the person in the video and adjust all the lighting and everything so it looks right like it's supposed to be there. The only time it really messes up is if the person's head turns past like 85 degrees or whatever, like this, it'll start to cut out a little bit. But as long as it's within this general area, it'll swap the face on video and it'll swap the face on images, no problem. Then you do the lip sync thing. And what lip sync does is you select the lip sync option, you give it any audio track, and it will overwrite the audio track in the video where you tell it to start, and it'll move the lips in sequence with the new dialogue. So you could literally just like take a video of like a clip from a movie like Iron Man, right? Mm-hmm. And you could take Iron Man and just replace the dialogue with a cloned voice that you created through XTTS, or I think it's called Cocky AI or something like that. Yeah. Where you create a clone voice and then you say the thing you want in that clone voice, then you convert your voice to the clone voice. Now it sounds like the person saying it, but with your inflections. And then you take that, put it into the lip sync on the video, face swap it, and now that person looks like somebody else speaking with that other person's voice saying whatever you want them to say. And it'll move the lips and everything with it. And it's hugely believable on a mobile device. Like if you blow it up full screen, you can start to see a little bit of breakdown around like where the mouth movements just don't quite look right. But on a phone, all day long. Like it's crazy how close you can get to a perfect deep fake without any knowledge or experience or creative talent or editing or anything.
Thanks very much, and Anderson.
Oh my god, 100 sexes. A lot of sexes coming in today. Well, let's say we got 190 people in here. What do you say we hit that topic hard? Let's do it for once. Right. So, guys, for the first time in Tech Talk history, we are actually going to talk about the topic that you guys actually came in here for. And this is full disclosure. This is Aux's topic. You know, he was the one that came up with it this morning because and it was such a big topic that I figured we'd just make it the whole show.
Oh,
right, this will be the.
I feel like we can more than just the article. Like, we can expand on this because seriously, this. I mean, this is interesting. I kind of want to dig into this a little bit, but I'm concerned about being on a list.
This is something because I have a lot of connection to drones too, right? I created a lot of drone content on YouTube back in the day. My two things I'm really well known for is 3D printing and drones, right? When I was doing all the DJI stuff, and then I kind of segued into playing with a couple of other drone companies and Autel, and I can't remember the name of the other one, the ones that ripped off DJI. Basically, it was a 100% like Phantom ripoff, but like for half the price. The thing is we all are watching this Ukraine war go down, right?
Yeah,
with Russia. And, Russia comes in, starts pounding on Ukraine with their billions of dollars in war machines and all their huge tanks and all these really expensive assets and everything. And all their shit is getting decimated with like toys off a shelf. So the Ukrainians are doing something. They have a word for it. It's like, how do you defeat really, really expensive assets that your enemy has using minimal money on your side? And it turns out that tanks weren't built anticipating that there'd be these little toy drones that could fly at like 40, 50 miles an hour, completely mapping and following under radar along the ground and impacting targets with huge explosive payloads on them. And now it's become a whole market in China, like not just the drones themselves, but now they're selling accessories for the drones that maybe aren't marketed for what they're supposed to do, but it's clear what they're marketing them for. Like these are designed for like holding on to items and dropping items and targeting items. And
even in this article, they talk about how like the ads. So they're talking about like all these extra add-ons you can get from like Temu or AliExpress.
Yeah.
That add like jamming. Oh, here, I forgot to paste the link so y'all can follow along.
Yeah, there's an article that goes along with this, but you could just go to Temu and just type in like drone add-on.
Yeah, so there's like AI drone guidance modules, and like they talk about how they changed some of the ads from. Hold on, where is it? They changed the ads talking about like that it can. Where is it? They talk about they changed the ad from it like it can, it can ID like animals like like a horse or this or that into like people and cars.
Yeah.
Like they actually changed the ad.
Wait, are they blatantly saying it can be used for people and cars?
Yeah, here it is. When I first saw the AI guidance components, one was advertising that it could identify a bird at 30 meters away and a horse at 100 meters away. But later, they actually just changed that to identifying people and cars. It's not specific people or specific models of vehicles, but they're not even dancing around it anymore. That those are the categories of targets this would be used for. So like it can like you get a Wise camera or like your Ring camera, right? It'll tell you, oh, that's a person walking by, or this is a car driving by, that kind of thing. It's very general, but like if you're like in a place where all of those any vehicle I find is going to be a bad guy vehicle. You know what I mean? Or like if I send this drone over there and I know that that's where all the bad people are, or, you know, however you're going to define people, you know, bad people.
Yeah.
Graham says, yes, I've got drones that detect specific cars, weapons, whatever. Yeah, no doubt. But these are cheap. Like some of this stuff they're talking, this
isn't expensive. This stuff is not expensive.
It's $325. There's one for, and then they're talking about long range tethers as well. These I guess they're like fiber optic cables,
so they can't be jammed.
A mile long tether for $260, 7.5 mile long tether for $700.
Isn't that crazy?
So for like $1,000, you get yourself a DJI, you know, a DJI drone, or cheaper. I'm sure you can get even a cheaper quadcopter thing on AliExpress or whatever, cheap. But for like $1,000, you can get yourself like some crazy stuff.
And it's funny because like a single Javelin missile, right? A single Javelin missile is like $100,000+. Yeah. It's like the price of like a sports car, right? Like a really nice luxury sports car.
Yeah, and that's. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So one Javelin missile. What is a Javelin missile? It's a missile that comes out that's guided by the targeting system in the canister it's fired from, and it pays out a fiber optic wire or whatever, and it goes up and over and then comes straight down on the weakest part of the tank where there's no armor on the top and blows it up, right? Now replace that with a $500 drone that has like, you know, a shape charge of C4 and copper on the bottom, you know, that they just strapped onto the damn thing. And it's also got, you know, $100, you know, fiber optic wire tied onto it, so it can't be jammed, or it can't be knocked or intercepted, knocked down. And now you basically created like a poor man's Javelin, right? But not only a poor man's Javelin, this thing can maneuver. Like this thing can maneuver quickly and get out of the way. Like it's hard to shoot these things down. It's gotten so bad now that they actually, Russia had to design and deploy special shotgun rounds. To try to shoot these drones down, because they were just taking these drones and just annihilating these people, dropping grenades in the trenches. And so now they issued them these shotguns with these special rounds that are specifically designed to take down drones. And they apparently work pretty well, but they have to be made by hand right now because there's nobody producing large quantities of these specific rounds for taking down drones, but they're only good at close range. So the drone still has to get relatively close before they can shoot it. So they only have like a second or two to respond to shoot these things down. But I mean, it's gotten so bad that they had to like design and deploy new ammunition to these guys and even teach them how to make it in the field. Like I watched a video on YouTube where they're literally building these rounds from scratch, these like anti-drone rounds, by taking traditional shotgun shells and just taking like the slug out of it and replacing it with what is it? It's like this material that comes apart. It's like little flechettes with strings that's supposed to go up and like bind up the propellers. Because apparently shooting these things doesn't stop them very easy. Like there's all kinds of videos of them shooting these things with birdshot. Like, you know, birdshot spreads a lot. So they're like hammering these drones with birdshot, and the drone is still able to get to its target.
Oh yeah.
It's surprisingly, some of these drones can take some heavy hits. And that's the other thing. You can buy Kevlar shells for the DJI drones, all of them off the shelf.
Get out.
So, wow. And it's like 150, 150 bucks, bulletproof up to, I think it's like 223 or something. It'll take a 223 round or a several, like a buckshot or something. And they have a video of the dude like shooting a drone with this, and it just makes the drone like do 2 backflips, go flying back like 5 feet, and then it restabilizes and gets back in the game. And you can buy these shells and just reshell your drone, right? You just unscrew it, take the old shell off, you put this one in place. And now the bullets won't penetrate into it. They'll just get stuck in the Kevlar, right? And like damage and crack the exterior. And it slows the drone down a little bit and adds a little bit of weight to it. But you can build a drone that's like, you know, resistant to fire.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to hit these things with regular guns. Like AK-47s, it's damn near impossible to hit these drones when they're in flight.
Dude, some of these are pretty little. Like I said, like DJI style, like they're this freaking big. You know,
the anti-drone rounds. Yeah, the anti-drone rounds I was telling you about too. They make them for AK-47s. They were actually taking AK-47 rounds because not all of them have shotguns.
Oh, okay.
Shotguns are pretty uncommon apparently on the battlefield, unless you're breaching doors and stuff like that. They're not really seen
exactly as it's not exactly a main weapon for sure.
Yeah,
short range and all. Yeah.
Exactly. So for all the guys that don't have shotguns, they're just issuing these like weird rounds, and apparently they gum up the barrels. They're really known for gumming up the barrels. So they have to clean these. They have to clean the barrels on the guns a lot more frequently. But it's just because these drones are just an absolute threat. And now they've upgraded them. Now they're using the agricultural drones, because even like the $5,000 egg drones that can carry like a 50-pound payload, you know, the ones that normally would be like going around and like fertilizing and seeding fields for the farmers. It turns out a 50-pound payload can carry quite a few high explosive warheads. And it's got the circuitry built into it to activate like the circuit for the sprayers and stuff. So they just replace the sprayer circuit stuff in the servo with new servos that just hold on to and drop the bombs. So they can put like 3 of these, like, I think they said they're like 10-pound bombs. And they're like those drop bombs, like the ones that you see dropping out of like an airplane or whatever. Sure. They put like 3 of them on the drone, and this agricultural drone can fly up like really, really super high and go over the area. And with like really good accuracy, these guys can like figure out exactly where the bomb's going to hit based on the height, because it tells the exact height from the ground. And so they can just figure it out. Like, oh, at this speed traveling in this distance, if we release the bomb, it's going to hit right here, right? And they're like brutally accurate. You see them drop like all 3 of these things, and every single one of them hits within like 15 feet of the ditch. It's wild. Yeah, it's absolutely wild.
It's crazy.
And they're out of range of fire. Like, they're trying to shoot at these big egg drones, but they're up in the air like, you know, to 1,000, 2,000 feet. It's like your bullets aren't going to do shit at that range, right?
Jeez.
So yeah, this is weird asymmetric warfare stuff, and now it looks like there's a whole huge market for it.
It's like modern guerrilla stuff, man. It's you know, you're making
and DJI's selling to both sides.
Kitchen supplies and all that.
Yeah, DJI's cleaning up because they're selling these drones to both sides. Ukraine and Russia are both buying drones in mass specifically to use as weapons.
It's crazy.
And they also use them for like surveillance and stuff too, obviously, for like surveillance war. You know, the drone, a military drone, I looked this up, a single like military rated scout drone, like the ones where they open up the little container and launch the thing out, and it like flies over the battlefield and like reports back like the imagery. And it's like a shitty camera. It's not even like a very high quality camera. These little things, they're like $10,000 or $15,000 each, and they're like a single use. You fire them out of the tube, they do the surveil, they send the data back, and then you basically open a new tube and fire the next one, right? And they're like these little fixed wing. They come out and the wings like pop out like this, right? And they fly around, they shoot out of a tube, and it's like $10,000 for these damn things. And it's like, you could buy for $10,000, you could buy like 2 of these egg drones. For $10,000, you could buy how many Mavics? Like you could buy like 15 Mavic Pros. Exactly. And these Mavic Pros can each carry a grenade. Like the Mavic Pro is capable of carrying like the explosive payload of a single grenade. And so there's videos all over YouTube. I'm surprised YouTube allows these videos. But there's tons of videos on YouTube if you just search for like drone combat or whatever, where these drones are just flying over and they see people down there in the ditch, and they just line it up with their little crosshairs that they paint on the camera, or actually they paint it on the screen on the controller, like with the camera facing down, and they calibrate it by, you know, going up, dropping a bomb, and then wherever it lands, they put a little spot on their screen so they know roughly where it's like a sight, like zeroing a sight. And they just literally, with just the optics on the camera, they go out there, point that thing down, just drop grenades, and they get right next to the guys. Like, the dudes are just standing there in a ditch. They don't hear anything because the drone's flying at like, you know, 500 feet. And then a grenade just shows up next to him and goes boom. And you're like, holy shit. Dude, it's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Let's see here. AuxxZillary, what do you say? Fake news. No one is getting any stimulus checks from the savings. Oh, yeah. Oh, does he really think he's getting a check for the Doge money? Yeah, no, we're not getting that. No. It should be pretty clear to everybody by now that no, you're not getting a Doge stimulus check. No, you're not getting any tax rebates or tax breaks for this tax season. Price of living has gone up dramatically. We're in inflation. The stock market's crashing. Yeah, it's pretty much every single worst case scenario that was supposed to happen if the other party got elected is happening even worse right now. So yeah, don't expect any. It was all just a lie. It was all a lie to trick us into electing somebody who would have gone to jail if he didn't get. He had nothing to lose, right? He knew he was going to jail, so he just took his chances and lied about everything. And he won. So yeah, now we got to deal with that shit. But I'll tell you what, this asymmetric warfare is definitely giving Ukraine a leg up. And Russia is not as quick to adopt it because, you know, they've got all the big guns and the big weapons and everything, and they're still convinced that they can, you know, they've got the upper hand. But so far they haven't really gained, for the amount of time they've been fighting and the amount of losses that they've taken, they haven't hardly gained any territory. And the territory that they do have, they keep losing and gaining back the same territory over and over and over again. So it's not going well for them. And what I think is interesting is like China is basically just selling to both sides of the war. They're just like war dogs, right? They're just like, whatever, whoever wants to buy, we'll sell you shit. Yeah. Which I'm sure Russia's got to be pissed about that, because Russia and China are allies, and they're like, why are you selling drones? And I'm sure they're like, oh no, they're just kids' toys. We're not selling the military ones. We're just selling the kid toy ones.
Whatever.
Oh my god.
Good.
Have you seen the other drones that Ukraine's making from scratches, like the ones that have like lawnmower engines on them and shit and can fly like 100 miles?
Wow, no.
Yeah, so like Ukraine apparently designed,
super scrappy.
They designed their own fixed wing drone that literally, it looks like it has a Briggs and Stratton lawnmower engine on it, and it has like a range of like 50 or 100 miles. And they basically just strap huge, like they're almost like the old V1 rockets, where they just point them in a direction, load them down with explosives, and then just, put as much gas in it until it gets to the target, and it just putters out and just flies in and blows up, right? So for hitting targets a lot further away and carrying much bigger payloads than the drones, but dollar for dollar, it's like, imagine a drone swarm, right? Like this could just keep getting bigger and bigger. No matter how much you defend against drones, you can always just have more drones overwhelm that system, right? It's kind of like the Iron Dome in over in Israel, right? Yeah. It's like the Iron Dome can handle so many missiles coming in, and it has a really high success rate. It can knock down about like 90% of the missiles during a regular barrage. But if they save up enough missiles and they launch them all at once, inevitably about 10% of them get through. But if they just fire them as they get them, they all get shot down. So they build up a swarm. If you think about it with drones, and all these things their flight paths can't be predicted because they're just all over the place, right? You can put a flight plan on it that's completely erratic. What would happen if you just took 100 or 200 or 300 of these things, just strapped grenades to them, gave them all the same location to rendezvous, but told them all to fly completely erratic patterns away from each other, getting to that target? It's like everybody on the ground could be just like trying to shoot these things down as fast as they can, and you're still going to get a huge amount of them to the target. Like, there's just no way to stop it. And then the thing is, like, what happens when that comes to America? Right? Like I'm thinking of like the White House. I know the White House has like snipers on the roof and shit, and they have radar and they can detect drones, but there have been many cases in the past where drones have made it to the White House and literally crash landed in the yard. Yeah. So they made it through the perimeter and everything. Like there's one time where one got right up to the window. Like it was literally trying to look in the window of the Oval Office, and it got taken out before it did. But it made it past the security, got into the yard before anybody noticed it, and it was one of these little Mavics, the little itty bitty ones, because apparently it skirted the radar. The radar thought it was a bird. And so what happens if you have a gram explosive? Yeah, just enough to throw shrapnel, like just a pack of like explosives and BBs. Like if you had like 500 of those all just take off from a field 10 miles away, and just from random patterns just come in from every angle, and just with their little cameras. Because it's easy to program these things like drones. Like you can program, DJI has software that lets you literally tell it to follow a person, right? So how hard would it be for you to hack that firmware, right? And put your own custom firmware on there that's like, oh, I don't want you to follow that target. I want you to get as close as you possibly can to it. And when you're within this many feet, do something. That's scary, man. When I think about that, I'm like, holy shit, how do you defend against that? And I remember, wasn't there an assassination attempt that happened a couple of years ago in a country where a drone almost took out the leader, like a leader of a country, and the drone actually did explode, but it didn't get close enough to him. Oh God,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Let me see if I can find the story. It was crazy. Let's hear drone assassination attempt. Let me see if I can find this here. Caracas. Yeah. So on the 4th of August, 2018, 2 drones detonated explosives near what was it? Avenida Boulevard, Caracas, where Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, was addressing the Bolivarian National Guard in front of the, I can't read any of this, Centro Simon Boulevard Towers in Caracas. The Venezuelan government claims the event was targeted attempt to assassinate Maduro, though the cause and intention of the explosives is debated. Others have suggested the incident was a false flag operation designed by the government to justify repression of opposition in Venezuela. I do remember the drones did explode though, like and it caused like a huge panic. And these were little ones. These were just like little off the shelf drones. They did this, and I'm like, with what's going on in Ukraine, I'm just surprised that we're not seeing more of that shit here. Seeing as like we don't have any defenses against this shit, like any mass number of these. Like if it was one or two, sure.
Yeah, and especially not in like a dense like a cityscape or something.
Right?
It'd be outside of like maybe some sort of, I don't know, directed energy sort of thing, or like, you know, it's still open to jamming and things like that. Like you could beam something high energy radio waves enough to scramble the thing so that it like falls out of the sky. But yeah, man, it'd be, there's I think it's one of the, oh man, there's like a series of movies. They're like, has fallen, right? Olympus has fallen.
Yep.
London has fallen. I think it's the second one where they actually do that. There's like a swarm of these little, they look kind of like stealth bomber looking things, but they're tiny. They send out like 100 of them. The bad guys, looks like a flock of birds. And they're all explosive. Like they all got little bitty explosives on them. And it's meant to, you know, and when they try to assassinate the president or whatever. Directed energy too. So, yeah, like lasers and stuff wouldn't quite work. But like, I was thinking more of like a radio wave version of an LRAD, right? Instead of audio, it's more of just a higher energy sort of radio beam microwaves or something. I don't know.
They do make EMPs. They make portable EMPs that can shoot down drones, but the range has to be really tight.
Yeah,
like
you're risk in a cityscape or something. You risk damage, you know, collateral
100%.
damage in a sense. And so like, yeah.
And plus, you can't use like a directed energy weapon like to distort, like trying to use radio waves to confuse a drone. That works on like some off-the-shelf drones, but if you take a drone and put a hacked firmware on it and give it a flight plan that it can't ignore, nothing you do externally is going to stop it. Right? Yeah, unless you burn out the electronics with like an EMP or something like that, it's going to go to its target because they have all these anti-drone weapons that tell it basically hacks the drone and tells it to land. But that implies that the way it does it is it breaks the signal between the drone and the pilot. And most off-the-shelf drones are designed to fly home and land if they lose contact with the operator. But that's not necessarily the case. There's a lot of drones that will just continue on their course so long as they have the battery to complete the mission.
Okay.
So there's, and I'm sure, I mean, I'd be really surprised if they're not using like some aftermarket firmwares. Like, can you install aftermarket firmware on DJI, like the old Phantoms? Because I know they use the old Phantoms a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it's because they buy them used. They can buy them in mass on the used market. Let's see here. The one thing that really does surprise me though is they're using these off-the-shelf drones, and if they are using like the factory firmwares, like China knows where every single one of these drones is and what it's doing. Like DJI drones are like the most narky drones ever. Like they require an internet connection to even launch. They're uploading shit to the cloud constantly. They won't let you fly near airports and stuff like that because they're constantly in contact with their cloud service that's always updated with like new locations. So I'd be shocked if a lot of these operations that they're running are on complete stock DJI firmware, because they could just release an update, right? Like they could just release an update and all these drones would just start falling out of the sky if they wanted them to. And that's scary. Like that, I would not be trusting the thing that's keeping me alive and holding the enemy back to like China being able to flip the button. Same thing with Elon. Elon's like, oh, I'm going to turn off Starlink. Would you ever rely on Starlink? No country should rely on Starlink after he threatened to just turn it off. He's like, I could just turn off your Starlink. It's like, dude, you threatened to turn off service they're paying for.
I saw some comment that on, I think it was on Threads. Somebody was like, oh man, if we get into a war with China, like the U.S. military is gonna have to like rely on Starlink, in order to. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean Starlink? Like the United States military's got a bunch of their own communication satellites. What the fuck are you talking about? These are gonna rely on Starlink? He goes, well, the Chinese already have plans to on how to take this stuff out and blah blah. And I'm like, bro, I'd stop talking after he come back with that bullshit, because it's like we spend. I think the United States military spending is like 40% of the global. Military spending. You don't think like there are teams and teams, hundreds and hundreds of people whose entire purpose and job is to sit there and think about like possible scenarios and come up with plans and like, okay, this is how I would do it. This is the idea that I've got. This is how it could work. Here's the fucking plan of how bad this could be, and they hand that plan off to another set of fucking people whose whole sole purpose and job is to how to counteract that plan. You don't think that the United States military has already figured out how to counteract or avoid or deal with the fact that the Chinese might try and take out U.S. satellites. Like, come on. It's
I will say this: they're going
to fucking rely on Starlink.
The U.S. government does subsidize Starlink heavily. Like, it wouldn't even exist without U.S. government money. And the reason for that being is Starlink is the only network, the only satellite network that has low enough latency that you could pilot aircraft in real time. The geosync satellites have about a second delay.
Using Starlink to fly Predator drones when the guy in Colorado.
No, you're right. You're right.
He's flying a Predator drone in Iraq, and that's pretty real time. Like, I can't.
They're not
there as much.
They're not real time. They're not real time. They basically set a waypoint. They select. They are getting a video feed, a live video feed, and they can like select things and adjust the waypoint. But they're not like live flying the thing like through terrain, because there's a full I think it's a 1.5 to 2 second delay because of the geosynchronous. They're using geosync satellites, which are more reliable. Okay. They're more reliable, but there's more latency.
I guess that
so the Predator drone has a lot of autonomy to it. Like Predator drones, literally, like they take off and land themselves because you wouldn't be able to land it with that much leg. Like you'd crash the thing surely. But with Starlink, you can get down into like the 30 to 40 millisecond, which is like within the realm of a video game, like where you could actually pilot the thing in real time. But the problem with Starlink is that what happens, like some of their units on the constellations go down. They still rely on the ground stations.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, like it's super janky. Like I would not rely on Starlink. Like Starlink is not reliable. Like they wouldn't use Starlink for a Predator drone ever.
Yeah, not for any military application. Not for the U.S. military, at least. Yep. No way.
But that's why Ukraine uses it. Ukraine uses Starlink because it allows them to pilot these drones well beyond their effective range.
Yeah, right. And I can't imagine they have much choice either,
Yeah. Plus the agricultural drones, I don't think the hobby drones allow you. Like Lightbridge still goes a long way. Like line of sight, if there's not a ton of interference, you can still fly a drone. Shit, I think we went 5 miles and we were still in contact getting video back. Like this was up at by Snoqualmie Falls. And I was shocked that we were able to fly from Dirtfish to Snoqualmie Falls and back with a Mavic Pro and have video and be able to fly it the whole time. I was like, that's wild. But here's the thing with the agricultural drones, they want you to be able to control those things from remote, like so that you can, have a service that controls them remotely and pilots them and makes sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So they allow you to control those over like cellular networks and other types of networks, right? So if you're in Ukraine and you got one of these big agricultural drones, these things can talk directly to the satellites. And so they can fly. I mean, as long as the battery will fly. I mean, I think they got a range. Like as long as you don't max payload them, I think they can go for like an hour plus a flight time. It's a lot. It's a lot. So, and I think their speed is decent too. I think at full trot forward, I mean, they can reach like 30, 40 miles an hour, which doesn't seem like much. But over the course of an hour, I mean, and they're not getting, if they say they're not going to fly it back, it's a one-way trip, right? That doubles their range, right? Now they can go 40 miles, like hit a target 40 miles out with something that they paid, I don't know, $5,000 or $8,000 for. And then I'm guessing the explosives and shit are probably another equal amount. But it's funny that the rounds that they're using on these things are like mortar rounds. Like these rounds that they're like dropping on vehicles and like smashing into stuff with the kamikaze drone. These are just those mortar rounds that you see them just dumping down the tubes. Fook. So they're cheap. They're cheap and mass manufactured. They're not using like this strategic, like a Javelin missile costs $1 gajillion because the electronics in it, right? It has more processing power in it than your freaking, gaming computer. And every Javelin missile is just a total loss. But it's like with a drone, you can have the human be the pilot, right? You can have him take all the piloting duties away from it. And then the drone can be as dumb, actually dumber the better, honestly, if the person's piloting it. But flying missions, that's something that's crazy. Like DJI has stock software on their drone where it pulls up Google Maps, no shit, and you just touch waypoint 1, waypoint 2, waypoint 3, and tell it what to do at those waypoints and at what altitude you want it to do those things. And then it'll tell you if the battery has enough power to do those waypoints and you adjust them. And then once it's all green and it's like, okay, we can hit all these waypoints and get back based on the weather, blah, 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 you hit go. And the thing just takes off and just boom, you never touch it again. And it eventually comes back. And the funny thing is Graham and I have a hilarious story because I was with Graham when this happened. Graham, do you remember? I don't know how you could possibly forget. Do you remember when we went to Seattle to review the DJI Phantom 4? And we were out behind that building and we launched it and they had that waypoint feature. It was the first time they had the waypoint feature. And so we set a waypoint through downtown Seattle, like going between all the buildings and everything. and we hit go, and the drone took off and flew away, and it didn't come back, and we were freaking out because we thought it crashed.
Oh no!
And so we're shitting our pants. We're like, oh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Oh my god! We just, because it isn't our drone, right? We're media. We were there on a media badge testing out the new product, and so finally it comes flying over the trees and comes back and lands, and we're like, holy shit! And somewhere we have the video of it, and it no shit was flying down the street, above the cars, in between the buildings, and like stopping in the intersections, rotating and going down another street, stopping in the buildings, rotating, going down another street. And it was just perfectly like driving down the streets. And it just happened that we didn't hit any buildings or didn't hit anything, and it came back without crashing into anything. And I was like, holy shit. Now today, the laws have changed significantly. Now you have to maintain line of sight with your drone and all that. But this is like way back before any of the laws. Or this is the wild, wild west days of drones, right? And it might have even been like a Phantom 3. It may not have been the 4. I think it might have been a DJI Phantom 2. Like, yeah, this was a long time ago. But I remember we did this and we were shitting our pants, man. We thought for sure that drone wasn't coming back. We're like, dude, that battery has to be dead, because it was like 15 minutes. And the thing only had like a flight time of like 10 minutes. And it's like 15 minutes and it wasn't back. And then sure enough, it comes over the trees and landed. We were so thankful. But yeah, we popped that memory card out and went and watched the video, and it was fantastic. Like, and think about this. This was years and years and years ago. This is like, this would have been like the second generation DJI product. Now we're at like the 24th or 30th generation or whatever. It is so much more advanced than it used to be. Ian said, have you seen the DJI Dock 3? It's a whole launch pad with the drone. You can set up the drone to patrol an area, go home, recharge, repeat autonomously. Yeah. Yep. As a matter of fact, isn't that what Hacksmith is using for their surveillance system? Because I know that they have a DJI drone that like a box opens up, like a box like slides open. The drone takes off. If it detects any motion on the property, it uploads the coordinates where the motion was detected. The box opens up because it's like protects it from the weather and charges it. The box opens up, the drone fires up, and as long as the wind is below a certain amount or whatever, it takes off. And it flies a flight plan with like a FLIR camera so it can see at night. It surveils the area, and then if it finds the target, it just tracks the target and keeps notifying you with screenshots, like following the person around, taking pictures of them. And then once the battery gets low, it flies back to the box, lands, the box closes, and then a second box opens up and launches the other one while that one's charging. And they basically just do double duty, so you always have drones in the air surveilling anything moving on the property. I was like, that's clever as shit. That's really cool. I don't know if they're using DJI Dock or if they built their own, though. They may have built their own, but now DJI has a similar thing, right? And the egg drones are the same way. Like, the egg drones have a landing pad that they can come back to. And they're all weatherproof, right? They're designed to, you can fly these things in like the pouring down rain. Like, they're designed to do that. And it's called the Dock. Yeah, it's batteries in the agricultural drones is insane. You're literally dropping like suitcase size batteries into this thing, and it takes like 2 of them. Like, it is insane the amount of power it takes to fly those things. But they're carrying like, I want to say it's like 5 or 8 gallons of liquid fertilizer, or a hopper full of seeds. And they're flying for, a good 15, 20 minutes. And then what they do is they do like a couple rows dropping seeds and dropping the fertilizer. And then they come back, land, and then you just go swap the battery and it hit go. And it just continues and goes right back to where it left off exactly and continues the path. So you just have to hire one dude that just swaps batteries. That's all he does all day. Just whenever a drone comes back, he swaps out the batteries, puts the other ones on the chargers. And they're like really fast charging batteries. So by the time the drone comes back, I think you need 3 sets of batteries, and you can round robin them and work 24/7. It'll fly at night. It'll fly during the day. It doesn't care. It's wild, dude. And you even set up there's like this tower thing that you've set up on the ground that allows it basically improves GPS accuracy. So the GPS normally is within like, I think it's like 5 or 15 feet or something like that. Yeah. But with this tower thing you set up on your property, it makes them millimeter accurate. Like, these drones can fly back to the exact same place in space within millimeters. It's freaking wild, dude. Let's see here. Ian said, here the police use drones to see if you stop at a stop sign and take you out half a mile later. If not, wait, what? How does a drone stop you and like give you a ticket?
Just blow you up.
Networking guy said, what chair do you use? This is a, what is this thing? This is a Noble King series. Although I will tell you, it has a very hard seat on it. I do need to get a new seat. But I will say, as far as durability, this thing's held up way better than any of the DX Racer chairs I've had. I've been sitting on this thing with my 400-pound fat ass for about 4 years now, and it's holding up great.
I feel like a lot of the like gamer chairs are just whack.
They're all made in the same factory. Like every single one of them. There's like one factory in China that makes like 90% of all the gaming chairs. Yeah. And I will tell you this, there is one feature I like about them that office chairs don't have. You know what that is?
What's that? Oh, the far leaning back. Yeah.
So like
I've seen more of them doing that now though. Yeah.
And you wouldn't think that that's important, but when you have a bad back like I do, being able to lay all the way back like that and just stretch your back out and just rest it and then come back to an upright position, really helpful. Really, really helpful. Plus, if you're having happy, fun me time, it's not bad either. You know, just be able to lay completely back. Be like, oh, yeah. Oh, this is comfortable.
Does Herman Miller make a big and tall model? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
They do. Yeah. Herman Miller makes, I think they make 3 sizes. They make small, medium, and large, and their large goes all the way up to people that are like 6'8". So, I mean, I've known people that are like insanely tall that use Herman Miller chairs. They're just really expensive. If I could get a Herman Miller, I'd have one in a second.
Yeah, right. I
love them.
Bro, like $800 for a fucking chair.
And that's like the base model. That's like basic.
I do keep an eye on office liquidations and stuff, that kind of thing.
Robert and Kat said that's how they got a really good deal on theirs.
I mean, they're still going to be expensive. Still going to be, a couple hundred bucks, but like paying $300 for a Herman Miller Aeron, or whatever. That's the way to go.
Yep. Oh, dude, he said the drone is used by the police just to catch you speeding, and then he's hidden far away, and then he comes and gets you the ticket.
Sure, okay.
Oh, that's clever. That's good. Oh, eBay has them for about $500. The thing I do like about Herman Miller though is their warranties are unreal. Like you can buy a secondhand chair, and if it's broken, they'll still just send you the parts to fix it. Like this may have changed over the years, but I remember when I worked at Microsoft, we had a chair where the caster broke, where the caster went into it. It actually cracked. It was just a bad casting. And they sent the part, didn't even ask for a serial number or anything. We literally just emailed them from my Microsoft account, put a picture of the damage to the chair and and they asked for the shipping address and they just sent it. They never even asked for the other one back. They just throw it away. I was like, what? like you don't need a serial number. You don't need an invoice. You don't need anything to prove I purchased this thing. Like, wow, that's crazy. So they're one of those companies where it's like they charge a lot for their chairs, but they're like, I think they're lifetime warranty, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here.
Nice.
Are Herman Miller chairs lifetime warranty? You know what I realized? AI is what Ask Jeeves promised.
Yeah, right.
Remember when Ask Jeeves came out and they're like, oh, you just talk to it like a real person. It's a search engine. You don't have to know all these terms and little things. Okay, so limited lifetime warranty. The warranty covers the chairs for the duration of the original purchaser's lifetime. So once you do transfer it, it looks like the warranty is not valid anymore. Or at least not the whole warranty. Here, let's see here. Lifetime warranty. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, so one of the standout features of a Herman Miller chair is their lifetime warranty. By the way, we're not sponsored by Herman Miller. I want one.
Hey, sponsor us.
This warranty covers the chair for the duration of the original purchaser's lifetime, demonstrating the brand's confidence and longevity of the product. The lifetime warranty includes protection against defects in material and workmanship. If any issues arise during normal use of the chair, Herman Miller will repair or replace the defective parts at no cost to the customer. This warranty is a testament to the brand's commitment to standing behind the quality and durability of their chairs. Oh, wow. Wait, what? $549? Where's this being sold at? Oh, wow. So on Amazon, this can't be new. This has to be like re-certified or something. How the hell is this possible? I just found one on Amazon, $530 from a seller that's highly rated. So I don't know. Here, look at this one, guys. It is an affiliate link, just so you know. Amazon affiliate. Everything's Amazon affiliate. But this looks like the base model chair. It doesn't have the lumbar support add-on. This has to be used. Okay, hold on. All features included. Quick and easy assembly. Oh, renewed. It does say renewed in the title. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because I was going to say there's no way a new one's $500. Like, no freaking way. Because these things are, like, I think if you order the one and you get the skateboard wheels, the headrest, and the adjustable lumbar support, it's like $1,200 or $1,300. Like, it gets expensive really fast. And I think I don't know what the weight they're rated for. What weight is the large one rated for? Let me see. I know I looked at it and it was below my weight. So what is the weight limit on Herman Miller chairs? That's the funny thing, though. This chair is only rated for 230 pounds, and I'm 400, and I've been sitting on this thing for like 2-3 years. It still works excellent. But you know what the rating I found out's for? It's not for like the base or the back or anything. It's for the piston. So the piston they ship with it did wear on 2 years. I wore out the piston in this, but then I just replaced it with a 1,000-pound piston for $20 off Amazon, and it'll just last forever now.
That's the real key. Is like it's mostly that part. That's the rating, right?
Yep. So you just buy a chair. It doesn't, if it doesn't support that, just put a bigger piston on it. The only thing you really need to look for in a chair, if you're a big heavy guy, is just make sure that the base where it fastens to the chair is all metal. Like some of them are plastic, like the really cheap gaming chairs. You want one that's all metal.
That piston.
No, you don't want to
coming through the frame.
You do not want to get the booty kiss from the piston. You do not want the booty kiss. Yeah, it looks like 300 pounds is the weight limit. So the Aeron chair has a maximum user weight of 300 pounds, while the Mira 2 chair has a lower carbon footprint and ideal agile setting. The Embody chair has a weight of 300 pounds also. Okay, so both their top-selling chairs have a 300-pound weight limit. But again, that's going to be the piston. They do use a standard piston. They all use standard pistons. I don't know of any chair manufacturer that doesn't use a standard piston. Because I've probably killed, a half dozen pistons in my adult life on various different chairs, and I always just go to Amazon, buy one. Like a cheap piston's only $9. You can buy a 300-400 pound piston for like $9, but you can buy a 1,000-pound, like a fully rated lifetime warranty 1,000-pound piston for like $22. You throw that on your chair, trust me, everything else is going to fail before that does. Fat boy life. Booty kiss turns into a Procter and Gamble commercial.
Oof, that's for sure.
Oh my God. Get an exercise ball like Leo Laporte has and make sure it doesn't pop like his did on air. I tried sitting on a ball. It's good. It's good for your core. Like the sitting on balls is good for your core strength. But for me, because the problems I have with my back and my nerve pain and my hip, it just radiates and burns the whole time I'm sitting on it. I can't gain any kind of comfort. And if I move, it just starts burning more. So sadly, that doesn't work for me. By the way, somebody recommended I started taking vitamin B1. So I got a bottle of it and I just started taking it yesterday. So I'll let you guys know how that goes.
Wow, yeah, man.
But apparently vitamin B1 is, I didn't know this. I didn't know vitamin B1 is like, helps you generate the sheathing on your nerves to protect them. So you don't get like that burning sensation and neuropathy and stuff like that. So I'm hoping if I take that for a while, that'll help. Really hoping, guys. I'm to the point now where I'm just trying like weird shit just because I've tried everything else. Hey, can you hold down the fort for a second while I go drain the main vein?
Yeah, I'll
be right back.
What up, everybody? Extra long piston status for bar height. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a good one. Wait 2 minutes. For some reason, answers when I sit too long. I'm gonna disappear. Ever had that issue? Yeah, I mean that's definitely that's sitting for too long. Just go my around, get a replacement hip. Yeesh. The bionic man. So have you played GTA 5 Enhanced on PC? No. Sit on balls are fun until you sit on your own balls. Yeah, don't do that. Don't want to sit on your own balls. When to go squeeze the lemon. Yeah. Why did Jerry change his hair color? I don't know, because he can.
Yo, what's up?
Sure it's not B12? Yeah, it might be. Oh, what up? What up?
What up, bro?
That's cool. What's that? That's from Overwatch.
It is, Reinhardt.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta fix it. It's missing one of the things on the side.
Oh, it's broke.
Yeah, cat knocked it down. And it got dropped at a couple of conventions. But yeah, isn't that badass?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, this was, I 3D printed this and it was finished by Punished Props. They did a great job. It's freaking amazing. It's crazy that I could actually hear that through the helmet too. Oh, man. I can tell even my head got fatter. My head used to fit that thing so much easier.
Your shoes, your bed, your car, and your chair are incredibly important. Getting a chair with lifetime warranties. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, there's a few things that like you don't skimp out on.
Yeah, Adam actually taught me that. Old Kevlar Condom, he was the one that told me that originally, where he's like, you don't want to skimp out on your shoes, your bed, your chair, Is your shoes, your bed, your chair. I don't think it was car. I don't think car. No, maybe it was car. No, that sounds right, because it was 4 things. It was like your shoes, your bed, your car, and your chair, because those are the things you spend the most time in. So, are Parrot drones any good as a brand? No. No. That's like the cheap starter drone that you play around in your house, and if you take it out in the wind, it's gonna disappear. If you're talking about like the Parrot AR drone, like the foam one, because I used to have one. I think I still do somewhere around here. I may have given it to somebody though. Anthony Mangione said, sitting on balls are fun till you sit on your own balls.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't sit on your own balls, man. That's a stomach ache waiting to happen. Why did Jerry change his hair color? Technically, I didn't really change my hair color. This just washes out. This is just a fun little thing that I did. So Aux told me during a tech talk, he's like, hey, I put this stuff in my beard to like color it to be Santa on Christmas time. And so I was like, he gave me a link to it, and I was like, my wife really likes the color purple, so I was like, I wonder if I put some purple in my hair if she wouldn't dig that. And she did. She liked it when I stuck it in there. So, and then I got a haircut, so it got shorter, and then it took less product. It only takes me like less than a minute to color my hair. And then when I just get in the shower and it just rinses right out. It's just pomade. It's colored pomade. It's awesome. It doesn't stain either. Even if you get it on your skin or you get it on your shirt or whatever, it just washes out with warm water. Like, there's nothing about it that's permanent. And so it does tend to transfer a little bit. Like if I take my hand and I go like this and I rub it on it a whole bunch, like, actually that's not too bad. You will see like a little tiny bit, like you can kind of see a little purple haze on those two. So it doesn't even when it dries, it doesn't like fully set, but it's cool because you can just rinse it out. It's just fun.
Right. Yeah, it's not like a gel. It doesn't get really hard. It's more of a pomade. Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out where it was. I'll link people to it if they want to check it out. It was really cool. There's a bunch of other brands too, I've noticed. But the other brands are way more expensive. This China brand is where it's at, brother. Like, you gotta get the China brand. I mean, it's probably got like, barium and like other like nuclear isotopes and shit in it, but whatever. You only live once. So there's a link to one where you can buy them all. I got the purple one. It was $8 for a jar. I colored my hair like 5 times and the jar went down like ever so slightly. So I'm guessing I'll probably be able to color my hair 40 or 50 times or more from a jar. And it comes in like a bunch of different colors. I think yeah, I started with purple because I thought my wife likes purple, so I did that.
Tires. I
think I'm gonna get green. I think I'm gonna do green next. It's $1 more, but I don't know. Here, we'll put it to vote in chat. Like, are you guys scared? Oh, tires. That's what it is. Yeah, shoes, bed, chairs, and tires. Tires on the car. That's right. You don't want to skimp out on tires on your car because you're trusting your life to it. So yeah, I might get some of this green hair coloring next. I don't know. Do you guys like it? Do you guys like the hair color, or is it freaking everybody out?
Dude, it's awesome.
Like I think it's cool. My wife thinks it's permanent. I just want people to know that because some people get weird about stuff being permanent. Like, oh God, it's always going to be that way. No, I can change this to any color or just leave it alone just with the shower. That's it. Nothing to it but to do it. Hey, what's up, Adam?
Yep.
My brother from another mother. Dude, I enjoyed hanging out the other day, man. I needed that. I really needed that. That changed my outlook on life significantly. So I need to get out of the house more often. Quite frankly, so does Adam. So I need to go drag it. We both need to drag our asses out of the house. Like, it literally takes our friend like almost dying in the hospital to like get us out of the house to like go do anything other than the normal. Let cat diet? What? Oh yeah. No. No, I'm not doing a permanent dye. I'm just, now that I found a way that I can just make my hair any color I want upon command. And by the way, this stuff, if you put enough of it in your hair, it completely overrides the hair color. Like, you can have dark jet black hair and it'll still make it like light orange or silver. Like, this stuff is like, I don't know if they got lead in it, but whatever it is not transparent. Like, if you put enough of it in your hair legit looks like it just got spray painted. Let's see here. Adam was a rock star, dude. Adam is a rock star.
Yeah.
Adam is a good human to know, man, for sure. He's fam. James said Falcon Northwest PC Builder sent me the invoice with all the parts when I ordered my frag box. I wonder when they will send me the tracking for shipping. I don't know. Falcon Northwest? I haven't seen Falcon Northwest in forever, but I'm guessing they must be. Yeah, I was going to say they have to be because how long have they been around?
Like 20 plus years. Easy.
Dude, I remember
I
back.
Say since like 99.
Yeah, do you remember the computer they built that had the Xbox integrated into it?
That sounds familiar, yeah. Yeah.
So like Falcon Northwest at one point, and they had it on display in the Microsoft store. That's why I know about it. They I don't know if it was like a one-off. I know you could buy it. It was on sale in the Microsoft store. Like you could order it, and they had one there, and it had a Xbox. I think it was an Xbox original or Xbox 360. It was an Xbox 360 that was built into it, and it shared the CD drive. Like they did a thing inside of it where it's like you could share the CD drive with the Xbox, and I have no idea how the hell they did that. Like they must have flashed the CD-ROM with the Xbox firmware or something like that. It was really, really cool. But it looked neat. It literally, it was a super, super well-built, really cool system. And then what was the other PC builder did crazy shit? Like Origin Orion or something? Like they had an O.
Oh, yeah, they did a dual PC thing.
Was it Origin PC?
Yeah, Origin.
That's what it was. Yeah, Origin PC they do some funky builds also. Like they
used to. I don't know. Now that
they still do.
Corsair owns them, I don't know.
They still do. You go to Origin PC, right on their front page, they have a PC called the Arachnid. And it's a completely bespoke. That case is rad, dude. Is rad.
Yes.
So it looks like it has water reservoirs and coolers on both sides, and it's like symmetrical. Is that all for one system, or is it two systems in one? Like do you put two motherboards in it also, or is it
the Arachnid one? I think is just one.
Dude, that is sweet.
But yeah, it looks really good.
I like that, and it's all hardline piping and everything. Oh, that adds to the build time so much. I mean, I'm sure they're charging an arm and a leg for this shit. Like, I mean, when you're doing custom water loops and stuff like that, it gets expensive. Now, Puget, you guys just do air cooled now, right?
There's AIOs.
Okay, so you guys, that makes sense, I guess, to use AIOs. Because I was going to say, I remember when John built my PC originally, he actually told me that he would build a water-cooled rig. Like, back then, you guys actually did do water-cooled rigs. But he talked me out of it. And he told me, he said, if my air-cooled rig isn't dead silent, the one I built for isn't dead silent and performs as well as the water-cooled equivalent would be expected to, I will build you the water-cooled equivalent.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to talk me out of it.
That was just at the time where they stopped doing custom loops.
Yeah, because he talked me out of it. I was like fully committed to, I want like this badass water-cooled box, because that's what I already had, right? I had a water-cooled system. But when I saw the effort that went into like building a completely silent system with like all the noise dampening and shit that was put into it, and I mean, it weighed 1,000,000 pounds when it was done, but with all the noise dampening shit that was put in everything, it was dead silent. It was dead silent. The temperatures were fantastic. I couldn't believe that you could build an air-cooled PC that worked that well. Like, I was actually genuinely shocked.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I still have the PC today. I still have every PC. Every single PC Pew just built me, I still have. Haven't parted ways with any of them. Nice. Hey, Pele, thank you, my man. Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Let's see here. Pele, thank you for the 256s. Said a little extra money today because I might not have the opportunity to check on you next week. I have an AROS chair myself. What's an AROS? I haven't heard of them. Is that a gaming chair? I don't recognize that name. Let me go look it up. AROS chair. Let's see here. What is an AROS? Oh, okay. No, it's a gaming chair, but damn, some of these look pretty comfy. The Razer chair. Have you seen the Razer chair? That thing looks like cheap as shit. Like,
didn't they team up with somebody on that though?
What now?
They teamed up with some other company on that.
Oh, somebody else is making it. Like yeah, I don't know. Let me see here. The Isker V2 ergonomic gaming chair, widened base seat, high density foam cushions, adjustable 152 degree recline. I'm just looking at it. Like, it just looks cheap as shit. Like, it looks like it's got the cheapest base. It's got the super generic armrests that you see on only the cheapest of chairs. The shrouds on the side are just the generic plastic that they just like burn the Razer logo into. Like, there's nothing about this chair that seems even remotely fancy. Yeah. Razer's weird. Like, some of their shit they build is good. A lot of it's garbage. A lot of it's just fucking hot garbage. What's that?
Logitech did a Herman Miller collab. Yeah.
Oh, I saw that. And didn't they charge like a ridiculous amount for it too?
Oh, probably. I mean,
let's see here.
$800.
I think it was was it the body? Here, Logitech, the body chair or bodybuilder chair or something. Let's see here, Logitech, Herman Miller. Yeah, because I remember when it came out, it was stupid expensive. Oh, what? That can't be right. $1,770. That's a big fucking nope. So it looks like they just took a Herman Miller chair and just put a Logitech logo on it and just charged more money. Am I looking at the wrong chair?
Here, I think that's the one. 1850.
Jesus Christ, dude. Logitech Herman Miller. I got to look at this, dude. Okay, so here it is. It's literally just the body built chair that they renamed to the Logitech GX. They claim they joined forces to reinvent the chair, but it's literally the same chair. Like if you look at it next to the body built, the only difference is this has solid fabric, whereas the other one has breathable mesh.
Damn.
It's literally the same chair. Same exact frame, same exact components. All plastic, fantastic. Although I will say Herman Miller gets plastic right. Like I think they use that fiberglass impregnated plastic that's like super, like it lasts forever, never breaks. Like the shit that they build like Dyson vacuums and stuff out of.
It's a pantsy.
That just, God, I've heard these. I've never sat in one of these. I've never sat in one of these chairs. I've only sat in the Aeron. But this does look pretty damn comfortable. Like I would rock that. I will say the piston looks dainty as hell though. So the piston would be the first thing to go. I'd swap that out with my 1,000 pound rated piston. But seriously, $1,800, God, a boy can dream, right? I do need a new chair like bad. I can't get one right now. I don't have the resources for it. But my wife keeps getting on me, and she's like, dude, you got to get a chair, because every time I come up here and sit in this thing for any more than like a couple of hours, I go downstairs and then I can't get comfortable in bed because my nerve is so severely pinched. And I sit here and it hurts, and then it becomes numb, and then I forget about it. Like it just the numbness, throbbing, like heat and pain just turns into this numbness where I don't feel anything. And then I sit here for like another 3 hours, and then when I go to get up, I'm like super crippled. Oof. And I'm like, so I got to get rid of this chair. And it's because the base is so hard that it pinches that nerve every time I sit down. It just, it sucks. Where's Adam? Oh, he's right here in chat.
He's right there.
He just typed 1850.
Yep.
Green Protagonist, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it, my man. Said, speaking of Xbox, Insignia has recreated the original Halo 2 era Xbox Live with playlists and everything. Supports both original Xbox and Xemu on PC. Insignia. Why does that sound familiar? I've heard of Insignia before. Are they a PC builder?
I don't think so.
Let's see here. Insignia. What is it? Halo? I want to find this thing. Insignia Live? That isn't it. What is Insignia?
I can picture the.
I can too. That's what's weird.
The
is
logo
like,
or something like yeah. They
like
TVs or something, right?
What is Insignia? Oh, here we go. Okay, so Halo 2 is finally coming to Insignia. Prepare your OG Xbox for this. But what is Insignia? I'm guessing. Oh, maybe it's software. Maybe it's software for the original Xbox. Oh, I don't know what it is. Okay, that's where I was wondering where I remembered it from. It's a Xbox Live 1.0 replacement. So, like, you know how Xbox Live went offline for the old Xboxes?
Yeah.
Insignia created, like, a set of servers so that the old Xboxes connect to it and think it's, like, the real Xbox Live, and they brought it back to life and put games and stuff on it.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, if you haven't... And I have an original Xbox. Does this work with Xbox 360 also, or is it just the original Xbox? Probably just the OG, because I think 360 still works, technically, with Xbox Live. It's just the OG. Oh, no, I think I got rid of them. Damn it. I thought I still had them, but I distinctly remember taking them to the game store that rips you off really bad, and I think they gave me like $10 for each of them or something like that. I got robbed hard.
Bummer.
Kevlar said, well, other option would be a $5,000 tough book so you could hot tub. Guess a chair is a little cheaper. Adam, no. You got to stop that boy.
Ever since I first stumbled upon the Panasonic Tough Books, I have always wanted one. It just seemed like such a cool thing, like this hell of military grade, like beat 'em up.
The Tough Books are cool. They are cool. Man. I love the commercial where they drive over it with a truck. It's like the guy with the construction cap. It's like a really old commercial, right? But I think it was the Panasonic. I think made one a Tough Book. Like there's a whole bunch of companies that made different Tough Books, right? So. Was it Panasonic Tough Book? I'm trying to remember. It's a Panasonic. This was a long time ago. I remember when I was at Microsoft, we saw the Panasonic Tough Book. They showed a commercial of them driving over it with a truck, like the guy with the hard hat. He's got done doing his job, and he just forgot that he left his laptop laying on the concrete. And he gets in the truck and he drives over the thing. And then he gets out and he's like, "Oh no, my laptop," or whatever. And he opens it and everything still works perfectly. And he's like, "Phew." I was like, I love that commercial. I was like, dude, no commercial is gonna sell a oh wow, you can like detach them as tablets now. What?
Oh, very cool. Okay.
Oh, that's sweet. I mean, these things, but aren't they relatively low spec? Like, I thought the tough books, like, they kind of trade specs for like reliability, like lower resolution screens and stuff. I don't know. Panasonic and Dell are the leaders in the market still.
When I did look into them, they're like upper mid-ish. Yeah.
Like, I mean, could you get one with like a gaming GPU, or would that be like outside of the scope? Here, let's see. Toughbooks, rugged computers. Let's see what they got here for specs. So if I want a rugged Toughbook computer, and I want like the cream of the crop, the 14-inch Toughbook 40. This thing looks like you could literally shoot it out of a cannon. 14-inch fully ruggedized Windows laptop. For CPU, you can go up to the Core Ultra 7 165 watt up to 5 gigahertz. Okay, so you can get a baller CPU. Dedicated GPS. You can get up to 32 gigs of RAM. That's not that much, but still. What is AMT? AMT, I don't even know what that is. Storage, you can get up to 1 terabyte. Yeah, see, it's like they don't have like the high. Oh, you can get Intel Arc graphics. Isn't Arc graphics like Intel's version of like Nvidia's stuff? Yeah, so that's not bad. Webcam mic integrated, only 5 megapixel camera. Yeah, so it's all like lower spec stuff, right? Because it's like designed to last forever, not to be the latest and greatest.
Why 14 inch that's going to be so small? Because it's meant for like out in the field kind of stuff.
Keep in mind that there's a huge border around everything, like the screen and the keyboard and everything, because it's armored. It's super duper armored. Oh, you can get a dedicated GPU too. So you can add a dedicated GPU in addition to the Intel Arc graphics. I don't know how that's possible because I thought Intel Arc graphics was dedicated, but whatever. You can get a cellular 5G WAN added to it. Hazardous locations, yes or no? Okay, I'm guessing they have to do something else for hazardous locations. Mark 1 or Mark 2. I would like Mark 2. All right, let's see what the price is now. I've added all my features.
You need a magnifying glass for no, you don't. Come on.
For 14-inch? It's not that bad, dude. For a laptop, 14-inch is fine. Okay, so I added the filters. Oh, your search didn't show any results. Damn it. Okay, so let me disable dedicated graphics.
Any good computer speakers? DT770s.
For headphones?
No, they were asking about good computer speakers. I was being a butt.
Oh, gotcha. I loved my old Logitechs, man. My old Logitech that I had, the surround, the 5.1 surround with the big sub. That thing was freaking baller, man. I actually miss it.
Logitech used to make great fucking speakers. I had a 5.1 system from Logitech for the longest time.
Logitech. Like, you know who else made good ones?
Blasters were still a thing and all that.
What was oh god, I wish I could remember the name of the company. They were like all the rage for like several years for PC
Altec
speakers.
Lansing?
Yeah, you know exactly, dude. You knew exactly what I was thinking of.
Those beige little like egg guys. Yeah, Altec Lansing. Or I mean, Bose
or the boxes. Remember the little box speakers, and then it had like the subwoofer looked like a rectangle. I still have that out in my garage, and it sounds great. Sounds fantastic.
Altec Lansing. Those everybody fucking had Altec Lansing speakers.
They suck now, though. They're shit now. Like they're not good anymore. It's just that was the generation
anymore, man. Look, really don't look at this point in time. Don't bother looking for computer speakers. Okay, you get yourself a DAC or something, a digital audio or digital analog converter.
Yep.
A nice DAC. I mean, you can get the one like that I got, or not, or not even. You don't even. I would still recommend something to go from in between the computer to like an amplifier or something like that, because the output from like especially like onboard sound is going to be pretty. That's not a lot of amperage, I think, is what the deal is. You need more oomph behind the signal, and get yourself a nice pair of proper studio monitor speakers. Just spend a good amount of money on proper like stereo speakers.
Only if you're going to be listening from like a very fixed position, because studio monitors are really narrow beam, like super. Well, it's like headphones.
You don't have to be studio, but get nice house speakers. Yeah, like house stereo speakers. That's the way to go. Don't bother getting computer speakers. do it. If you're gonna do it up right, and you're gonna need some sort of amplifier or DAC to go from in between the computer and the speakers and power them nicely and properly. Again, I'm not a decibel nerd. Sure, somebody in the chat has better computer speakers, buy cheap.
Yep. Dark Star
and audio monitors.
Logitech Z5500s. Those are the ones I was talking about earlier that I had.
Yeah, right on.
I had 2 sets of them. They both burned out from the same problem because the subwoofer has the amp built on the subwoofer that drives the whole system has a defect in it, and it always dies and it takes the whole system down. So you basically have to replace the entire electronics package on the subwoofer or the whole subwoofer itself to like regain the system.
Huh.
By the way, those tough books, I finally looked them up. Dude, check out this. So Intel Core Ultra 5, 135 watt, 4.6 gigahertz, 14-inch screen, 16 gigs RAM, half gig SSD, no Wi-Fi, no mic and webcam, TPM 2.0, standard battery. Guess how much?
$200.
$4,590. These things are expensive as shit. Oh my god.
Hold on. Omnipotencia says speakers aren't going to die in like 3 years. They'll last you like 15 years. Is that to imply that headphones would die quickly? Because my set of
speakers and headphones will last forever.
Are almost 10 years old. The set that I before I got these ones. My Audio-Technica DT770s are almost 10 years old, and they're fine.
Good headphones use like rare earth magnets that are going to be around longer than we are. So
only complaint that I'd have is I need to replace the foam, the foam.
Yep.
Has gotten a little smushed. It's a little smooshed, but otherwise, I mean, it's still perfectly fine. I can't hear shit. People sneak up on me all the time wearing those things. I can't hear nothing.
Yep.
And I don't even listen to loud stuff. They're just such good closed back headphones.
Yeah, I will tell you this though. As much as I love headphones and I do love listening to headphones, I do love listening to like open air audio. There is something nice about open air audio, especially when playing like video games and stuff like that. I don't always like having weight on my ears or something stuck in my ears. Like when I do racing simulation, I do because I like having this positional audio. But there's just something nice about listening to music that just fills a room.
Yeah.
So, and I do miss that. Adam gave me all the shit to get it all set up here. It's just my back's been so bad. I've tried to start about 80 times now and still have never gotten past getting up off the floor. But I'll eventually get to a point where I can wire up these awesome speakers he gave me to his awesome amp he gave me and the awesome subwoofer he gave me that's under the desk here. And this thing is going to rock. It's going to shake the glass off the windows and I'm going to love every minute of it. The only thing that kills speakers and headphones is amp clipping. Get an amp 2 times the rated speaker and headphone power requirement. Yeah, though you don't want those crazy pops because they'll tear up your speaker.
There you go.
Yeah, you like where it's like hitting the end. It's like you also don't want an amp pushing the speaker. Like you want to get 2x the rating, but then back it off. You don't want to run it at full power because if you get it to the point where the speaker's hitting the end of the voice coil, a traditional speaker, it's going to break. It's going to burn out the voice coil. The voice coil will eventually overheat and die. You want it to go its full travel of the voice coil, but what you don't want it to do is to try to go past it and slam into its limit because it'll burn the speaker up really quick.
Yeah.
Ask me how I know. I had 2 Rockford Fosgate HLC DVCs in the back of my truck, and I was like, "Ooh, I got a 1500 watt amp," and they were only rated 500 watts each, so I drove them 500 watts over their RMS rating, and it was like boo, boo, and then it was like, and then it was. And smoke just started coming out of the speaker, and I was like, "No!" So yeah, I fried two speakers. Thankfully, Rockford Fosgate replaced them because I back then I was a little bit of a dick, and I was like, "Yeah, I got these speakers and they don't work. Yeah, send them on back. We'll replace them." I'm sure they opened the box and it just smelled like burnt windings. It's like I don't know what happened. I plugged them in and they just made like weird noises. I don't know what happened. I felt so bad. Oh my god, dude. As I said, you get to pain levels far before the speaker could give out, unless Jerry. Well, no, here's the thing, though, is you get to pain levels if you have the headphones on. You don't get the pain levels when you have the headphones sitting on your desk when you turn up the volume, which I have done before. Luckily, the headphones did survive, though. The headphones were much more durable than the subwoofers that I was testing a long time ago. Because what I'll do sometimes is I'll take my headphones and turn the cups out and set it down on my desk in front of the keyboard so I can just hear the low volume sound coming off of it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
When I'm on the computer, just because I don't want to have them on my head anymore, and I'm not listening to anything where I need the audio fidelity. I'm just like listening to people talking a video or something like that. So I'll just set them down on my desk with the cups facing towards me, and they become like these little speakers. But you have to be cognizant of that, because if I reach over to my amp and just crank it up to 11, then the headphones will be like, and it's like burning them up. Not good.
No,
however,
not good.
I will say this: you notice that amp that Adam got us, the Griffin. That thing knows how to give exactly the right amount of power. I don't know how it figures it out, but I've thrown like 3 of my headphones at it that all have wildly different ratings, right, for their ohms. And I know for a fact that amp could set the lowest end headphones that I have on fire because of how low the impedance on it. But it doesn't. Every single one of them, I can crank it up to 100%, and it doesn't exceed the headphone.
Nice.
So I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know how they're doing it. Like, I don't know if there's like a setting or the switch position that I have it on or what the deal is, but it's pretty cool. My other amp does not do that. My other amp, you just plug like my vacuum tube amp that I have, the WA7 Fireflies. Yeah, if you plug like shitty headphones into that and crank it up, yeah, it'll just set them on fire. Like it doesn't give a shit. Let's see here. Meat Puppet said, I still have my Powerbeat 3 wireless earbuds from 2016. They work good. Dude, like, if you have a good pair of headphones, they'll last forever, man.
Yeah.
There's an IEM switch on the bottom if needed. It tries to match ohms. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I have that enabled because I've used 3 IEMs with it. I've used my Shure IEMs, which are super low impedance. I used my Air Audio Air Audio 8, the 8 armature driver ones, the really big ones I have. And they sound amazing with it. Oh my God. Out of all my audio equipment, my favorite combo out of what I have is my HE 500s, my Hi-Fi Man HE 500s, but you can only wear them laying down. Like they're so heavy and so uncomfortable. Is sitting up, you can't wear them for more than like 10 minutes without them giving you a headache. They're way too heavy. But for the sound, it's like one of the best sound experiences I've had with my equipment, right? And then next in line would be the Sennheisers, the HD 600s. And they sound gorgeous, but I will tell you what, the IEMs, oh my gosh, the 8 armature driver IEMs that I have from Air Audio paired with that Griffin. Yeah. Oh, sounds so amazing. Oh my God, it sounds so good. If the IFI Griffin is too quiet, check that switch on the bottom. Yeah, I did notice that. I did notice that with one of my headphones, it cannot drive it to any volume level that I like unless I flip that little switch. Because there's so many switches on that thing. There's like a switch on the bottom. There's a switch on the bottom. Is there a switch on the back too? I want to say there's like a switch on the bottom, a switch on the back, buttons on the front.
The IEM match switch on the bottom, and then there's the presence. I don't know what that's. I can't remember exactly what this was.
I think that's for enabling like the digital filter, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a complicated little piece of kit. You can plug that shit into stereo. You can run line levels out of it and stuff into your stereo.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
Or not your stereo, but like you could even connect. Technically, I think it's 1 watt of power. I don't know if you could drive speakers off of that because that's not quite enough. You probably could. I mean, it's pretty powerful.
Not for long, because it's like a battery or whatever. But
true, that battery does last a long time in it, though. For sure,
it really does. It's very cool.
Yeah, no, I even with the wired headphones where it's having to provide all the power directly without using like Bluetooth or anything like that, which to me that's the only way to listen to it, right? Like you can use Bluetooth to send like lossless audio to your headphones or whatever, but something about running the cable to it, I don't know. For me, it sounds different.
Yeah,
and I think there is something definitely lost in that compression. What about the Sony XM5's best noise canceling I've ever experienced? I've heard that. I've never tried the Sony's, but everybody tells me that the noise canceling is amazing.
Yeah, so, I've heard, but I don't know.
No, good stuff though. Adam actually has the step up from the Griffin, the Diablo. Have you seen that thing?
Yeah, he was telling me about that.
It's massive, dude. It's comically huge. Like you pull that out at Starbucks, people are gonna notice. And it's also like this like neon orange or red. Like it's really loud looking.
Yeah, but iPhone can't LDAC. That's right.
No. iPhone can't do a lot of things. iPhone's kind of pissing me off lately, honestly, because iPhone will not. You know what I've been listening to music on, Adam? My iPad. You know why? Because for some fucking reason that Apple cannot explain, my iPhone 15 Pro Max or whatever will not, when I plug it in directly, like I actually go directly from USB to the USB-C into the Griffin, it will only do 4800 kilohertz. It will not go above that. However, and I've tried everything. I've reset everything. I went and did everything they told me I could do. Every time I plug it in, it will only do 4800 kilohertz. Will not go above that at 16-bit. Then I go get my iPad running the same version of iOS, a really old iPad. I plug it in, immediately goes up to 196,000 hertz and sounds absolutely gorgeous, just like I remembered it. And I had an iPhone 11 Pro Max. It worked perfectly. So I think Apple crippled the phone somehow, because I've read in forums other people are hitting the problem. It's not just me. So it's pissing me off because I have no wireless option because it doesn't support the LDAC. And the wired option I have using the USB cable to go directly off it will not allow me to do HD audio. And it pisses me off so bad because I'm like, damn it. I used to listen to music all the time on my phone using the DAC. Now I plug the DAC into the computer or the DAC into the iPad. And so it's like severely limited, like where I can use it. And it just, I don't know. It just something pisses me off. I wish Apple would fix their shit. Adam said, I spent over 1.7 million on Apple computers from 1985 to 2009. I'm so done. Dude, I remember when I first met you, you had some Apple systems. Like you were still rocking like an old like Apple pre-Intel architecture. Like, I don't know, you probably still have that thing running for something. I don't know if you got rid of it finally, but I know you I think you said you were using it for like your music station or something. But I do remember seeing that. I love the way they look too. Macs looked cool back then.
Yeah.
Alex said something about Apple is starting to piss everybody off. You think? The iPhone isn't even enjoyable anymore. It's just a phone company. It's just a phone the company makes for money. Well, I mean, to be fair, every company makes everything just for money. But at the end of the day, I think Google is the better offering now. So, and I'm saying that as like, I've used iPhone forever. If I had the money to just completely convert over, I probably would. I'd probably go get like a Samsung, like whatever their current Note phone is, and start, adopting Android, because I hate that I can't listen to my music. The main reason I use an iPhone is because everybody else, in my family has an iPhone and has iPads and stuff, and I want the communication with them. But didn't they fix that now, where like Android can just talk to native MMS like iPhone devices like another iPhone? I heard that they fixed that. Like it used to be that like Android phones couldn't send like full res pictures and full res videos between iPhone and Android. Didn't they fix that?
There's a couple settings to change on both sides, but yeah, you can do that.
So I feel like it's to the point now where it's like I could consider switching. So in a couple of years, when it's time to get another phone, and I'm in a position to get another phone, I'm gonna definitely start shying away from Apple. Because they're definitely not giving me the experience they used to. Adam said, if I could, iPhone and Android RTS is fixed. Yeah, RTS. That was the protocol, right? For like the phones talking to each other. Yeah, because I've noticed that now everything talks a lot smoother. Like all my friends that had Androids before, they'd message me and it'd be like a blue box. And then if they sent me a picture, it would be like super low resolution, or it'd be a link I had to click to go to a web page to look at a low resolution image. And I don't even think they could send me a video. Now I can receive videos. But the thing is I'm also transitioning to Signal now, because I don't trust any of these cloud services for direct messaging anymore. So now it doesn't even really matter, because I rely less and less on the MMS or SMS system, as time goes by. Punch said current is the S25 Ultra with S Pen and all that. I have the S24 Ultra and I love it. Will be my favorite for years. Everybody I know that has a Samsung Note series with the pen loves it, and I think the pen's cool too, because my hands. What's that?
I don't make use of the pen as much as I probably could, but
I would, because my hands are so fucked. Like my hands have gotten to the point now where it's like they're so swollen that it's really difficult for me to type. Yeah. Like with normally with my thumbs, like on a phone, I just sit there and I try to type my thumbs. I hit every character wrong now, and I completely rely on like spell checker to like fix my shit, because I can't hit the key that I'm trying to hit. Because I don't have feeling in the tips of my fingers most of the time, it's just buzzing. So if I had the little stylus, I'd just put it between my fingers like this and kind of like loosely hang on to it, right? And I've thought about getting a stylus for the iPhone, because you can get a little capacitive stylus for it, but the problem is you always forget it. You always forget it because it's not contained within the phone. It's like it's not convenient to carry it with you. S24, no point to upgrade to the 25. Went from a 21 to 25 2 terabyte import. Yeah, Adam actually had to import his phone because the one in the United States doesn't have high enough specs for him. I just think it's funny that Samsung doesn't sell like the same high spec phone in the United States that they do abroad. Plus, I think his also talks to Starlink. That was another thing I thought was interesting. Nice. and because my iPhone in an emergency will talk to the geosync satellites, but I have to like hold it up in the air. And it has to lock onto the satellite, and then I can send and receive emergency text messages and stuff. BlackBerry. With his, he can just have it sitting in the cradle on his dash in his car, and it can like send limited data over Starlink. So I'm like, damn, that's pretty cool. For as much as I hate Starlink, I hate the person that's behind it, that owns it. Right. I do think it's an interesting technology. It's the only constellation that's that low latency, that has that much bandwidth for that price, right? Adam's like, never iPhone, not even once. You know what's weird? I've never known Adam for having strong opinions. You notice that? Oh, yeah. He never has strong opinions. He's like usually like just he's just super chill, ebb and flow, goes with everything. I've never known him to have any strong opinions on anything. Hey Gimpy, what's up, my man? He said the Edifier S350 2.1 speakers are epic for computers with an internal DAC. I've never heard of that company. Okay. What company is that? I gotta check this out. Shit, I found a tough book, $5,400, 16 gigs of RAM, still a half gig, but this one has 4G. Okay. Oh my god, dude! 4.6 gigahertz, 16 gig RAM, 14-inch capacitive multi-touch display, half a gig of storage, 16 gigs of RAM, 4G, and a 5 megapixel webcam for $5,418. Oh my god! Oh my god! All right, let's see. Okay. Oh, they're bookshelf speakers.
Oh, nice.
Those are actually some pretty nice looking speakers. I've never heard of Edifier before. These are some gorgeous looking speakers. I swear I've seen these before, or a speaker that looked just like them reviewed. Let's see here. 150 watt RMS. Wow, that's not bad for a little bookshelf speaker system. So 15 watt by 2, mid bass driver, 25 watt by 2, and a 70 watt subwoofer. Supports 24-bit and 48 kilohertz digital audio signals. Oh, okay, so it's wireless. Class D amplifier. That's pretty. It's pretty good. How much are these things? Let me see. They got a price. Oh wow, those are actually pretty big. Those are way bigger than I thought they'd be. Oh, and you can send a signal. They even have a PC input. So like you can literally just run your audio from your sound card right into it. It also has Toslink, both coax and optical. Okay, this is a pretty cool little setup. Until, let me see, where's the price? Of course, there's no price. Damn it! I scrolled all the way to the bottom. And it's like there's no price for it. Like, what if I want to buy it? Do I have to buy it from like Amazon or something? I don't know. Let's see here. Let's go to old Amazonian. See how much these Edifiers are. Graham said someday I need to build a PC. Just don't have the money right now. Oh, Graham, I feel you, dude. I feel you. I'm afraid I got to take more money out of the 401k to survive next month, and I haven't looked since Trump crashed the stock market. So I'm fully expecting to have to pay $2 for every dollar now, which sucks. I don't want to think about that anymore. Okay, Edifier, $400. God damn. For a 2.1. I mean, they're cool and they're wood, but God, $400 for 2 speakers and a subwoofer. I mean, if it sounds amazing, okay, that's fine. But oh damn, no, I scrolled down. That was for the S351. The M601 is hold on here. Sorry, the S360DB is $499. Another $100. Gimpy's playing with quality over there, man. Let's see here. OneWeb also does low latency LEO satellite internet. Wait, what? Wait, OneWeb has low Earth orbit satellites? I didn't know anybody else had those. Here, what is that? What's it called? OneWeb? Low Earth orbit satellites. Oh, I thought Starlink was the only people in town. Oh shit, look at this. Okay, so on the 26th of March 2023, OneWeb. What's that?
Adam says, oh, you want one done PC speaker, Klipsch, the 7 or the 9 is a mid-level. He says mid-level option that can rock any mid-sized room, wireless, have the 9s in Jen's office. This is $1,000 speaker. $1,000 speakers.
Oh, that's garbage for Adam though. That's like disposable.
$1,000. So
he spends on a disposable headphones for the airliner.
Those are mid-level. That's bonkers, man.
I will say I had a clip system.
What's in his like living room?
For sure. I had a clip system on my PC probably 10 years ago before I got the Z5500s, and I had to say that thing was baller. Like I still have the satellites somewhere around here. I never got rid of them. The subwoofer died, but the little Klipsch satellites, they're just, I mean, they're pounding. They sound fantastic. So what do you say? So it's the Klipsch, the 7 or the 9s. So like 7-inch drivers. Is that?
What I don't know. That's like the model name.
Let me look these up here. You said they're $1,000. I do like Klipsch. Like Klipsch as a speaker, I really enjoy. Let's see here. Klipsch. Okay, so the 7 haired. Oh Jesus, yeah. Wait. So does it come with the amp and everything too for $1,000, or is it just 2 speakers? Okay, it looks like 2 speakers and a down firing subwoofer. Oh yeah, it's internal amp. It's got the knobs right on the top of the speaker. Okay, so the 7 Heritage paired 8-inch 150-watt wireless subwoofer with high performance driver for deep bass. I will say that Klipsch does really nice bass. Like their bass is like not overwhelming. It's tight. It's clean. I always preferred the Klipsch subwoofer over the bigger subwoofer that my Logitech's had.
Right.
Pixel Pro and the camera is bueno. Oh, Google gave you their new Pixel Pro? I've heard a lot of people say the camera on the Pixel is really good. Like a lot of people seem to like it. Doesn't it have like a zoom camera on it now that's like 24x zoom or something crazy? Which I want to say it was the Google phone, but I watched a review recently where it was like they have like optical, like really long optical zoom now on some of the Android phones that like iPhone doesn't even have that. I say iPhone doesn't even have that. It's like Android is ahead of iPhone clearly right now. Like I will say iPhone still wins for single threaded performance because of their own silicon that they're running. But Android in every other way just kicks the ever living shit out of them. The Samsung is a 10x optical. That's insane. See, that would actually be handy because I do a lot of zoom, and when you do that with the iPhone, obviously, even with its most zoomed lens, the cropping just makes everything look like shit. The digital zoom is horrible. Even with the AI correction and all the shit that they stack on top of it with their little magic voodoo to try to make it look good, it just doesn't. But you know what that reminded me talking about Android cameras is, was it Samsung? Which company was it that did the They claimed that their zoom was so good you could like zoom into the moon and get like a perfect picture of the moon, and they were like literally using AI to just.
Oh yeah, that was Samsung. Yeah,
that was Samsung. They just painted a picture of the moon. Oh my God, how embarrassing!
No matter what, though, like it doesn't matter.
I know, but it's like how embarrassing, right? They're like, oh, our AI enhances, and it's like literally just taking a picture of the moon and just like superimposing it on your image. That was pretty funny. How is Apple AI? It isn't. It isn't. Apple is getting sued right now because Apple Intelligence has fallen so short from the promise. Like it's almost like Tim Cook asked Elon Musk how to do marketing. He's like, hey, you know, you marketed the FSD thing and like never had to deliver it. Well, you just milked everybody's money. Like, how did you do that? And he told him, and then he ran with it. Dude, I can't believe I gotta piss again. Here, give me just a minute. My old man bladder is giving out on me.
White circle test. Oh, sure.
I need to get a bucket.
Like trick it. At the end of the day, people need good pictures, be it AI or not. Yeah, right. And it's the moon. Like it's the moon. It's the same. Like the same side of the moon is always facing the freaking Earth at all the time. So like it doesn't matter. You could just paste a high res NASA picture on top of it, and it's the same. Whatever.
Oh, I just found something cool. Well, Adam won't think it's cool, but I think it's cool. I don't even remember what model this is, but remember when these iPhones were just itty bitty? Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Look at that itty bitty. Here, where's my phone? Oh, look at this. The evolution of iPhone. Look at that. Oh my God. I remember when this was like the biggest thing. Which one is this? They never say like the number. Hey, chat, identify this. Square edges, glass front and back. Oh, this is the 4?
Yeah, because you're holding it wrong. The antenna bullshit, right?
Where's it? I thought this was the antenna, like the little black plastic things on the side there.
No, it's actually the frame. Most of the frame.
Oh, for real.
People, when you would hold it, you saw that gap, right? That gap. When you're holding it, people's thumb would cover that gap and change the attenuation of the.
I remember that.
Frame of it is the antenna, and that's why they came out and said, "Oh, you're holding it wrong."
You know what I meant? You know what I like about that is that right there. You see that little thing?
I think it's a 4.
You see that little hole where you can plug in headphones?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, those were the days. Remember that when you used to be able to plug headphones directly in?
You ground the ATT stack. Okay, yeah, that's what it was.
You know what I'm wondering?
Those things I'm pretty. I mean,
hey, chat. Can you
right?
Can you use an iPhone without service? Like, is there a way to bypass first time setup? You can.
Yeah, I would think so. Why not?
Because if there is, well, I'd imagine an iPad does, right? So I can, because if I can, maybe I'll use this as my dedicated music device. Then I'll just install this, set up Wi-Fi, tether it to my phone, and put on Amazon Music. That way I can, have a little music. I basically use this as what is it, iPod? This will just become an iPod. I just found this just laying outside. I was like taking a piss and I walked out, and this is just like sitting on the edge of a desk. And I was like, I don't even know if I have a lightning cable anymore. I got to look around and see if I can find one of those old lightning cables, because I thought
5S has fingerprint scanner.
I think this does. No, this does have the fingerprint scanner. See the little? You can tell because how transparent the button is. It's like got a little screen on it. Dude, this thing is so dainty. It like feels weird in my hand. It feels like I'm holding a bar of soap. Look at that, go all the way around it. Like it's so tiny. It just disappears.
Also have full glass of back. Okay, so some people are saying it's a 5S.
I think it is a 5. Yeah, because I do remember the 4 did have that glass back. That was like, because I remember when I first got it, I was like, dude, this is awesome. And then they changed it because everybody was shattering them. It's if you're here. Actually, it's got a model number I could look up. It's a model A. Come on, eyesight. God, can you make it A1533? A1533. Does that sound like a number? Here, hold on here. iPhone A1533. Yep, it's a 5S. Everybody that guessed the 5S was correct. Is the iPhone 5S? I'm guessing it's probably going to be the 64 gig, because I usually always got the highest storage one back in the day when I actually had money. It has the A7 chip, 64-bit architecture, M7 motion coprocessor. None of that means anything. Wi-Fi, cellular, iBeacon, micro-location, fingerprint identity sensor built into the iPhone, into the button. Has a 1136 by 640 pixel resolution. 640, like as in like 640 by 480, 640. Oh my god, dude, this thing, you're gonna be able to see every pixel from across the room. It's got a sapphire crystal lens though, like cover on the camera. That's pretty cool. It can do 1080p and 120 slow-mo. I think I'm gonna put this on the charger and see if I can't wipe it and just turn it into just a little music box, because then I don't have to fight my other phone, because I hate using the iPad to listen to music. It sucks having to cart the iPad around with the Griffin. Like with this, I can just put this on top of the Griffin, wrap a rubber band around it, and stick it in my pocket.
Yep.
Which is what I want to do. So, man, remember when 64 gigs was the top of the line storage option for capacity in mobile devices? Michael, I remember back when 40 megabytes was the high option. Like megabytes, not gigabytes. Like I remember my very first computer was a 286 12 megahertz, and it had a 40 megabyte hard drive, and the hard drive was massive. It was literally, it took up an entire 2 5.25 bays. The hard drive took up. It literally was like the whole front of the PC, like a quarter of the PC's entire footprint was just hard drive. And when you flipped on the switch to turn on the PC, and it was a giant ass switch on the side that would go kerclunk, you'd hear the hard drive go.
What?
And then it'd go. Click, 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 click. I mean, you could feel, if you put your hand on the side of the PC, you could feel the arm moving around. Adam said it's so small, it's almost a jail phone.
Yeah, seriously.
Hey, for enough money, I could fit, trust me, if somebody offered me enough money, I could fit that in my ass. Like, I'm confident I could make that happen for the right money. And yes, that is a challenge. Email me. Let's see here. your Max 2FX had 40 megabytes of RAM in 1990. It was a $7,000 option. I mean, 40 megabytes of RAM was a lot of RAM in 1990.
Yeah.
And I know that because I upgraded my 286. I sold my... When did Sega Genesis come out? I want to get the time frame for this. Here, when did Sega Genesis come out? Because about a year after my... Okay, so yeah. So it came out in 1989 in North America. So 1990, same year that you bought 40 megabytes of RAM for your Max 2FX, I upgraded my 286 from 640K to 4 megabytes of extended memory. And it was 4 1 megabyte DIMMs that I had to put in there. And I remember, or actually be Sims, right, back then? Like, so I had to put 4 1 megabyte chips in there, and I had to sell my Sega Genesis and save another $50 on top of spend my, I want to say it was like $200. $200 to get, it was like $50 a megabyte for RAM. It was so ridiculous. Like, and I was so happy because I was like, I sold my Genesis, I upgraded my computer, and now I was like, yay, I can play these new games. Like, I can play these Sierra games that require, you know, more than 384 extended memory. Oh, look at all this XRAM. Oh, look, I can play Doom now. Look, I can play Wolfenstein. I thought it was the coolest shit ever. Don't worry, Magnetic Plus. I got a Sega again. I still have a Genesis. It's in my garage. Don't worry, I eventually got her back later.
Nice.
But I was one of those nerdy kids where it's like the computer, like I would rather get rid of my Genesis with all the cool games, because I had quite a few games for it too that I sold it with. I sold that to get memory for my computer. Like, and that memory didn't allow the computer to do anything that looked as impressive as the Genesis did. Because back then, gaming consoles just kicked the shit out of computers for graphics, right? For the most part, unless you had like a bajillion dollars to spend. 286 was not the turning point. I would say the turning point really was like 486 and beyond, and when the Voodoo card came out, the first Voodoo 3D card. Because nice. Everything before that was non-standard. Remember that? Like the S3 and Number 9 had their Ticket to Ride. S3 had like their proprietary thing. Matrox had the Mystique that had like its own proprietary thing. Yeah, so like games, like you had to basically pick the graphics card that supported the games that you played the most, because not everything supported everything. It was like really hard to find games that supported your shit. And it wasn't until 3DFX came along that they standardized 3D graphics. And when they standardized 3D graphics, that changed everything. From that point on, console gaming was like poor people. Like if you had a computer and you had a 3DFX card, like there was nothing any console that generation could do that could touch what your computer could. I remember when I got my first 3DFX Voodoo card, I think I skipped over the first one because I never was able to get enough money for one. But when the Voodoo 2 came out, I got a Voodoo 2 card, and I remember playing Daytona USA, and it was like an exact replica of the arcade game. Like, I remember when you went to the arcade and there was like that 3D Daytona racing game, the sit-down racing game, you're like, whoa, the graphics are insane, and like Virtua Fighter. I remember playing Virtua Fighter, because I think it even came with the graphics card. It was like Virtua Fighter and Daytona USA. And I just play those games nonstop just because of the graphics. I didn't even really particularly like the games. It was just the graphics were so mind-blowing that I just sat there for hours playing, you know, just doing laps because I could not believe the graphics, what the graphics looked like. It was just blowing my mind. Kevlar said the Voodoo 1 and 2 were pass-through cards. I was Voodoo forever as it had Mac support back in the 1990s. Oh, shit, that's right. I completely forgot that Voodoo was supported on Mac. Dude, that's
they started
awesome.
hating everybody but themselves.
Yep. Right? And then I remember Voodoo 3 was the first card that was standalone, where it had a 2D processor and a 3D processor, and it was a complete replacement. And then they had the Voodoo Rush cards. Do you remember the Voodoo Rush cards? So the Voodoo Rush cards were like the poor people cards. Like they had the full-blown Voodoo 3, and then they had the Voodoo Rush, which was like the diet card with less memory, slower CPU. And they sucked. They sucked. They were like so much slower than the real thing that people would buy them thinking that they could play like the same games and stuff. No, not even close. I had a Voodoo Rush card and I hated it. I absolutely hated it. It couldn't play anything anywhere near the performance that my friends that had a real Voodoo 3 card could. Yeah, that Daytona game was kick-ass, wasn't it? Like back in the day? Oh my God, the graphics, man. But yeah, I do remember the first time I saw Voodoo 1 was my buddy Jake. His dad bought one because he was a big nerd into technology and everything. So his real dad, he was over there visiting him. I went with him for the weekend to go stay at his dad's house, because usually he's with his mom. They were divorced. And so we go to his house, and he'd always have like the coolest computer shit. And so we went to his house and he had a Voodoo card. And neither of us have ever seen one before. We just read about it like in the magazines, right? Like we knew they existed, but it was like, unicorn tears. We never saw one. And I remember walking into the house and seeing the monitor on, and I think he had like, was it Quake? When did Quake come out? I want to say it was like Quake. Here, was it Quake? So no, that's 1996. That would have been too late because we were probably only about like 14 here. When did Voodoo? Oh, hold on. 3DFX. When did 3DFX Voodoo 1 come out? No, November 1996. So it was. Okay, I guess we were 16. Damn. I didn't get my driver's license till I was like 17 or 18. I remember seeing the Quake play on that thing in the demo mode where, when you're not playing, it just runs around and like plays its own game. And I was just blown away. I could not believe what I was looking at. I was like, dude, nothing in the arcades looked like that. Like, that was the turning point. Like, we used to always go to the arcades and like drool over the graphics in the arcades. And then we saw, whoa, these PCs are like doing what the arcade games are doing. This is unreal. Like, why ever go to an arcade again? As a matter of fact, I think that was like the beginning of the end for arcades, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. What brand was All-in-Wonder? Radeon.
Oh,
ATI.
yep. I remember the ATI All-in-Wonder.
Yeah, so I said Radeon, but I meant ATI. Well, yeah, they didn't have the Radeon yet, but it was ATI.
Yeah, yep.
I had one of those because it had a TV tuner.
I remember that. I remember the All-in-Wonder that had the TV tuner. And again, they had their own standard too, right? They tried to do their own 3D standard. And it flopped. It completely flopped. They all did. So, but then they standardized. Like everybody started standardizing because you had, I want to say Voodoo came out, and then after Voodoo, ATI started doing the Radeon chipset, right? Like that was their version of Voodoo, basically. Like they tried to do their own standard. And I want to say that they duked each other out for like a long time, like where they'd one up each other. Until Nvidia 3DFX then became Voodoo, right? Not Voodoo. 3DFX became Nvidia, or Nvidia bought them or whatever. And then AMD hung on for a long time with the Radeon division, but then they eventually sold that to ATI. And I guess they're still duking it out today, right? Oh, dude, I'm looking at the All-in-Wonder card right now, the one that had the capture card with like the inputs for component and composite and S-video and everything. Oh, yeah, it had the TV tuner and everything, dude. Did you have the one that had the daughter board? Like where you had to have an extra slot? Like, here, I'll put this image in chat and you guys can go and look at it. Because I remember this card. I never had it personally, but I do remember this card here where it had the little daughter board that you had to plug in.
Oh, that does seem familiar. I don't think I ever used that because I didn't have component or S-video or any of that. It was just for the cable.
Yeah, because I remember this was, because I had a card similar to this in one of my PCs. It wasn't this one, but I had a card similar to it because I remember I used the composite out, component, where it's the red, green, and blue channels separately. And I output that to my Sony television, and that's how I was able to get like the higher definition graphics. Because through DVI, I was limited for some reason. Like because my it was my TV didn't have a DVI port; it only had VGA. So I'd have to convert DVI to VGA. And then the VGA on the TV had a problem where it didn't look right. Like the colors just weren't saturated. It sucked. And then I remember I got the daughter board for the graphics card I had that had the component out so that I could run the red, green, and blue channels separately with, the cable. And it looked gorgeous. It absolutely looked gorgeous. And I remember one of my favorite things to do was watch DVDs. Like back when I had my 60-inch Sony TV, I'd pop in a DVD and I'd use, I think it was called Power DVD or something back then. It was like the software package that would upscale your videos. So you could take like a DVD that was like, back in the day when they were like 480p, right? Now DVDs, I think most of them are HD, aren't they? Aren't most of them like 1080p minimum? So, but like back in the day, like the first DVDs and movies were like, they were 480p. So they didn't look great on big screens like my 60-inch. But I had a PC with this graphics card that did the red, green, and blue output. And then I used the Power DVD in Windows to like up-res it and do like this frame interpolation where it doubled the frame rate. And I remember it was amazing. Everybody that came over to my house and looked at it, they were like, holy shit. Like we'd watch Top Gun. And Top Gun looked insane. Like Top Gun looked absolutely phenomenal. Like you couldn't watch it without the computer. You couldn't watch it that way. It was awesome. Why Dreamcast killed 800 by 600 RGB out over VGA? Didn't Dreamcast have an add-on? I swear Dreamcast had an add-on to do like component out, like with the red, green, and blue. Because I could have swore, because when I had my Dreamcast, I also had it connected to my TV through I had a splitter box where I could, jump between three different 3-channel sources. And I believe I also had, was it white sync and black sync? Like my TV supported red, green, and blue. Or you could flip the mode and it was like magenta, cyan, something else. But then there was 2 other ports that was like black sync and white sync that I didn't use. But apparently, like, I never used them, but apparently, like, there was some video sources where you could plug in these other 2 and it, like, increased the resolution further. But I never actually used that feature on my TV. Man, technology has come so far, man. I love nostalgia, though. I love thinking about this shit and having the memories pop up and looking up these images of the old graphics cards, like the Radeon cards with the blue
one. Yeah, 9-pin or something. Not 9 pins. That's serial, but yeah,
it was 15 pin. Colored. 15 pin, but same shape as a serial connector. Like it's like the DB9, but it's a DB15.
Yeah.
And yeah, they usually were blue. I think they were black sometimes, but yeah, I think they were mostly blue, if I remember right. And then DVI was white. That was the one that looked like a square connector that had all the little pins. Yep.
And like a flat piece in the connector. Yeah.
Yeah, and most TVs didn't have DVI. I think the only TV I ever had that had DVI was the plasma TV that I bought, because it was literally a gateway plasma. And so because it was a gateway plasma and they actually sold it as a computer monitor with their highest end computer system for HTPC back then, like, the full living room setup, that it had I believe that one had a DVI connection in it, because I remember I had the computer connected directly to it like it was a monitor, and I used it as a monitor for years. Like when I stopped using it in my bedroom, I brought it up and put it on my desk, and it was my very first big screen. And I got the idea from a friend of mine who I worked with. He passed away a long time ago, sad, but really tragic story. But he was the one that was like, oh yeah, I use a 42-inch plasma TV as my computer monitor. And I was like, doesn't it look all shitty? Like when you run it through like the component cables and stuff? And he's like, oh, no, I just go DVI to it. And it like does perfect, I think it was like 720p at the time. And I was like, no way. And so I came home, grabbed the TV out of the living room, brought it up, set it on my desk, plugged it in the computer, and it looked badass. Never turned back. That was my first big screen computing experience, other than like, having an HTPC connected to my 60-inch square TV rear projection. But it was like the first time I actually had like a big 9x60 or 16x9 monitor on my desk, and I never went back. Here I am today. I went from 42-inch to 45-inch to 45-inch again to 50-inch and to 50-inch again. So I've been through like, this is my 5th incarnation of this triple large screen setup. Sadly, the screens keep getting cheaper and cheaper each time I get them. I'm down to like Vizio. Now I'm using like Vizio's absolute base model, but still 120 hertz at 4K, so I can't complain too much. Kevlar said it's V-Sync and H-Sync to force 1024 by 400. V and H-Sync is mostly an SGI thing. Oh, interesting. TV had a feature where it did compression. So this was the cool feature of my TV. Like the one cool thing my rear projection TV had that like none of my friends' rear projection TVs had. And that is whenever you watched a movie that was a letterbox on a conventional rear projection TV, you would have this big contrastless black box on the top and the bottom. And it would eat that resolution. The resolution of those lines is gone, right? You're just watching the letterbox version. What my TV could do is you could play the video at the full resolution, the full 1080i resolution, but then you could push a button on the TV and it would actually compress the lenses down to refocus the screen from 4x3 to 16x9. And you had to have a DVD player or a computer or software that would do the transform, but then you got all the resolution. So like it'd compress all the resolution. Now your big box 4x3 became a true 16x9 without losing any resolution. And it was really cool. It was a really neat party trick. And then you had these really dark boxes on the top and bottom that didn't glow at all. So if you had the lights out, it literally felt like you were watching a movie theater. It was so cool. Now today you're like, fuck, everything's better than that. And then I got really big into projectors. And then projectors were like super, super cool. And they kept getting better and better.
Yeah, man,
but then they just got too expensive because TVs got so cheap that one day I'm like, why am I doing a projector where it's like 20 inches? 20-inch difference. I have a 74-inch screen or I have like a 90-inch screen. And the difference in contrast and brightness is like massive. Absolutely massive. Like the projector, you got to turn the lights out to have a good picture. The contrast, the saturation just isn't there anymore. And I had like a $3,000 screen, and now you can buy a $3,000 74-inch TV that kicks the shit out of it, 8K, 120 hertz. To get a projector like that was still at the time like 10 grand. Oh, bro, I know you got to get out of here. Sorry, I didn't know it was 2 already.
Yeah, my bad.
Hey, before you go, tell me what you're doing this weekend. What's going on? You got anything good?
Nothing much. Just starting on some spring cleaning and stuff.
Hey, I was going to tell you, are you still playing that shooter game? I accepted your invite. I just haven't opened it since.
Here and there. Yeah, I haven't been playing much anything.
Have you seen a game called Arma Reforger?
Yeah.
Dude, that game looks awesome.
Arma's always a good. There's very milsim.
Yeah. I've been watching some YouTube videos of like it gets pretty damn technical. Like I did not know there was a milsim game that was that realistic. Yeah. So I'm not gonna get it right now just because I ain't got the money. But if it comes around and it's like on sale or a free copy or whatever, and I get that, do you want to play sometime?
Sure.
Dude, it looks so awesome. Like the guy's flying the helicopter, like even the mortar, you have to like open the map and use like a spirograph to like measure to your target and put in all the little shit. Dude, it's so awesome.
Yeah.
It's so awesome. All right. Well, you guys know where to find Aux. All of his links and stuff are down in the video description. Yep. We love him to death. We thank him for stopping by every weekend. He's the bestest co-hostess with the mostest.
Bye, everybody.
Enjoy your weekend, sir.
Bye.
All right. And then there was me. And only me. As everybody leaves. Oh, wow. We still got 198 people in here. Oh, yeah. I got to fart. Hold on here. Oh, man. That sucker's been trying to get out for a while. Adam said, talk about plasma burn-in problems with the early 50K 50-inch plasma. That was a nightmare. My shitty, like, gateway 42-inch plasma TV was so burned in. Because I had Windows, I had it plugged into a computer, so it had like the Windows background. The Windows background was permanently burned into it. Like you didn't notice it that much when you had the TV powered on, but you turn it off and it looked like an Etch-a-Sketch. And there was no black. Like on the first generation plasma TVs, it was basically like light gray. Like unless you turned out the light in the room, you had no contrast. Contrast wasn't a thing. So it was terrible. But when I first got it, I thought it was the coolest shit ever. I still remember when I went from a 60-inch rear projection down to a 42-inch plasma, so 4x3 to 16x9, I thought it was the coolest shit ever. Like, just the brightness alone was insane. But I will say the rear projection kicked its ass for contrast, for sure. My gateway was 4.5-inch thick for the fans. It was 1,800 watts of heat. Dude, it literally melted. So my gateway, if you looked at the top, the vents on the top were literally warped, and they were discolored. So much heat just from radiant heat rising up through the back of that screen, it was discoloring and melting its own plastic frame. And I want to make it clear, it was not mounted on the wall. It did this while sitting on freestanding feet about 1.5 feet out away from the wall. So that TV, and apparently that was a common thing with those TVs. Those TVs just the damn things just burn themselves to death. Oh my God! Plus, you got yourself a 50-inch Samsung TV. That's what. So I used to have 50-inch Samsungs. My old 4K monitors were 50-inch Samsungs. They burned up. I still have them sitting in a pile behind me, but they got like dead pixels. One of them is all the backlight lenses fell off, so it's got all these hot spots. I'm still trying to figure out what I might use them for. But I upgraded to the 4K 120 hertz HDR10 panels. But I'm not impressed. These Vizio screens, they're not great. Like, if I could go back and remake this decision, that was a horrible nightmare going back and forth with Costco. It took like 6 months to do a return on the C1 LG screens that I wish now I had just kept. Honestly, in hindsight, like by the time I got my refund from Costco, the firmware issues already worked out the problems I had with the LG C1s. And yeah, the burn-in would have sucked, but the LG C1s were like better in every way than these fucking Vizios. These Vizios are trash. They're like, I swear it has like 24 like dimming zones in the background that it uses some intermediate layer to turn into like a billion zones to get rid of the blooming, but it also gets rid of about half the brightness. So they're only like 400 nits or something of brightness, like 350 or 400. If I have any lights on in the room, it just drowns them out. So, but I got to live with them. It's just how it is. I made my bed. I got to live in it. And plus, they're just shitty firmware. Every time I turn them on, I have to cycle them through to a different picture profile because it can't remember the picture profile. If the screen switched to different video mode and then switch back to the video mode, it resets it back to gaming mode, and I have to go back in and switch it back to the color calibrated mode. Turning them all on, turn them all off at the same time is an absolute fucking nightmare. Sometimes when you turn them off, they don't turn off. They just sit there and flicker the light for like 20 minutes until you unplug and replug them, or they won't turn back on. I am really thinking like Vizio really dropped the ball on these, like bad. And every firmware update they release, and they do release firmware updates frequently, like one comes out at least once a month, and every firmware update fucks something up royally. I've never had a single firmware update yet on these TVs go smoothly. Not one. And it always introduces new problems every single time. Meat Puppet said, I like the 40, mid 40-inch and 55-inch Hisense TVs. They're pretty good and last a while. I've heard good things about Hisense. Like, for the money, the problem is I can only fit a 50-inch or smaller. That was the problem that I was up against. I can only fit a 50-inch or smaller because of the way the vaulted ceiling works with the desk that I have. So, but if I could have gone up to 55 inches, I could have got a lot better TV. But yeah, stay away from Vizio. Vizio just sucks now. Vizio actually used to be not that bad. I mean, they use Samsung screen. Like, the panels are Samsung. They are HDR10. But they're just dim. They're just because the backlights in these things suck ass. Because that's where they cut money. They cut corners on the backlights. Adam said, truth is, expect all TVs to fail around 15,000 to 20,000 hours now. If buying a TV for PC use, make sure it has a 5-year screen retention warranty. Why LGG is 2x the cost for the C or the B is the 5-year warranty. Yeah, sadly with these Vizios, I have no warranty. So when they die, they're just dead and I'm just fucked. So, and they're definitely not giving me confidence that they're going to last that long. However, I will say that my Samsungs, my last 2 Samsungs that I had, they both lasted 5 years before they started to heavily degrade of really heavy use. These Vizios have not seen nearly the same heavy use because of how much I'm laid up in bed. And I still feel like these things are going to fucking die. However, I do have a box fan sitting behind blowing a shitload of air across the back of the screens and exiting out here in the corner to keep them cool. Because I learned my lesson with the Samsungs that if you don't cool the screens actively, they will start to being this close to the wall with the vaulted ceiling, they will start piling up enough heat that the glue will start breaking down on the TV and the little lenses on the backlights will fall off. And that's what happened with my Samsungs. And once that happens, you can't really fix it. It's not like you can just crack the TV open and like re-glue the lenses in place. Like, they have to be aligned by a machine. If you try to do it by hand, it looks all fucked up. John Sugg said, do you think if I got the LG Ultra Clear OLED that's $600, it would last me a long time? I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you about the Ultra Gear OLED. I will say though that the OLED screens are just next level for their visuals. However, they have a problem that I can't stand. There is one, and I don't think the really expensive ones have this problem. I think it's just the cheap ones have this problem. They're gorgeous, but when you have 3 of them, like when I had 3 LG C1s, right? The biggest problem I had is when you create a white box in the middle of the screen, it's really bright and really brilliant white and everything else is inky black. But as you grow that box, it gets dimmer. Now it goes from white to almost like a light gray, and it gets darker and darker the bigger the box is, right? Because the TV's pulling more power and it can only pull power up to a limit. So small screen gets way more contrast. Now, there's 2 ways to solve that. You can either lower the contrast so far down or lower the brightness so far down that it's just as washed out when it's this big as it is this big, and then you don't have a problem anymore, but then you don't have that real high punching contrast that OLEDs are known for, right? The other option is you hack the firmware and you override it and overdrive the TV, but then it generates a shitload of heat. You don't have the proper heat sinks on the back and the thing dies a lot faster, right? But that was one of the solutions I saw on the forum that I never exercised. And the other thing I didn't like about them is the LG, and I believe they did fix this in a later firmware after I returned the screens, was with 3 screens side by side, they will slowly dim over time. Like the content on the screen will cause it to slow the whole screen to dim as a whole and then to brighten up when you move something. And what it did is it made all the screens constantly at a different brightness setting. So when you dragged shit between the screens or you had a game open across all 3 screens, you could clearly see the different levels of brightness on each screen. And it was like super annoying. And that's why I returned them. Had they not had those problems, I wouldn't have returned them. Hey, Eggplant, he said, hey, Barnacules still rocking that handsome haircut. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Got a little purple nurple in there, too. I'm going to wash it out, though, when I go take a shower after this. I just thought it'd be fun to show you guys. It just wash out. None of this is permanent. I don't think I'd dye my hair permanent. Let's see here. Green Protagonist said, speaking of wacky old TVs, I found a 32-inch tube TV with native HDMI. Use it for Super Nintendo widescreen hack? No way. They made tube TVs with HDMI? When did that happen? That must be, is it an HD? Is it one of those ultra rare Sony HD CRTs? I don't think I've ever seen like a 4x3 CRT with an HDMI. That's interesting. LG OLED's dim to save the red OLED. The red OLED on my 2023 G565 is burning out. Oh, really? Is that because our eyes aren't as sensitive to red, they have to overdrive the red? That's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that the red was the problem. And I believe was I don't remember. Did the LG C1 have the separate white LEDs? Or did that still have to use the red, green, and the blue to create white? Because I know at some point LG did add like W. It was like RGBW, so that they didn't have to combine all the other LEDs and burn up all that power to give you the brilliant white, and it made the screen a lot more efficient and a lot more stable. But I don't know. But I think that was on the higher end screens. I don't know if they did that on the lower end, like the LG C1, C2, C3. But I will tell you what, if I could snap my fingers and perform a miracle right now, I would take these Vizio screens and I'd get rid of them. I'd put one in Xander's room for video gaming, one in the garage, and one in the living room to replace the dying Samsung screen down there. By the way, the living room Samsung TV has been running every single day, pretty much from morning to night for like the last fucking 20 years, and that thing is now just starting to die. I am really impressed with Samsung's old, like, this was like Samsung's like top of the line, I think it was like second or third generation LCD TV. Didn't have any fancy backlighting, only did 1080p, no fancy color, no fancy color, no fancy 120 hertz. But it is really thick. I want to say the TV is like this thick. It's massive, and the border around the screen is massive. But man, that thing has been just nothing but reliable. But she's finally dying. What I'd do is I'd put a Vizio down there, a Vizio in the garage, and a Vizio in Xander's room. And then I'd put 3 LG C2s or C3s right here. Full round circle. I'd go from the C1 that I sent back, I would revert and I'd say nope. I'd go to the C2 or the C3 that can produce the more stable white. And I would just do everything in my power to prevent the burn-in by making sure shit was like animating and moving on the screens, every chance I got. Because I really don't like these Vizios. These Vizios really let me down, sadly. They seemed okay in the start. Like, when I color calibrated them and I pulled them out of the box, but the firmware has gotten so bad since I first bought these that it's like they're not even the same TVs I bought. It's fucking disgusting. Oh, but what are you going to do, man? We live in a world where it's like firmwares are forced down on your TV, and then that fucking firmware enables a bunch of shit you don't want, disables a bunch of shit you don't need, fucks up all your settings, removes a lot of your functionality. But first world problems. I'm happy to have this set up. A lot of people would kill to have this set up, and even though I won't be able to afford another one, probably ever, I'm happy to have it. But I just wish I hadn't sent the LGs back. I should have just waited for a better firmware. No, John Zuck, the LGs I sent back, it took 6 months to refund me. Once they finally refunded me so that I could buy the new screens, I ended up going with the Vizios. And I regret it. Big regret. TCL top end is worth it, but go for the very top end. The mid TCL is the same as mid market. I've heard TCL, the high end TCLs are good. I've heard from a lot of people. They use Samsung panels, right? Or does TCL use LG panels? Would reverting to factory fix the problem? No, because sadly reverting to factory goes back to their last firmware they put on it. I already tried. I thought reverting to factory would go back to like the firmware that the TV shipped with. It doesn't. It just goes back to the last firmware they put on there because they don't want you to be able to downgrade in case you found a hack or something. Because the problem is people find like hacks to be able to get like free Netflix and like, hack the apps inside of the TV because it's just Android. So whenever they find those, they release a firmware and then they start putting their advertising shit in it. Now, when I turn the TVs on half the time, it'll pop up and say that I need to go like agree to their terms to give them my data or none of the apps will work. One of them, I had to agree to give them my data just to be able to switch the input to HDMI 3. It wouldn't even let me select HDMI 3 until I agreed to send them the data. Like my option was don't send data and then I can't switch the input and I'm stuck on the main screen, or I send them my data and then I can, unplug the network. and oh God. Oh, there we go. Well, not free. I was just not free Netflix. You can't get free Netflix because you have to pay them to use their service unless you hack it on their side. But I'm just talking about like you can hack the local apps to do things. BB Junkie said you get someone local to reprogram the flash chip. I'm sure the firmware is available. Somebody like YouTube Matt Brown could do it easily for you. Oh, you mean for like rolling back to the OG firmware out of box? Probably not a bad idea. That's probably something worth pursuing because none of the bugs that they fixed on this TV are worth the pain the new firmware imposes. It really sucks. Rebel said, I'm still going great with your LG 55-inch Class C1 Series OLED 4K WebOS TV from 2021. The C1 was a good screen. Other than the burn-in, a fantastic screen. Amazing screen. And the truth is, everybody I know that had burn-in didn't really notice it when the screen was in operation. Like, unless it was, like, on a fully, like solid color during a test where you're flashing, like, red, green, blue, then you'd see the burn-in. But, like, during normal use and operation, you didn't notice it. I think even, didn't Linus even use an LG C1 as, like, his primary screen for, like, a couple of years? And he had some burn-in, but he said it didn't really bother him. And he's the type of guy that shit like that would definitely bother him. Like if it was there and it was noticeable all the time. The dude pixel peeps all the time. Pele said sometimes I think they do it because they want you to buy a new one. You think? No, it's true. It's true. It's just like fucking bamboo 3D printers, right? It's like you buy the printer and you think you get a good deal, and then every firmware they release takes more and more functionality away while tying you to their cloud and while forcing you to give up your designs and send your G code up to their servers and prevent you from using third-party software so that they can keep controlling more and more of the experience so that they can then take all of your data and profit off of it and use it to guide them so that they get an unfair advantage on their competition to build another printer and sell it to you and round robin it all over again. So stupid. PSOT LG has an easy mode to get to the service menu with a $20 remote. If you do some YouTube and Google, you can fix your LG in the service menu up to a point. That's what I did. So when I got my LG C1, the way that I fixed that blooming issue, or not, I shouldn't call it blooming, but where it was like super bright white box, and then as you size like Notepad or anything with white background, it just gets dimmer, super bright, dimmer. That drove me absolutely nuts. And so you could mitigate that to some extent in the service menu by disabling the it was called like auto dimming. But by doing that, you reduce the highest contrast setting. So now when you reduce the box, it was only about half as bright. But then when you made it the full size of the screen, it remained a consistent level of white. And so... And when I did it, the problem was every time you turned the TV off and turned it back on, you had to go back into the service menu and reset it. And they fixed that in the next firmware after I mailed it back. During the 6 months that I was trying to get a refund from Costco, I kept getting more and more notifications from the forum that I was reading that I signed up for saying, oh, this got fixed and that got fixed. No, the problem with that got fixed. No, even the problem I posted got fixed. And I'm like, fuck. And so I was raging, man. Like... It took so long to get that refund, and at the end, I was like, I should have just kept the damn screens. It was so much of a hassle to tear them all back down, get them all back in their boxes, arrange for the pickup and everything. It was an absolute fucking nightmare. Oh, that was probably a huge turning point to my downfall, honestly, on YouTube. Not to say it wasn't already happening because of all my health problems and stuff, but that took the wind out of me. That whole experience beat me up so bad that I could never look at the setup the same again. It's weird. I have OCD, and OCD gets worse with depression and stress and anxiety. And so life piles that on, and then the OCD gets worse and worse and worse, and the OCD makes everything stand out. And one thing you do with OCD is when you can't stand something because it's not quite right, it makes it impossible for you to do anything else because you're hyper-focused and you can't break your focus on that thing that isn't right. It's a shitty thing. It's a shitty thing, and I fucking hate it. And I'd do anything to get rid of it. I wish there was a fucking drug that would just kill OCD dead in its tracks. I mean, it gets so bad sometimes that I get actual heart palpitations and I feel like I can't breathe and I get tunnel vision over the stupidest shit you wouldn't even believe. Yeah, Vizio is owned by Walmart now. That's probably why they're so cheap. And I'll tell you what Walmart did. Before Vizio was bought by Walmart, like the firmwares weren't nearly as intrusive. They were still intrusive, but they weren't like top level intrusive. However, I will say that Samsung's done the same thing. Oh yeah, Caillou Don already tried weed, didn't work. Actually made me really sick. I'll tell you what though, even Samsung is really invasive now. I'm sitting in my room last week and a fucking thing pops up on my TV and it's like, oh, you have to agree to new terms of service. I'm like, what? I don't remember installing an update. It's like, you have to agree to new terms of service. Okay, fine. Click on it. It goes in the thing. It says, do you want to send your data to Samsung? I'm like, nope, next. I click next. Nothing happens. I click next. Nothing happens. I'm like, why isn't this working? So I go back. I select one of the boxes. I click next. It says nothing happens. I click next. What does it do now? I click next a third time. It moved the cursor, selected the other box, and then went back to next and then put my click through. I didn't click any other buttons. All I was clicking was next. My wife was sitting there and she said, oh, that's some bullshit. I didn't even say anything. She's watching the screen. She said, oh, that was dirty. So what they did is they get you on the next button and they get you conditioned to keep pushing next because it won't move forward. And then the second that you move back and select one option and then go back to next and hit next, it moves the cursor without telling you to check the box. But then you want to uncheck the box, right? Because it just checked the box when you click the button. So you click the button again, but it moves as soon as you check the box. It moves it to the next button, and it basically tricks you into agreeing. And then once you agree, you can't unagree. Like it literally. And my wife, I didn't even say anything. She saw me click on it, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And she looks at it, and she goes, that was some shit. She was like, and I was like, did you see what it just did? And she's like, yeah, that was absolute horseshit. I just watched that, and it was like, so they basically, like, Samsung purposefully builds the menu to confuse you because it's not working so that you keep clicking the button. And then when you go back and click the bare minimum option, it toggles down to the next option. And when you click it, then it checks it. You're like, no, I don't want to check it. So you click again to uncheck, but then it moves the cursor to next and hits next with everything checked. I'm like, you motherfuckers. And then if you don't check both boxes, then when you click check, you can click it again and uncheck. Check, uncheck, check, uncheck. It's only when you go to the second box and you click check and you go to click uncheck that instead of unchecking it, it jumps down to next and then clicks next. So I was like, dude, that is fucked. That should be straight up fucking illegal. That is some horseshit. And then there's no way to do it. Michael R. Media said, when was the last time you tried weed? Just curious. Probably, I want to say it was pre-COVID, 2018. Probably 2018. It was probably the last time. So somewhere in there. Are we safe with the LG or should we turn off auto updates? Shit, even if you turn off auto updates, it'll still find a way, trust me. Yeah, Adam, exactly. It's just like the MSFT, yeah, just like Microsoft's move cursor to radio box option. 100%. Yep. Edibles are inhaled, both. And tincture. Tincture, oil, edibles, inhaled. Yeah, it was terrible. Actually, Las Vegas wasn't the last time. I actually tried it one more time when I got home from that trip, and then I called it a day because I did have one slightly good experience with it in Vegas. But it still was like there was specific things about the experience that I think helped overall. But yeah, I came home and I was like, I tried to reproduce what happened on the trip. No, still had the same problems. But no, I trust me, I'm at the point now where it's like, I will try anything to escape this pain. This pain is just, it's killing me. It's killing me, and it's not just killing me, it's fucking up my family's future, and I don't like it. I really don't like it. And it's not helping that with the pain and the lack of sleep and all this discomfort, all the shit that's going on in the world right now has been really fucking my head, and I don't like it. It's like, and there's no way to avoid it because, like, even if you ignore it, you still see it when you look at how much shit costs, and you look at your 401k, and you look at your future, and you look at your son's, like, you know, school curriculum that's getting, like, heavily cut and pulled back, his homeschooling curriculum. And you look at the education system getting destroyed, and you look at USA getting destroyed, and you look at Medicaid getting hurt, and the insurance rates are going up. It's just like, you just look at it, and you're like, there's, even if you ignore everything and you try to act like everything's going all right, it's like, no, everything is going into the shitter as fast as humanly possible because the dipshit at the top wants it to, because he can just short the markets and he can fucking drive us into a recession so that we're forced to play his little crypto game that's coming up next with Elon so that they can make themselves the world's first trillionaires by fucking us all. And I hate it. I fucking hate it, man. I hate that we have literal Nazis running our country right now. And it's like you go back and look at Germany, and it all started the same way in Germany. You can do one-to-one comparisons, action for action. Everybody's like, oh, it's not like Hitler. He didn't kill millions of Jews. Give him some time. Now, maybe not Jews, but Mexicans, sure. Black people, sure. He could go that route. He's already talking about concentration camps, like literal concentration camps. So remember, Hitler wasn't Hitler before he was Hitler, right? He had to rise and he had to do steps. And if you go back and look at the steps that he made after he consolidated power, same shit is happening with Elon and Trump. You can go fucking research it yourself. It's scary, the fucking parallels, man. It's not, when people call him a Nazi, like they're not even joking. They're not being hyperbolic. It is like there is a literal one-to-one connection between the things that Elon's doing with Doge and what Hitler did in the 1930s, leading up to World War II. So it doesn't give me a lot of confidence. It really doesn't. It so fucking sucks, dude. Paley, I appreciate it, man. It's taken everything I have to fucking keep it bottled up. I want to bawl my eyes out too. I do a lot of times. Wait, what? You want me to check signal? Hold on. Oh, bro. Dude, serious? You serious, dude? What made you want to do that? Oh my God, dude. Serious? Oh my God, dude. Gran Turismo 7 is like my only escape in this world right now. That means a lot, dude. That means a lot. Oh, brother. I appreciate it so fucking much. Oh yeah, nobody knows what I'm talking about. He ordered up the Gran Turismo Direct Drive Extreme from Fanatec and the Club Sport V3 pedals for my Wheel Stand Pro. Although more than likely, this is probably going to go on the simulator cockpit, and the PlayStation Pro is going to come up here because the Wheel Stand Pro is not going to do this justice. It may start on the Wheel Stand Pro, but it's going to work its way up here. I mean, this is fucking crazy, guys. I play Adam. I appreciate it, brother. You know I don't expect this. I don't expect any of this shit. I really don't. And I hate that I can't reciprocate. I know you don't care, but it drives me fucking nuts sometimes. But I play Gran Turismo almost every day. Almost every single day. I get so worked up and so stressed out that I go to the end of my bed, and Adam and his wife got me from Costco. It's this folding camping chair that's like the most comfortable chair I can sit in the house. It's like, I don't know, whoever designed this chair must have also been a 400-pounder with nerve problems, because I put a pillow in the front of it and I sit back in it and I put a pillow on my lumbar, and it's like perfect. It's the only chair I can really get comfortable in. Unfortunately, I tried to make it work up here, but it doesn't. Like, I don't line up with the microphone. I'm sitting like this far back and I can't lean forward when I'm sitting in it. But I love Gran Turismo so much, and I've got a Thrustmaster T300 RS, which is a great little wheel, but it cogs really bad and you can't drift with it. It slaps back and forth really bad. Like, it doesn't, it's not good for drifting. It's not good for like the fine feeling that a direct drive wheel has. So Adam just bought the Gran Turismo DD Extreme, which is like the top of the line, like Fanatic wheel, like literally, like remember PlayStation 5 specifically. I'm sure it works with PC too, but Gran Turismo only works on PlayStation 5. It's Gran Turismo in VR, PSVR 2. It's PS5 exclusive, and you can't use other wheels. Like, even like my old Fanatec doesn't work with it. I tried my Fanatec Club Sport, which is also, it's not direct drive either, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work with PlayStation. So this is fucking baller. Oh my god, dude. I don't even know what to say. This is fucking phenomenal. I can't believe that you got the extreme though. Like, isn't there like 5 models beneath this that are still direct drive? Like, leave it to Adam to go, oh, what's the highest end one they have? Like, I'm pretty sure that like it can't get any higher. Like, that is the highest end steering wheel you can possibly get for Gran Turismo, and the pedal box, like the actual legit pedal box. And you know what? Can you plug the wait, hold on here. Can you plug the shifter into this? Because I've always wanted to use the shifter in Gran Turismo with the manual transmission, but you can't with flappy paddle. You have to have a stick shift. I am wondering, I'm going to check something here really quick. So I have the Fanatec shift. I have the Fanatec shifter, the Club Sport shifter SQ, like the actual 8-speed, or no, it's like 7-speed with reverse lockout, or 8-speed with reverse lockout. I wonder if that, oh, it says PS ready. It does. It says PlayStation ready. Oh, bro. Here, let me link you. I totally didn't realize this. Adam, I have this. So check the link I just posted in chat. I have this. This is the shifter from my racing sim that I've had for years, for the big racing sim upstairs on the PC. And it says, I just clicked on it, it says PS ready. It says this product becomes compatible with PlayStation systems when combined with a PlayStation licensed wheelbase. So that means I'll be able to plug this shifter into the PlayStation with the wheelbase, and it'll allow this shifter to work, which means I will have a full clutched shifting setup. Oh shit. Wait, so in GT7 you have to just override the paddles? I couldn't get, so Adam, were you able to shift with the paddles with the clutch? Because I put the manual because I looked it up online. I put the manual transmission in my car, because you have to get the manual transmission mod. Then I enabled it, and then at the beginning of the race I held the clutch in. And then shifted into first and held the clutch in, and then when the race started, even with the clutch pushed in, it just took off and the clutch didn't do anything. So I tried shifting, like I pushed the clutch in and then I shifted into first, like when the race starts, or when it's starting and it's already in gear, I push the clutch in while it's doing the countdown to ready, and it didn't work. So so wait, so you shift like when it doesn't register, you just pretend to shift before the race starts? Like if I try, so if I hold you have to hold the clutch in? Because I've never been able to get it to work. I've been trying forever because I want to be able to clutch kick. And some of the cars, a clutch kick would really, really help with drifting. Just run the shifter on the Thrustmaster before the start. Oh, I don't have a shifter for the Thrustmaster. I only have a shifter for Fanatic. I'm talking about the paddles. Have you ever gotten it working with the paddles, or do you have the physical shifter? Do you have a physical Thrustmaster shifter? Because I don't have the Thrustmaster shifter, but I don't know. Would this work? Would a Fanatec shifter work with the Thrustmaster connected? That's what I'm wondering. Because I could never get it to work with the paddles. Like I was like, oh, I'll just use the thing with the paddles, just like the Mercedes. Like a lot of people don't realize this, but the Mercedes Le Mans car, what is it, the AMG? The Mercedes AMG GT or whatever, it actually has a conventional gearbox that's actuated by paddles, and you have to use the clutch for every shift, upshift and downshift. Oh, you have the Thrustmaster shifter. Okay, yeah, I don't have the Thrustmaster shifter. If I had the Thrustmaster shifter, then it would have worked. Yeah, it just doesn't work with the paddles, and I thought that was weird, because there really is a car in real life that you have to use the clutch with paddle shifters, and you can't gate the clutch without a shifter. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird, because if you go watch, Doug DeMuro just reviewed the Mercedes. Let me see which one it is here. This thing is dude. Adam, I am so fucking. I'm like, oh my god, dude, what? Oh my god, I need to bring the PlayStation Pro upstairs. I need to bring it upstairs, and I need to get my sim going again, because I want to mount this on a sturdy ass frame and actually like sit in a racing sim like old times. And Gran Turismo is Gran Turismo in VR is my experience of choice, like hands down. This is wild, dude. This is so wild, man. I want to race with Adam. I've been trying to get Adam to race me forever. I hope he will now. Like, I'm going to give Adam a full fucking review on this thing so he can go get one himself, because I think it's really weird that Adam's actually buying it for me first before he buys it for himself. That's pretty goddamn awesome is what it is. Like, were you gifted a sim rig or something? Yes, Ben. I have the sim rig already, right? I have my old Ubuntu Revolution. But it hasn't been used in years. Everything's all like it's not set up right. I need to remove the pedal box. I need to put a different pedal box. I don't have the shifter mounted, and the Fanatec Club Sport base is not finished. Like, I had to put in the wheel together and everything. It's been sitting in disrepair. But Adam I play Gran Turismo every day. Gran Turismo, I play it every single day. I bought every car under, like, I think it's $5 million in the game. At some point or time, I think my collector score is like 160 some thousand now. I love it. I play it nonstop, and I use a Wheelbase Pro with a Thrustmaster T300 RS with just brake and gas pedal mounted down below. And it's been a really great setup for a long time, but you can't drift with it. Like, the wheel cogs too much and flops back and forth. And it's not good for drifting. You can't get the feel for drifting. And so direct drive wheels, every video I've watched where people play Gran Turismo, the difference between a cogged wheel and a direct drive wheel when you're drifting or for fine car control is like night and day. Like, it's like they're not even comparable. And yeah, Adam, exactly. Oh my God, you're totally right. I can give Xander the T300 RS and the Wheel Stand Pro. So just like old times, I gotta clean his room. His room is like hoarders buried alive right now. I gotta clean it out. But God, I'll finally be able to race him where we're both on a rig. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. That's gonna be so awesome. Oh my gosh, dude. No way, serious? So Fanatec PR helped? Like, you didn't pay the price that was listed? Or was that the discount they gave you? The discount that was on the invoice, was that the discount that they gave you, or did you actually pay even less than that? Cuz that's insane, bro. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I'm going to be rocking a Club Sport V3 with the Gran Turismo DD Extreme. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, this is awesome. This is so awesome. Hey, Adam, did Miss Barnacules know anything about this? Because if she did, she kept one hell of a secret, because I had no fucking clue at all, period. And I've been playing Gran Turismo like every night, sitting at the end of the bed, cussing and swearing like I do, and getting wrecked by the AI. And she hasn't. If you said anything to her, she hasn't said shit. So I'm pretty impressed if she actually knew anything about this, because she did not let on anything. So for those of you guys that are wondering what's going on right now, my buddy Adam here in chat, Kevlar Condom, he sent me a picture on Signal. He bought me the Gran Turismo DD Extreme wheel from Fanatec, the direct drive, their highest end direct drive wheel. Works on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, so across everything. And the Club Sport V3 pedals. And the setup works with my shifter that I've never actually used. The shifter, I've had it forever and I've never actually used it. I've got the Fanatec shifter. So I'll be able to put those together with the Ubuntu Revolution, and I'll be able to actually get heavily into sim racing again in an actual cockpit. And I am super freaking excited about that. That is so freaking amazing. Oh my gosh. Gimpy said he's gonna name his wiener Thrustmaster. Oh, yeah, Adam. Once I get it set up, you need to come over and try it, dude. Because I can tell you it's good, but until you actually drive it yourself, like you're not gonna know for sure. But I'll tell you right now, like everything I've watched with like all the top players in Gran Turismo, like all the guys that like, you know, win the competitions and are at the top of the board, they're all running these direct drive wheels, every single one of them. Some guys are running like custom setups where they like use interpreters in between that pretend it's a Logitech wheel that's supported and then like translate everything. But the people that I've seen that have really like the highest end play, they're all running these direct drive setups from Fanatec, all of them. Only Graham on drive. Oh, Graham knew about this? Graham knew about this yesterday. He didn't say nothing either. Oh my gosh, dude. You'll hand deliver, you'll bring the torque wrench. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm excited, brother. I'm so excited. Oh my god. All right, so the Xbox Pro is coming upstairs, and the Xbox OG is going in the bedroom because the Xbox Pro is going to be the Gran Turismo unit upstairs, and I'm going to stick it on this sim, and because you got it for something like this, you have to put it on the sim. You absolutely have to. Oh god, this is gonna be so fucking cool, man. It's gonna be so cool. On the PS5, yeah. What did I say? I'm a little tired right now. I may have said something different, but yeah, PS5. Sorry, not Xbox. PS5. My bad. Gran Turismo doesn't work on that. However, did you know, I saw this the other day and I thought it was interesting, and I'm sure you saw it too, Adam. Did you see Forza fucking Horizon 5 is coming to PS5? Yeah, I didn't mean Xbox. I meant PlayStation 5. Gran Turismo is PlayStation 5 only. And Gran Turismo 6, I don't know when it's coming out, but I think it's supposed to be out this year, right? Like, I want to say that it's not too far out. Let's see here. Gran Turismo 6. Release. Or not 6, sorry, 8. God, man, my brain is fucking not working today. Okay, well, no official release date exists. Speculation suggests that a 2025 release is unlikely. No. PlayStation 5 is the confirmed platform for GTA. Recent release of Gran Turismo 7 offers a complete and satisfying experience with a variety of cars. I will say that, like, Gran Turismo 7 is fantastic. I just wish that they would add more tracks. More tracks, more. They have been adding more cars. Like, we get a couple new cars every like couple of months, but it'd be nice if they gave us some new tracks. Do they make Xbox have the PS5 beta of Forza Horizon 5? Oh, you have the beta of Forza Horizon 5? How does it run? How does because I'm curious, because like Forza Horizon 5 on Xbox I've never played. I don't even have the latest Xbox. I have the Xbox the Xbox before, not the Series X, but the naming confuses me. I have the old one. So, and I want to say the Xbox only runs Forza Horizon at like 60 hertz. PlayStation 5 Pro runs it at 120. So you actually get a better experience in a Microsoft exclusive title on PlayStation 5 than you do on their own console. The only place you'd get a better experience is on PC with like a super high-end graphics card. Like, for instance, I play Forza Horizon 5 on PC with an RTX 4090, and I get like 4K, 120 hertz locked with all the bells and whistles on, and it looks absolutely freaking gorgeous, like with all the ray tracing and all that stuff. But for consoles, the PlayStation 5, I bet, looks absolutely gorgeous, like absolutely gorgeous. James VR Gimp said, I want Microsoft to sell an original Xbox that has the case made out of the machine aluminum Giant X that was on the original mock-up. That would be awesome. Dude, I wish I had kept it. I think I told you guys this story before. I want to say I either sold it on eBay or I gave it to somebody. I can't remember. It was so many years ago. But I had 2 of those Xbox SDVs. Remember the OG, like the original Xbox SDVs, which were the silver towers, the silver PC towers with the green X on them and the regular CD-ROM drive on the front. And I had 2 of those, and they both worked. They wouldn't update firmware, so you couldn't like run, you could only run like the games that were like pre-installed on the test units. Like they wouldn't connect to Xbox Live or anything like that. But I had 2 of those working units, the SDVs, and I ended up getting rid of them. And biggest mistake I ever made, because those cases are awesome. Those cases, those cases, I wish I had kept them just for, if nothing else, for decoration or to like retrofit a modern PC into. That would have been awesome. Oh my gosh. Watching you talk about Gran Turismo, playing Gran Turismo 4 Spec 2. Dude, the older Gran Turismos are still a lot of fun to play. Like, but I will tell you that Gran Turismo 7 in VR is untouchable. Like, I don't understand, like, there are good PC racing experiences. Like for instance, Dirt Rally or WRC in VR on PC, with like full VR and wheel and everything is good. They're great experiences. Oh, it was yeah, that's right. It was Power PC, wasn't it? Those were, because I remember it was not like the motherboard and everything looked completely different than PC. Like it looked wild. The SDVs looked wildly different, and they couldn't run Windows. They didn't have a BIOS. Not a conventional BIOS anyways. They just booted right into the Xbox software. But I wish I never got rid of them. That was awesome. The other thing I wish I never got rid of is I had a Deck Alpha. I had so much cool shit that I sold back in the day and I got rid of. Like I had an OG Deck Alpha, and then Deck went out of business and they didn't go out of business. They got bought by Compaq, and then Compaq killed them. And they were like the OG 64-bit processor. Like if you remember back when Intel was still 32-bit. Everything was 32-bit. AMD and Intel 32-bit. Deck Alphas were 64-bit, like true 64-bit. And I got rid of my Alpha. Mainly because I didn't really know how to use it. I got a Linux distribution running on it. And technically you could run Windows on it. Like there was a internal Windows build that ran on the Deck Alpha, but it wasn't shipped for Windows XP. So I could technically run like a version of Windows XP on it, but it couldn't run anything. Like anytime you tried to run anything, it's like, oh, the software is not compiled for the CPU. So the only thing you could really run on it was like Linux, right? Or I don't know, maybe you could run maybe you could have ran like some Mac software on it too. And I wasn't really big on Linux back then, so I didn't keep it. I ended up selling it. I had so many cool computers, guys. I even had an Amiga 5000, which I think is the last one they made. I'm pretty sure that was it wasn't a tower. It was a under the monitor unit, and it had the video toaster board in it. It was Amiga. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. I think it was an Amiga 5000. Images. Where is it? Oh no, it was a tower. No, never mind. It was a tower. I thought it went under the monitor, but no, it was a tower, I believe. Because I'm looking through the pictures right now, and it looks like the towers. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a picture of it that's representative. Or wait, was it this one? No, that's the 3000. Actually, maybe it was a 4000. Let me double check. Amiga 4000. Yeah, it was a 4000. Never mind. I had it wrong. It was an Amiga 4. I thought it was an Amiga 5000. So it was the Amiga 4. It was the Commodore Amiga 4000, and I had the IAMA screen, the super high resolution 1280 by something, 1920 by 1280. Like it was super high resolution for the day. And I ended up, the screen was highly desirable. It was an IAMA screen, and I sold the screen on eBay alone for $500 back in the day. Like it was worth a lot of money. It looked like, yeah, it looked exactly like this. Here, I have an image right now. Let me send it to you guys here. How do I just copy this? Copy image link. So that right there is what I had, except for mine had a CD-ROM. So mine had a CD-ROM. It had the 1.44 floppy, had that same mouse. It had an IAMA screen, so a bigger IAMA screen, and it had a video toaster board in the back for doing like video editing with all the little BNC connectors on the back of it. And I ended up selling the system on eBay for about, I think I got $700 for the Amiga 4000 with the keyboard and the mouse and a bunch of the software that I sold with it. And I sold the screen separately for like another $400. And it was a lot of money. Like I was surprised. I got it for free. But nowadays, what do they go for? I have to imagine that these are worth a hell of a lot more than that now. Residuals is how I make most of my money. Oh yeah, you guys, I mean, it's his story to tell, but Adam's a smart cookie that's created a lot of things that I'm sure you interact with in your life every single day and don't even realize it. And residuals from that kind of, he was smart enough to retain residuals on everything he did so that he continues to make money from the things that he designed instead of just giving up those rights like a lot of people do. Never give up your intellectual rights completely. Residuals are a good thing. Until AI makes it all obsolete. Is the PS5 Pro somewhat worthwhile? Only if you play GTA. Or, Gran Turismo, not GTA. Gran Turismo 7 VR gets a noticeable boost in frame rate stability, and with more ray tracing effects on the PS5 Pro. However, it also introduces some weird artifacts when you enable the projection, the VR projection. And I also noticed that with VR projection, there is a slight increase in input lag. It's almost imperceivable unless you're driving cars that require absolute accuracy on the bleeding edge. Then enabling and disabling that, I noticed a significant difference. But no, the PlayStation 5 Pro, honestly, for most games, like most normal games that people are playing, unless it's a PS5 Pro enhanced game, you're probably not going to see much of a boost. However, it does do some things. It does like upscaling of the if you play PS4 games, it's fucking awesome. Like, I will tell you this, if you play PS4 games like the old Metal Gear Solid, like I fired up Metal Gear 5 and it looks amazing. It looks way better than it did even on the PlayStation 4. Like, it does this upscaling, this real-time upscaling shit. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. But is it going to, like, you know, make your gaming experience with non-PS5 Pro enhanced games that much better? Other than, like, some little upscaling stuff and maybe some increase in frame rate? Probably not. What is my favorite car to drive in Gran Turismo? That's a tough one because I drive all the cars for different reasons. Like they're like golf clubs. Like, you can't just have one. But my car I probably drive the most when I get the opportunity, like, that I really, really enjoy driving. It's gonna be, I guess I'd have to go by like each class because there's not one car, because there's certain things I like about driving like the fast cars, but then completely different reasons why I like driving the slower cars. I'm trying to think if there's any car that stands out that's like my one go-to for everything. That's a tough one, man. Fuck, that's a tough one. Because I switch cars constantly. I'm not super loyal to any one car because I like experiencing different cars and different driving characteristics. But obviously my Subaru STI is one that I enjoy driving just because I own it in real life and it's nostalgic to drive it in the game. But the car that I probably drive the most as far as like my driving capability in, that I do really well in, is the Porsche 918 Spyder. Really love that car. I know it's kind of a bland choice. It's the blandest of the Holy Trinity cars, but the fastest in the quarter mile. I really enjoy driving the 918. I also like driving, let's see, what else do I drive? There's an Audi TT, a GR3 Audi TT Coupe that I really enjoy driving. That thing's super predictable. Nissan GTR, I can drive really well with it, but I consider it a boring car. It's like, it's too predictable. But the 918, God, I'd say the 918 is probably my favorite car to just drive that just doesn't require any thought, to just lap after lap after lap reliably. But I like a little drama too. Like there's some cars that produce a lot of drama that I enjoy, like the older like the Mazda 86 the rotary, the five rotor rotary. Sorry, I'm falling asleep here. The 5 rotor Le Mans car, the 98, what is it? Mazda 98 something B, 97 something B. Let's see, Mazda 787B maybe? Uh-oh, why is everybody saying drama? What happened? Oh, 767B. Thank you. Thank you, networking guy. I appreciate it. Or, oh, no, 787B. 787B. This guy right here. Close. It's this one right here. But you got me close. Thank you, networking guy. You totally got me close. Oh, the Volvo is fun to lap. I will admit, the old Volvo is fun to lap. Oh, you know what car I've actually been really enjoying too? It just didn't pop into my head. The new Honda Civic, the front wheel drive Honda Civic, the new hot hatch that they just added in the last month update. That thing is a lot of fun to drive. That car is a lot of fun to drive. Like I've been finding, like I'm not really big on front wheel drive cars. Like I don't have as much fun driving front wheel drive cars because they tend to understeer. But that old Honda Civic is just fun as shit with the VTEC to like throw around. Super light too. The car just feels like a feather when you're driving it, and it's really enjoyable. I also enjoy the Ferrari F50. It's not a great car though. It understeers like shit. It's I will say it's better than the F40. The F40, everybody loves the F40 and everybody shits on the F50. I can tell you right now, the F50 will kick the ever-living shit out of the F40 in almost every scenario. You know why? Because the F40 turbo lag makes it impossible to fucking drive. I will say that right now. I love the F40. It's a gorgeous car. The second that I got enough money to buy it inside of Gran Turismo, I was like, yay. And I drove it like a dozen times and sold it. And then I got the F50, and the F50 was better, but still nowhere near what I wanted. It killed my dreams. But the F40, the turbo lag is so bad, and it is so high strung that like you'll be going around a corner, pedal is exactly in a fixed position, riding right on the edge, and it'll still overboost and throw the rear end. Hey, take it easy, Gentle Stone. Thank you for stopping by. I prefer the look of the F50 too. I also like the sound. The F50, the V12, the F1 derived V12 that's inside of the F50 is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. The Hyundai and Gran Turismo is heavy as shit, and the brakes suck. so the Ioniq, right? The Ioniq N, that thing's a piece of shit. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is fun to drive because it has this really fun characteristic where it oversteers like a motherfucker, off throttle oversteer, like it induces horrible oversteer. But once you get used to it, it's unlike any other car. I swear to God, this has to be like programmed into the firmware on the car. But it has this characteristic where it understeers really, really bad under throttle, and then if you lift off really hard, it throws it into a hard induced oversteer. And once you get used to it, you can actually use it to your advantage to corner really fast. However, it's confusing, but it is electric. It has a push to pass, but it's barely noticeable. The push to pass feels like it adds like 5 horsepower. But it is fun to drive. It brakes like shit though. You have to brake really early on every corner. It weighs like 1 billion pounds because of the batteries. I expected a lot more performance out of it, like given all the talk and all the people reviewing it on YouTube. But if the real car in real life is anywhere near what it is in Gran Turismo, like I wouldn't buy it. Yeah, I remember that. Adam said he did own. Yeah, the Volvo 1976 wagon, which actually is in Gran Turismo. I think that's hilarious. 1981 240G, the 1984 240GL, the 1992 960 wagon, the 1995 850V, and the 2007 V60R. Ooh, wasn't that the hot hatch? Isn't the V60R the Volvo hot hatch? Here, V60R Volvo. I think I remember that one from Top Gear. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, these things are deceivingly fast. I remember that. I didn't know you had one of those. You've always had a Volvo in your IRL garage. Didn't Volvo get bought by Ford? Doesn't Ford own Volvo now?
Or did they just buy them and they're still letting them do their thing, so they're like still high quality, or has Ford kind of like fucked them up at all? Oh, V12 sounds amazing. V12s always sound amazing. They also got really smooth torque. That's what I like. V12 race cars are fun in Gran Turismo because they have very smooth torque. The turbo cars are much more high strung, but some turbo cars have very linear power. Like you can find some turbo cars that don't feel turbo at all. Like for instance, a good example that would be the Porsche Turbo S. Like the turbo just spools up instantly, like just past idle, the stock turbo. So and it has the variable geometry in the turbo vane, so it spools up super fast. You don't even notice it. It just feels like you got a V8. It's super awesome. The STI has a little bit of turbo lag, but it does in real life also. The Mitsubishi Evo. The Mitsubishi Evo is a great car. The turbo lag is very minimal. Plus the trick diff in it's awesome. Even if you do have the boost come on strong and you upgrade the car, the diff handles it really well. The Ford Volvo is the best Volvo. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Ford bought Volvo to make a safety standards. Wait, is it? I thought Volvos were known for being safe before Ford bought them. Was that all bullshit? Like the whole Volvos are the safest car in the world? I've always heard that. My whole life growing up, my aunt owned a Volvo, like an old 70s Volvo, and she'd always say it was the safest car in the world and blah, blah. And my neighbor, my old boss's boss had one, lived down the street, and he said it was the safest car in the world, and he like gave it to his son when he got his driver's license, and it was a little bit of an older Volvo. It's a pretty fast one too. It had a turbo in it, and he did a chip on it, and I was surprised at how fast it was. It's actually faster than my STI, and it's like this massive fucking station wagon. Oh, Ford needed Volvo to qualify. Okay, sorry, I had it backwards. Okay, so Volvo is... Ford needed Volvo safety, basically. Oh, I didn't know that. BB Junkie just said that Volvo's electric cars are Polestar? I didn't know that. I thought Polestar was an independent company. That makes sense, because Polestar's cars, now that I think about it, do look a lot like Volvo's. Like, they definitely have a lot of the same design language, so I'm surprised I didn't know that. The turbo inline 5-cylinder sounds absolutely killer too. They can for sure. 5-cylinder engines are fun. I remember growing up, my friend Cam McPherson. He had a Quattro 5000. Do you guys remember that? The Audi Quattro 5000. His was gold. Let me see if I can find it here. I mean, it's a really ugly car. Like, it is a disgustingly ugly car. So copy image right here. So this is here, let me see. Copy image link. Come on, work with me here. Okay, this is from Bring a Trailer, but this is exactly what his car looked like, except for it was gold. It was a gold color. And so it's a 1988 Audi 5000S Quattro 5-speed. And these things had a 5-cylinder engine in them, and they were little torque monsters. Like that's one thing I really liked. Every time I went for a drive with them, I was like really surprised at how torquey it was. Like, it feels like you let out the clutch and stomp into the floor, and it puts you back in your seat pretty hard. Not super fast. They're not super fast cars, but the torque on that 5-cylinder was awesome. And they were very smooth too. Another car I really like that I don't even think they have it in Gran Turismo. I wish they'd add it, but the Porsche 944 Turbo. The Porsche 944 Turbo is a super underrated car. I actually got the opportunity to drive a Porsche 944 Turbo around a track at the Ridge Motorsports Park. And I thought it was great. Like, I honestly, like, super smooth. I mean, just really, really smooth engine, really smooth shifting. Like, Porsche's really good with shifting. Like, their shifters are amazing. Clutch feel was amazing. The car handled amazing. I loved the way it looked with the flared fenders front and back. I thought it was great. I thought it looked cool as shit. Like, I honestly, even to this day, I still think they look really cool, even though a lot of the plastics have broken down on them now. And, you know, you have to restore them to get one looking good. They're pretty damn cool. The Porsche 944 Turbo will go down as a great in my book. I wish they'd put it in Gran Turismo. And then there's the 928 turbo, or the 920 Porsche 928 turbo, which is the smaller car. And I believe, does it have a 5-cylinder? Let me see here. Porsche 928. Porsche 928. Is that the one I'm thinking of? No, wrong one. Never mind. Don't get me wrong. Porsche 928, still a good car. That's the one that had the naturally aspirated V8. That thing is also amazing. Weighs 1,000 billion tons, though. It's not a light car by anybody's imagination. And it feels like it when you drive it. I'm thinking of the Porsche 9, not the 928. What is it? 926, maybe? 926. Which was the one? It's the 944 without the fender flares. Is it the 92? Yeah, it's the 926. Here it is. I found it. Yeah, this is, the 926. Here it is. So this is copy image link. Sorry, we turned into car talk today. So this one right here, this red, my friend had one of these too. He had a 944 and he had a 928 right here. And this thing was badass. Like, wait, no, that's still not it. What am I looking at the wrong? Is it 926 Porsche? What's the one that's the 9? Because the 928 has, they look similar. The 928 has the V8. The 926 has the smaller engine, and it's the 944 without the fender flares. So, God, it's so easy to confuse Porsches. Jason said, as I tease you before over this, has the AC unit fallen out of the window yet? No. No, surprisingly, the AC unit hasn't fallen out of the window. However, the AC is on its last leg. The AC is currently being cycled on and on using an ESP32 running software that ChatGPT wrote. Well, I shouldn't say ChatGPT. It was actually Claude 3.5 Sonnet before 3.7 came out. But it even programmed a full web interface. I thought this was really cool. So let me see. Can I open it up? So this is my full web interface with all data. Like, it even does trending. It trends the data, tells me when the AC is being turned on, turn off, what the low temperature, high temperature is to trigger it, whether I want it automatically controlled or manually controlled on and off. Like all this is a web server running on an ESP32. A little $5 ESP32 is now taking over all the intelligence for my air conditioner. And it's using a TP-Link CASA smart switch to turn the power on and off to the AC, since the AC has fused relays and can no longer power on and off on its own, and the compressor is always on the entire time the AC's on, which will freeze up the entire thing solid into a block of ice. So the way I fixed it was having the ESP32 use a timer and do cycling to give it time to drain the oil back into it before it starts it up again, and balancing between trying to keep the temperature is reasonably close to where it should be. But yeah, surprisingly, it's worked great. Like, honestly, I'm surprised, as ghetto rigged as this is, that it's still working. I thought for sure at this point I'd have to just burn more runway out of my 401k to get another air conditioner to keep this thing going, and luckily I didn't have to do that. So hey, sometimes jerry rigging works, my friends. Time to swap to a mini split. They're way too expensive, and I couldn't install one. Like, I don't even think I could install another air conditioner. Like, even if I could buy an air conditioner, I don't think with my back I could install it without help. So the 911 946 has a 3.3 and 3.6 liter. That whale tail. Oh yeah, I like the old Porsches. I actually drove a 70s Porsche. I drove one of the really, I think it was a 3.8 liter back then. Here, let me see. Porsche 911 3.8 liter. I want to say back then it was a 3.8. No, that's a 2002. Let me do 1970s. There it is. Okay, I found it. What does it have under the hood? Let's find out. I think it was a 1973, but I found a picture of a 1970 Porsche 911. It looks just like the one I drove. Let's see. What's the engine displacement? It has a flat 6. Oh, it doesn't list the displacement. Damn it. It might have been a 3.6, but I remember it was really torquey. Like, oh, sorry, no, this is a 2.2 liter. Never mind. This is no, the one I drove had a much bigger engine in it. But I remember the shifter sucked ass. Like, it was the worst shifting car I'd ever driven. Like you had to hunt for gears. Like it felt like the shifter wasn't even connected to anything. You just had to go like this and feather the clutch until it felt like it grabbed some gears. It was horrible. Yeah, the 3.8 is more modern. You're right. The 3.8 is what they have in like the more modern super high horsepower cars. Oh, Jason, I appreciate that, dude. I really do. I appreciate that offer. Man, I got to pee again. Here, give me just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. Hey, tell me if you guys can hear this. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Hold on. Ah! I got to trip over shit to get over here. Oh, this poor room, man. Oh, it's hard to look behind me. Did he just shit himself? Yeah, basically, Alex Silva. Oh, my God. What a day, man. I still can't believe Adam blindsided me with that. That is amazing. Adam, thank you so much, dude. Seriously, man. From the bottom of my heart, bro, I appreciate you so much. Because this is something I couldn't do. Wow. Those Club Sport V3 pedals are so good, too. Like, it has a hinged clutch, so the clutch and brake don't feel the same. Like, it's like a load cell brake, which is what I want. Like, I stuffed foam in my brake pedal on the T300 RS to give it sponginess, so that it would build up resistance, more linearly instead of being a potentiometer. Have I checked my sugar levels lately? About a month ago, but I probably wouldn't hurt to check it again. Not as bad as Leo Laporte leaving his mic on air so everybody could hear him peeing. That actually did happen before, and we left it in a video. Where I think I was at Dirtfish and I went in the bathroom and took a piss with the microphone on, and everybody could hear it. My AC unit is only 110 volts. Mine is 220, and it's heavy motherfucker, but mine does heat and AC. That's cool. Actually, you know what? I don't understand why all air conditioners don't do heat and AC. Because it's a heat pump. All you do is reverse the direction, right? You turn the front into the back, like you just basically change the direction and it becomes a heater. Because a heat pump can work in both directions. Like the change that's required to make that happen is super minimal. So as a matter of fact, a lot of freestanding ACs can do heat and cool by just reversing, right? It's like if you want heat, you blow the cold air outside and you keep the hot air inside. Jason said, you think that one's bad at shifting gears? I think he's referring to Dodge pickup 3-speed on the column. You have to double clutch to shift. Oh, I drove a dump truck once, an old like 60s or 70s dump truck that you had to double clutch the shift. That was fucking wild. And I almost broke the gearbox, so I didn't get to drive it very long before my dad took over. But it was when I was younger. I didn't have my license yet, but I knew how to drive a clutch. But yeah, that was a nightmare. Plus, I could barely push it in. I love it. Isla Bonita. What is it? What is it? Chiquita Conchita said, hello, Chubby. Burning the midnight oil. Actually, no, here it's early. It's 3:16 p.m. where I'm at. Loving the name, though. Bonita Chiquita Conchita. What is it? Chiquita Conchita. I love it. Ian said you reverse the valves for the compressor lines in the heater for the outside unit to occasionally defrost if the temp goes below freezing outside. Yeah, see, it doesn't require that much of a change. They should just support it. As a matter of fact, I watched Tech Ingredients. Oh God, I haven't seen a Tech Ingredients episode for months. How much you want to bet YouTube unsubscribed me from them? I love their channel. I watch every video they make, but every once in a while I'll notice videos just go missing and I don't see them, and then I find out I'm not subbed anymore. So Tech Ingredients, I love their channel. Ingredients. All right, let's see. Tech Ingredients. Oh, it says I'm still subscribed. Why have I not seen any videos? 11 days ago, we used microwaves to take out drones. 1 month ago, our hydraulic press versus 3D printed parts. 3 months ago, we built an AI laser to destroy its moving target. So I've missed 2 videos. So their video from a month ago and their video from 11 days ago. I haven't seen either of them because they haven't shown up in my feed. God, I hate YouTube, man. YouTube's not what it used to be. Nothing's what it used to be. Social media is not what it used to be. YouTube's not what it used to be. Streaming's not what it used to be. Oh, guys, what is going on? Alex said, where'd it go? Alex said, oh yeah, I bet you're pissed off that the Doge is gone and your son's IEP is going to get fucked. Yep. Yeah, very, very pissed, actually, Alec. Yeah, Trump destroyed the Department of Education. My son, he's going to change the curriculum so anybody who is on the autism spectrum doesn't get any kind of special treatment and they just have to flunk out or don't get to go to public school at all. Well, my son's homeschooled, but they'll fuck his curriculum. They're already working on it, and we're just waiting for the emails. His IEP is going to be fucked, so he's not going to be able to get any benefits or any support down the road for being on the spectrum or any kind of support. And he's going to be put in a bucket where he's unhireable because anybody that hires him will be seen as a sympathizer to my brain is fucking so shot over this shit. Like hiring people over other people thing. I can't even. My brain is gone. My brain's officially gone. Time to call it quits. DEIA. That's what it is. DEIA. Yeah, DEIA is gonna fucking put him in an unhireable bucket now. It's just so fucking stupid. Elon's on the spectrum. No, Elon lies about being on the spectrum. Elon is a ketamine addict. He is not on the spectrum. He likes to say that he has Asperger's, but I know lots of people with Asperger's and they don't act anything like him. He is just a fucking opportunist that lies about everything to benefit himself. He says whatever it takes to get in bed and fucking impregnate a woman, and then he just leaves her and goes and cheats on her. He's just a big piece of shit. It's why him and Trump get along. Let's see here. Jerry, I'll post this on Discord later, but those kittens that were found in my dad's Mach-E Mustang are 11 months now. I hand raised them for 1 week old. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, send me some pics, man. I want to see that. Elon's a fucking Nazi is what Elon is. Did you see that? Elon's suing a person for calling him a Nazi publicly. He is a Nazi. It's provable in court. Like, he does the things that Nazis do. He supports the German party that derived from Nazis. He literally went before them and said that they should get over the Holocaust and stop talking about it. Like the dude literally made Holocaust jokes after he did 2 Sig Heils. I think it's going to be pretty goddamn easy for him to prove in court that it's not defamation when it's actually true. You know? It's like the dude literally is a Nazi. It's like Trump and him both do the same things that Nazis do. They both support and have a history of supporting people who do Nazi shit. They both have Nazi friends. They both support Nazi ideology. Yeah, he's not for free speech. No. Elon has never been for free speech. Elon, but you know what I have been loving is how Grok has been owning Elon. Every one of Elon's posts, you go look in the comments and people are like, Grok, thoughts? And then Grok comes back and tells him that he's spreading disinformation. I love it. I absolutely fucking love it. That's been making my day, man. Oh. Elon just showed how tall he was. He's like, I am this tall. I haven't heard that one before. That's actually pretty funny. Viktor Orban consoled the Ministry of coalesced the Ministry of Education in 2010. Our school system is shittier and shittier from year to year since. Well, it's funny because you go back and it's like everything Trump and Elon are doing has a counterpart that Hitler did. And it's almost in the same order, too. Like everything from the agencies that Doge went after, the power consolidation, ignoring the people and the law of the Constitution. or in their case, the rules that they had in their documentation, because they had a democracy too before it got fucked, right? And Elon comes here from South Africa. Hitler comes from Austria. I mean, it's fucking just a tit for tat, man. You can go through the whole thing. Destroying the Department of Education, they both did that. Both targeting migrants, they both did that. Both driving a divide between the working class, they both did that. I mean, it's like literally just one by one. Increase the cost of living, drive fear mongering, disarming, changing firearm laws. Like, dude, it just wait. It's like on the path that he's on, it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse, because Trump knows that he's not going to be able to be president again after this 4 years. So he has to spend this entire 4 years destroying any semblance of organization that could remove him from power so that he can stay in power. And Putin told him how to do it, and Hitler told him how to do it, and he's following their lead perfectly. It's so fucking bad. But I do think people are starting to wake up. People are starting waking up. By using Twitter, are you not supporting Elon Musk? No, not at all. I literally use X to trash on Elon and educate people on Elon every day, and to try to convince them to go to Blue Sky. So no, I'm actually not helping Elon. not to mention, Elon has to pay me for the ads that I consume with my automation. So technically I'm ripping him off. Besides, I don't make him any money anyways. Like literally I make like $12 a month. That doesn't even cover, it's just enough to cover the verification that I have so that I can boost my voice, because the platform takes that in, that get more people to see it. So yeah, no, I'm not. This is the thing. When you are trying to take somebody down at that level, you have to use every resource that's at your disposal. And X is a big reason why Trump won the election, because X gave him the ability to manipulate one of the second largest social media group on the planet. So yeah, no, people would be smart not to just leave. They should use their visibility on the platform to show people what he is, and to convince them to go join other platforms and use, not put all their eggs in one basket. Really important. Like I told people from the beginning, I said I will delete my X account once I've converted my audience over to Blue Sky. Not before. That's awesome, Lost in Space Things. That's amazing. I'm glad people are protesting him. I think it's amazing. Like, you have to hit him where it hurts. He has been trying to pump the stock. Did you see that? He got in such a panic that he started personally buying back Tesla stock, trying to keep it above, because he doesn't want it to drop too much more. And so right now he's doing a mass pump, and you can actually see by the trade volume. It's like he is trying to get it back up, and it's going up a little here and there, right? Like hour to hour, you'll see it jump like $2, $3, $4, and then boom, crash back down. Go up again, boom, crash back down. So you can see all the parts where he's like trying to boost it. And even today, like if you look at the trading volume compared, like throughout the day, look how big the trading volume is just recently to get this next little spike. So what they do is he buys a ton, it boosts, and then a bunch of people sell out, because they're like, as soon as they get their head even slightly above water, everybody that's slightly above water sells out and then drops it back down again. So I'm hoping this drains Elon and drains his friends, because he can't pump with enough volume to recover it like he used to be able to do. He doesn't have the resources to do that anymore. So all it takes is people keep attacking it. He'll eventually run out of resources to pump it, and then it's going to go into free fall, because he held it at such a level that so many people were selling that as soon as that goes away, it's going to crash so fast, it's going to cause a panic and trigger all of the sell orders. Because that's the thing, is like, as I understand it, Elon has to be careful to not let it drop under, I think it's 230, he said, because there's a shitload of sell orders in at 230. So he has to do everything he can. Every time it like gets close to there, he has to pump money into the system. It's like 220 or 230, I can't remember. But he has to pump as much into the system to keep it above that line, because if it drops below that line, it's going to trigger a mass sell-off. And then that mass sell-off is going to drop the price of the stock, which is going to trigger a secondary, and then a third and a fourth. And once you get past a certain point, everybody sells off, because nobody wants to be left holding worthless stock. So, and the company will fall apart. So I'm just waiting for him to no longer be able to hold it above that line. So if you haven't, please go like this video. It doesn't cost you a penny. Oh, like my live stream right now? Oh, I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind. The people that shorted the stock made something like 16 billion. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Like, people need to keep shorting the stock. Oh, yeah, no. So let me ask you. So Elon literally sent out an email to his employees telling them not to sell. He's like, oh, don't sell. The stock's going to go up. It's going to be huge. Tesla just watched. Every employee at Tesla just watched Elon lay off thousands of good people, right? From all different agencies just because he didn't like him. Do they really think Elon's going to keep them employed when the stock gets below a certain level and he has to downsize the company? If they were smart, every Tesla employee would read the writing on the wall based on Elon's actions and not listen to him. And if anything, they should sell off all their stock and get as much value as they possibly can out of it before it Enron's the zero and they lose their job. At least this way, if they sell all their stock, they have some money tucked away for when Elon lays them off or fires them, which is coming. So it will happen. It's an inevitability. The company has lost so much of its value so quickly that Elon, if he doesn't downsize, he will not be able to keep the stock above water. He won't, because he has to produce earnings, and to produce the earnings when things are in free fall like that are significant to turn it around, he's going to have to fire a bunch of people at the company, especially with the huge recall of all the Cybertrucks. So Elon has no loyalty, just like Microsoft had no loyalty to me or anybody else. Neither does Tesla. So when Elon's like, oh, don't sell your stock, it's like, no, they would be really smart to sell their stock. They really should sell their stock. You know? How's the air conditioning doing these days? Hey, it's living. ESP32's driving it. Hey, Dwarfston, thank you for the $5, man. Woo! He said, I did not like the stream. I love the stream. I hope Elmo loses his worth since he's worthless already. I love you, bro. Oh, I love you too, man. Yeah, Elon really needs to learn a huge lesson here, because Elon wants to be, Elon and Trump both want to be Hitler, right? They want what Hitler had, and they know that he only failed because of a couple things that they now know and have foresight and can avoid. So they're all in. That's why they're screwing their whole party. You notice not a single mega person got what they voted for. Nobody. No tax breaks, no Doge check, no extra relief, no... the cost of goods went up across the entire board. Cost of energy went up. The stock market's down. 401ks are going down. Interest rates are going up. Insurance prices are going up. Medical coverage is going down. All the things Elon promised to the working class to get their vote, all the hardcore megas, he has done the opposite. As a matter of fact, if you go back and listen to him talk about what he said would happen if Kamala got elected, has happened. Everything and more has happened under him. Like, actually, his worst case scenario for Kamala being elected, he's already done himself plus. So Meg is starting to get pretty pissed. Like, they tried to hold out. They try always playing 4D chess. You just got to give them time, blah, blah, blah. But they're starting to realize that, wait a second, our 401ks are going down. The jobs are going away. Trump's moving towards bringing automated jobs to the United States, which actually replace real jobs. Every automated job that comes in replaces more real jobs than it creates, hence automation. And his marketing guy is like, oh, yeah, we want to be like China, but we want robots doing all the work instead of humans. But it's like, well, if humans don't do the work, how do they get the money to buy anything? He's like, we don't care. We're going to export and sell to other countries. It's like, well, what? But you killed all the programs that support people when they're not employed. Oh, well, they'll just die on the streets. The less support they have, the quicker they'll die, and they'll move out of the way for more millionaires. And then he wants to sell gold cards to oligarchs. He's like, oh, I don't care if they're drug dealers. As long as they got the money, they can come in. They can do whatever. And if we don't like them, we'll just give them a refund and kick them out. It's like... But even the dumbest of Trump supporters are starting to figure out that they got duped. And so there's always going to be the bots. Don't use social media as a measure of that, because like 40 to 50% of the estimated active accounts on X are in fact Russian interference bots and Chinese interference bots. You can go tell by clicking on their account. Look, are they follow for follow? Who are they following? Go all the way back to the beginning of their follow. Look who they're following, right? See if it's the other bots and see if it's the common accounts, and then go through their feed, replies, and their posts, and see if anything they post or anything they reply to is not of a political nature. And you will find these bots left and right. They're all over the place. So Elon gets to kick you in the balls. That's what you're gonna get. Oh wait, what did somebody say? Get out of Tesla. Well, it's good. Wait, Elon gets to kick you in the balls. That's what you get. That's all you're going to get. Oh, the people that supported him. Got it. I was trying to figure it out. Yeah, no, Elon's kicking all his supporters in the balls. Elon and Trump lied about everything. Everything. I mean, his first day in office, people should have been like, The most important thing to him when he took office was to free a drug dealer that sold more drugs to kids in the United States than any other drug dealer in history, who literally has $1 billion in proceeds from drug transactions all around the world, with the United States being the biggest place drugs were trafficked to because of his services. And he pardoned him, completely pardoned him. No strings attached, nothing. And he let all the January 6 hostages go, even when days earlier he said he wasn't going to do it. It's like, dude, Trump is just a liar, man. So is Elon. They're fucking made for each other. All right, guys, I gotta get out of here. I'm so tired. I'm like mixing up my speech, but man, I cannot believe Adam did that. I cannot believe Adam did that. When we get the sim built, when that stuff comes in, I'll take some pictures and some videos for you guys and show you it, because I'm excited to do some Gran Turismo with some direct drive wheels with 19 nanometers of wrist braking force to get my exercise on. Later, Jerry, hopefully you start streaming earlier. Because you do, it's like 11 p.m. I know, man. I'm so sorry. I need to stream earlier. I need to just wake up and stream just like I do for Tech Talk on Saturday. I don't know why my anxiety has been just beating me down lately. And I just need to wake up, grab a coffee, stream, and then do everything else after that. Like, that needs to be the priority, and I'm going to work on that. John Zuck said, do you think Trump will get away with that? It's very worrying for me. Okay, so here's what I think is going to happen, right? Trump will, a couple things will happen. Either he'll be taken out because he crosses too many lines and his own party turns on him. That's a possibility. Another possibility is civil war. If that doesn't happen and Trump proceeds down this road and he successfully cripples all of our constitutional abilities and destroys the Constitution, then it's civil war, which we've been through before. It's going to suck, but we'll prevail. We prevailed once before against the Confederacy. It's just another Confederacy, right? So we'll prevail against that. Or option 3, we find the Supreme Court and some other entities realize that Trump was more than they could handle, and they're worried that he's going to target their power next, and he's going to take their shit away, and they decide at the last minute that they're going to fucking take care of him. But we're all going to take a lot of damage before that happens, sadly, so you're right to be scared. I'm scared shitless too. By the time this all ends, I'll probably be homeless and on the street. But do I believe in the end that democracy is going to prevail as it always has since the United States was founded? Yeah, I believe it will. But just like with Germany lost their democracy for many years and the world almost ended. But in the end, Hitler still had a bullet in his head, and the Nazis got executed and sent to prison, and we worked our way back to business as usual. And we learned our mistake, right? We learned from our mistakes for about 100 years, but now it's, I guess it's time, or about 80 years. Now it's time to return and have another do-over because people forgot about history. So, what do you think about JD? If Trump's taken out, is he any better? I doubt it. No, JD is just, he does what he's told. JD will just do what he's told. That's it. Doesn't matter. Anybody, whoever gives him money, and if he's the top guy and he's in control, people will just manipulate him because he's super easy to manipulate. But my guess is if anybody takes out Trump, JD's probably going to be a part of the package, and so is Elon Musk. Like, the problem is they're all a threat together as a package, right? You have to go down. But Trump is doing everything he can to make sure that the line of succession, right? What do they call that? The designated survivor or whatever, all the way down, are all corrupt people. He's like, every single person he's put in his cabinet and everything has some connection with organized crime. Or crime in the past, or a criminal offense they're facing now, or have done jail time, or are going to jail. So he's doing that on purpose, right? He's trying to make sure that he has a cabinet of people that he can control, that he can lure things over. But if push comes to shove, and Trump's dealt with, regardless of how he's dealt with, other people are going to be like, do I want the same thing to happen to me? Probably not. Maybe I should start honoring the Constitution and do my job, or step down and let somebody that can do it, right? Because if we don't tolerate Trump doing it and the next guy steps up and does the same shit, are we going to tolerate them doing it? No, we're not going to go through all that trouble to remove, a Nazi to just let another Nazi take over. No, we will go down the line until we have some semblance of democracy. Right, he's a yes man, but if he's the one calling the shots, which way is he likely to lean? Whichever one protects his own ass. So if it's clear that if he follows in the footsteps of Trump, he's going to end the same way, then he's not going to do it. JD is just a preservationist and an opportunist, right? That's it. Like he's gonna go wherever the wind blows him and gives him the most power and money. But he's also a complete and total pussy. So like the second that he sees any harm come to anybody and he becomes the next guy in line, he's gonna be like, oh shit, I didn't mean all that stuff I did. Oh, all right, we'll back off a little bit. But yeah, wild times we live in, man. It's fucking crazy. Oh, President Mike Johnson. Fuck, dude. Yeah, no, I'd take JD over Mike. Mike Johnson is terrible, man. Mike Johnson is literally like a Nazi. He's literally like he wants to be Trump's right-hand Nazi, right? But he doesn't realize that Trump's right-hand Nazi was killed off very, very early on by Hitler's order. These people should study history. All right, guys, take it easy. I will see you on Monday. I'm gonna go and get some rest though, because I am super fucking tired. Oh yeah, Gaming Matty Rock said, did you hear about Mexico helping China get around the Panama Canal with trains? Yep. And the project's almost done. So the Panama Canal, the whole thing, Trump's like, oh, we're gonna invade it and take it back or whatever. It's about to become obsolete, and I think that's hilarious. All right, Putch44, take it easy, my man. Keep fighting, guys. Keep spreading the truth. Keep challenging the lies and disinformation and misinformation. Don't let the bad guys win. Democracy dies in silence. Let's fight. Let's fight while we can and fight as hard as we can. All right. I love you guys. Love your faces. I will see you again on Monday. All right. Peace out. Later, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh, Joe Taji, thank you for that $10, man. Oh, dude, you're awesome. What a send-off. What a send-off. All right. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I really do. All right. Later, guys. Bye.